listeners. A very warm welcome to the RMAI Rural Conclave 2023. Well, for over a decade, the Rural Marketing Association of India, RMAI, has been a pivotal force in advancing the realm of rural marketing in the country. RMAI is committed to fostering growth and excellence in rural marketing practices. We are truly honored to have you all gathered here today as we embark on a journey to navigate the future of rural marketing. Your presence, expertise, and support are the cornerstones of this event, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for joining us on this insightful endeavor. RMAI orchestrates a spectrum of knowledge sharing endeavors, including the prestigious Flame Awards Asia, which spotlights exemplary rural practices spanning across Asia. It also conducts the Flame Student Case Study Contest, nurturing the aspirations of future rural marketing leaders. In addition to these initiatives, RMAI superheads roundtables and webinars designed to address the evolving landscape of rural markets. Let's collectively delve into the discussions, insights, and knowledge sharing that this conclave promises as we work towards shaping the landscape of rural marketing together. Well, today at the RMAI Rural Conclave 2023, industry experts and enthusiasts have congregated to collectively chart the course for the future of rural marketing. This platform serves as a catalyst for insightful discussions and collaborative strategies that will shape the trajectory of rural marketing in India. Well, to proceed further, let's have the lamp lighting. And to do the honors, I would like to invite Team RMAI, our President, Mr. Biswabaran Chakravarti, to please join us, along with Mr. R.K. Jha, Mr. Sandeep Bansal, and Mr. Sanjay Kaur. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you all to please put your hands together? I will request Team RMAI to please join us for the lamp lighting as we begin the day officially. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the day with the lamp lighting, I'll request you all to please put your hands together. Thank you so much to our team RMAI. Well, with this, we brought more brightness to this room with the lamp lighting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, meanwhile, I'll request you all to please stand up for the national anthem. Well, this year has been extremely special, and we are so proud that Chandrayaan has landed in the moon. So let's...
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you so much, everybody. You may take your seats back. And now I would like to invite our Honorable President, RMAI, Mr. Biswabaran Chakravarti, to please come forward for the welcome note. Meanwhile, Mr. Rahul Bhattu, please join us and give a welcome to our President. Over to you, sir.
A very good morning to everybody. I can only do a welcome note because she has said more than enough for RMAI. I think she has very nicely narrated what RMAI is for, what are the causes and how it started. So well done. You made my job simpler. And we have a very tight day, so therefore should not take really time. 2005 is the time when RMAI started. Almost we are going to complete 2 decades. And 7 founder members started this association. Today we've got 1 founder member sitting here, Mr. Sanjay Kaul. A round of applause for him because they are the few people who really started in 2005. I was just sharing with him, I came in 2007, 2 years down the line. So today we are 200 plus membership base. So therefore, of course, we have traveled a good journey. But today's agenda says navigating the future. So today we'll see that how the future is, how the future looks like for the practitioners into the rural marketing. We have a very esteemed, knowledgeable team of panelists. I was just going through the profile. I think we are really waiting for a huge amount of knowledge sharing and experience sharing. We also have a corporate leadership award sometime towards the second half of the day. So we really have a tight day, and then I'm personally looking forward that huge amount of knowledge you'll be getting. We have Mr. Rajkumar Jha, huge wealth of knowledge. I mean, we can spend a day with him alone. So with that note, I thank all of you for your valuable time given today for this event. Thank you once again, and looking forward to a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. And next is going to be the keynote address, The Opportunities at the Last Frontier. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Rajkumar Jha to the podium.
पोडियम से बोलते हुए थोड़ा डर लगता है मुझे. किसी दिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बन गया तो क्या होगा. उनको भी देखता हूँ ऐसे एडजस्ट करते रहते हैं, समझ नहीं आता क्या एडजस्ट करते हैं. Anyway, मेरा नाम राज झा है और मैं कहानियाँ सुनाता हूँ पिछले 20-25 सालों से. रूरल मेरे लिए जहाँ से शुरू हुआ था वहाँ से हम लोग शायद बहुत दूर आ गए हैं, बहुत दूर आ गए हैं. इतने दूर आ गए हैं कि एक बहुत अच्छी कहावत भी, एक कविता भी है किसी शायर की, जिसने कहा था कि सड़क तुम अब आई हो गांव में, गांव वाले तो साले शहर चले गए. तो हम लोग जब काम शुरू किए, इज हिंदी ओके और शैल आई स्विच ऑन टू सम अदर लैंग्वेज? अच्छा. तो जब हम लोग काम शुरू किए तो कोई किताब नहीं थी, कोई फर्मा नहीं था, जो कोई पढ़ाई नहीं थी जो बताए कि रूरल में कौन कहाँ क्यों बिकता है, कहाँ बिकता है. बड़े क्लाइंट्स में से आप लीवर्स को एक मान सकते हैं जिन्होंने खुदा खादी शुरू की थी, तो उनके लोग भी यही बोलते थे कि हमारा सामान बिकता है, विच इज़ राइट. आप किसी भी गांव के दुकान में चले जाइए तो डाबर का, यूनिलीवर का, इन कंपनियों का सामान बिकता था. ग्लैक्सो का पता उन्हें भी नहीं था कि कैसे बिकता है, कैसे जाता है, कहाँ से जाता है, कौन ले जाता है. जब बहुत ज़्यादा खोजा खाजी हम लोगों ने करनी शुरू की, मार्केट बैठने शुरू हुए, तो देखा एक अनऑर्गेनाइज स्ट्रक्चर है जिसको ऑर्गेनाइज करने की ज़रूरत है. उसमें मीडिया भी है, उसमें मार्केटिंग भी है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन भी है, कम्युनिकेशन भी है, बहुत सारे एवेन्यूज जनरली किसी भी चीज़ को खरीदने और बेचने में लगते हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा अलग है। अभी भी मैं इतने जगह जाता हूँ तो किसी मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट में मैंने देखा नहीं कि कोई अलग से किताब हो कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर की रूरल के ऊपर। कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर है, लेकिन यहाँ थोड़ा सा डिफरेंस आता है। टिकट आइटम पे, परचेज आइटम पे, कहाँ से खरीदनी है, क्या परचेज साइकिल होगा, कहाँ से निकलेंगे, और उन चीज़ों को करते करते टेक्नोलॉजी आने लगी। वॉल पेंटिंग करते थे, हाथ से पेंट करते थे, फिर अभी स्टेंसिल्स आने लगे, ट्रांसफर्स आने लगे। पहले रूरल का मतलब होता था जहाँ टेलीविज़न नहीं पहुँच रहा, अब तो क्या नहीं पहुँच रहा है, सारी स्क्रीन, हर आदमी हाथ में एक सेलफोन लिए घूम रहा है। तो ये खास करके पिछले 10-15 साल जो हैं, ये बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ा है, और जितनी तेज़ी से ये बढ़ा है, मैं माफ़ी के साथ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे मार्केटियर नहीं बढ़े हैं, हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं बढ़े, हमारे ब्रांड्स नहीं बढ़े, और छोटे ब्रांड्स, लोकल ब्रांड्स, इन्होंने तबाही मचा दी है बाज़ार के अंदर, और बहुत बड़ा मार्केट खड़ा कर दिया है। अभी मैं बंधुओं से बात कर रहा था जो हमारे भाई किर्लोस्कर से आए हुए हैं, जैसे बड़ी कंपनियां हैं ट्रैक्टर की, उनके एवज में आजकल पंजाब, राजकोट, इस जगह से छोटी छोटी कंपनियां हैं जो हैंड मशीन्स बनाती हैं, छोटे ट्रैक्टर, 50,000, 60,000, लाख रुपए, इस तरह के होममेड। उसको यूट्यूबर्स प्रमोट करते हैं, किसान देखते हैं, और वो घर तक डिलीवरी आती है जी, गति से या डिलीवरी से, 50,000 से लेके, और गांव गांव में भर गए हैं। इतनी एडवर्टाइजिंग, इतनी कम्युनिकेशन, ये पूरा नेटवर्क जो फैला हुआ है, हमने किसी चीज़ में और नहीं देखा है, भर गया है पूरी, उसमें एक अलग ही दुनिया चल रही है। हमें इनको आगे के लिए, हाउ विल वी स्ट्रीमलाइन इट, हाउ विल वी help brands establish themselves there, also let grow the home brands also. I mean, there's nothing wrong in home brands growing there, but systems have to be established. It's not only stories of brands, it's also stories of services, which most of us do, which is about the social sector, where we are also supposed to be working, whether it is health, whether it is education, all these factors also we are supposed to be working, और उसमें भी काफ़ी काम है। So conclave like this helps all these minds put together, come together, discuss and show some light as to how we can still work around with all the difficulties, with all the possibilities, with all the yes and no's. How are we going to proceed towards the newer rural markets, so to say? कुछ चीज़ें जो बहुत ऑब्वियस लगती हैं बाज़ार में खड़े होने से, इज़ लाइक सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स। जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस सेगमेंट है, वो जिस स्पीड से ग्रो हुआ है, और जितने नंबर ऑफ प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स उसमें आए हैं, एट टाइम्स इट इज़ स्कैरी ऑल्सो, you know, but they have got this कि self help group में जो 10 women who are the members is the collateral, और उनको लोन देते हैं at a good interest rate, and NPA is almost like 2% or 1%. Things are working fine. So the microfinance segment, and the need of the finance in that area is also all small. 40,000, 50,000, 20,000, 30,000 की जरूरत होती है, वो आराम से वो रिपे भी कर देते हैं, 1,000-2,000 रुपया महीना देके। वो एक सेगमेंट ऐसा फास्ट निकला है कि समझ नहीं आता कि क्या हो रहा है। ऑटोमोबाइल सेगमेंट बिल्कुल समझ नहीं आता कि क्या हो रहा है। द नंबर ऑफ बाइक्स, द कंजम्पशन ऑफ डेटा, वो जो जिस स्पीड से बढ़ रहा है, मतलब 1.5 GB डेटा उनको मिलता है शायद 150 के पैक में, जियो के या कुछ पर डे के हिसाब से, वो 1.5 GB का 1.5 GB वो, हमें ये नहीं पता लग रहा है कि वो किस में खर्च कर रहा है, एंटरटेनमेंट में कर रहा है, नॉलेज में कर रहा है, एजुकेशन में कर रहा है, कहाँ जा रहा है? हम गेस वर्क में बोल रहे हैं कि एंटरटेनमेंट में कर रहा होगा। बहुत सारी स्टडीज़ की ज़रूरत है इस वक्त, क्योंकि अब जो हमारे पास स्टडीज़ हैं वो सब पुरानी हैं। हमें बहुत सारी स्टडीज़ की ज़रूरत है। फाइनेंस की स्टडीज़ की ज़रूरत है, कम्युनिकेशन की स्टडीज़ की ज़रूरत है। एक तो जो दो चीज़ें जिन्होंने पूरा ही मतलब उलटफेर कर दिया है, वन इज़ हाईवेज़। टुडे इंडिया इज़ क्रिस क्रॉस ऑफ हाईवेज़। यू कैन ट्रैवल फ्रॉम वन प्लेस टू अनदर इन नो टाइम. So with travel comes knowledge, comes diseases, comes everything, you know, everything becomes easier to reach. So we have to study that. We have to study how fast people are moving. मतलब आप कभी ऐसे इमेजिन करो कि आप महाराष्ट्र के गांव में खड़े हो जहां लड़कों ने हिमाचल से मट्टी मंगा के उसके ऊपर पॉली हाउस बना के और वो उसमें गुलाब उगा रहे हैं, और शाम को पट्टे बैठ के मोबाइल पे देख रहे हैं कि टीचर्स डे वाले दिन गुलाब बैंगलोर भेजें कि दिल्ली भेजें, 2 रुपये से महंगा कहाँ मिल जाएगा। इस तरह की अगर होने लगेगी कारोबार तो बहुत मज़ा आएगा। एंड वी आर प्रोग्रेसिंग टूवर्ड्स दैट, वी आर प्रोग्रेसिंग टूवर्ड्स दैट। एक जहाँ हिस्सा है जो स्मॉल मार्जिनल फार्मर्स का है, एट टाइम्स वी फील इट इज़ अ बर्डन ऑन अस, विच एक्चुअली द बैकबोन। उसको और कुछ नहीं आता है, वो अपना आता है चुपचाप, कोविड हो कुछ हो, वो अपना उतना धान पानी उगाता है, उतने में बेच देता है, विच कीप्स आवर इकोनॉमी गोइंग, यू नो, वॉट एवर में कम हमारी इकोनॉमी ठीक ठाक चलती रहती है। तो वो एक हिस्सा है, एक बड़ा हिस्सा है। मतलब ये जो को एग्जिस्टेंस हो गई है ना, कि एक तरफ तो आप ड्रोन से इंसेक्टिसाइड डालोगे, एक तरफ वो भी बैल लेके घूम रहा है। इस तरह की सोसाइटी को मेंटेन करना बहुत एक डिफ़िकल्ट काम भी होता है, और अक्रॉस इंडिया यही हाल है। आप लोगों का ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, सो दैट वी कैन प्रोसीड विद आवर वर्क फॉर विच वी हैव कम। But a lot of opportunity still is there. And in your work, if you face a bottleneck or a problem, we would like you to raise it to us. Maybe we've also stuck somewhere, similar problem, we may have something to share. After all, RMAI, the whole idea of RMAI is share. जो हमें आता है आपको बता दे, जो आपको आता है हमें बता दे, जो दोनों को नहीं आता चलो चल के ढूंढते हैं, कुछ तो होगा। तो यही छोटी मोटी कहानी है। मैडम आपके हवाले पूरा दिन चलाइए इसको, अच्छा सोचते हैं अच्छा चलेगा, अच्छा चलेगा। और वार्म वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग आवर टाइम एंड कमिंग टू दिस कॉन्क्लेव। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for your motivating words. And now everybody is looking forward for the insightful and interesting session. So finally, we're going to begin with our first panel discussion. And the topic is rural consumerism, the evolution of aspirations, purchasing patterns, and choices. Well, in this segment, we will talk about the evolution of rural consumers, buying patterns, the choices and preference they make, and the factors influencing the rural consumer behavior. The role of education, exposure, and media in shaping rural consumers' aspiration and expectations. We will also emphasize on distinguishing between rural and urban consumers so as to keep the facts straight with what marketing strategies should be adopted accordingly. And our speakers for this session, Mr. Puneet Avasthi, Cantor. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request please put your hands together? We also have Mr. Matthew Mathai, Director, Deloitte. From Nelson IQ, we have Mr. Piyush Bajpai, who is Global Product Head, Digital Intelligence. And the moderator of this session is Professor Satyam from IIM Ranchi. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोर से तालियों के साथ, let's call our speakers and also our session moderator and begin with this insightful session. Over to our moderator.
Thank you so much. I think we are just two of us. So,
How do you want to do it?
let's just sit and chat, I believe.
Perfect.
No? So, as of now, we are just two of us. So, we'd like to go on, like, You can share a bit maybe, and then we can have a discussion around the topics that we have at hand.
You can sit next to each other.
Yeah, that will be better actually.
Sit next to each other. Then take it in discussion mode.
All right. So I'm, first of all, very good morning everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm grateful for this. I'm like Rajkumar sir was saying, कि marketeer बहुत पीछे हो गए हैं. Academic, being a professor, academics थोड़ा और पीछे रहता है. So in order to catch up, I have to. So why I'm saying this? Because this is a wonderful opportunity for me. I was speaking or sharing with some of the members over here that as academic, we don't get to hear such stories. Our emphasis has largely been academic conferences and textbooks or cases, but this is a closed group. Many of you, actually half of the population know each other over here. So you talk to each other, you know inside stories about other companies and all what's going on field. For us, it's challenging. So what we do, for example, I'll just share a bit about it, rural consumer. So I have a keen interest in rural markets. This is also because of the background I am from. I did my PhD on hearts, rural periodic hearts. The reason was I studied in a school on a plateau, and the entire plateau was dependent on one heart. Entire plateau. So basically, I'm talking about population was not huge. It was 7,000-8,000 people, but they were dependent on one Wednesday market. So बुध बाजार लगेगा तो पूरे हफ्ते का सामान आएगा. So that was how, and that kind of triggered that. I was also working with Bharat Petroleum there. I get to see in the hinterland how, so for example, we have few initiatives here and there. So I had some interest over there, and I have been doing my work here. One more thing I just want to highlight. So इसमें एक Flame Awards होता है, right? So I applied in 2013. I couldn't get it. So just I wanted to say that because again it was a research work, it was not an internship per se, but I was aware of, I have been aware of, and it's a privilege to be here and to hear all of you. My role largely would be to, as an academic, we try to see patterns and kind of develop theory or knowledges based on what you see on the field. So that's what we'll be trying to do. On rural, so my first question, it will try to keep it little interactional. So in terms of definition, this is a fantastic initiative, and I was talking with earlier about the definition, how it changes from firm to firm, whether it's a population of 5,000 or 3,000 or 1,500. So this is little challenging, and again the data is with you. It is not in the public domain. So if I'm teaching my students, I tell them, see, this is what varies, but the insights about how to navigate those will be challenging. So definition of rural, sir, if you can throw some light over there in terms of who is a rural consumer for you and how the definition. Okay, we have one more. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Good to be here with all of you. If it's audible, is it audible?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to please put your hands together as our other speaker, Mr. Puneet Avasthi from Cantor, have just joined.
Piyush Bajpayee.
Okay. Mr. Piyush Bajpayee, Nelson IQ Global Product Head, Digital Intelligence. Let's put our hands together, everybody. And now over to our moderator.
So, I mean, rural, actually there's only one definition for rural as I see it, the definition that the government looks at to define rural. And the way, there are multiple things that have happened over the last several years in terms of advancement of urbanization. Raji spoke about the fact that the conventional notions of how marketing and brand building takes place as such, it in itself is being upended, because in a sense there is a leveling off of infrastructure over the last 10-15 years at a fairly rapid pace. There are the emergence of urban corridors, which are fairly significant in terms of population growth and wealth growth also, because a lot of businesses are finding it convenient to be able to produce there and deliver to the bigger cities such as say Delhi or Mumbai, etc. They are kind of spawning their own ecosystem of satellites to kind of support these big megapolises that India has. So the way I would look at rural is any area which has a significant population that is and a majority of the population that is drawing some amount of their earnings from agriculture or related trades and practices. So if, for example, there is a particular area where there are a lot of people who are in, say, animal husbandry, that too qualifies as rural, even as it is principally supporting a big city as such, because it is kind of supplying to them. So that's how I would define rural. Piyush, of course, has done a lot of work in terms of definitional aspects. So Piyush, what's your view on that?
So I think there are two aspects. One is obviously what you said, rural, and rural by definition has really suffered because the government of India also says that whatever is not urban gets into rural, and then you have these three standard definitions of population, percentage of people employed in agriculture sector, and the density. So that's the standard definition you go by. But India has changed, right? And we should all understand that. Specifically, these criteria don't stand a lot in terms of defining what is rural today. And primarily, I think it's driven by two things. One is infrastructure. Infrastructure has really changed, whether we look at, and primarily within that, the road connectivity. We know that if you look at census 2011, almost I think 50% of the villages were within a distance of 10 kilometers from a town, and over the years that connectivity has really improved. So there's kind of what Puneet was also saying, a spread of or urban as we call it, right? It's between two urban towns that you have villages, which were villages simply because you didn't have connectivity. But once you got connectivity, that improved. The second has also been the digital connectivity, which has really changed in terms of how rural gets defined now, because the aspirations of the rural consumer has changed completely, and that's because of that digital connectivity. The awareness has really grown, and what we used to think of rural being a farmer, that's not true anymore. Right? So I think that's changed substantially. We'll stick to the census definition because we've not had the next census to really define it better for us. But in terms of as marketing experts or as people looking at meeting the requirements of rural consumers, I think we need to really look at it very differently. And that thing has gone a sea change from what we would have expected, in 2011 what it was and versus what it is now. So I think that's where I would see a difference. The other factor which I think one of the definitions looks at the 75% people employed in agriculture. Now that's also changed because of both this connectivity. We know that almost I think 45-50% of the rural households actually have a non-farming income coming in, right? So they are not employed in agriculture sector. It may not still be their primary. The primary is still on agriculture, but non-farm servicing has really increased. Now that's because there's connectivity. You have people staying in villages and servicing the town. And that's a big difference. Earlier, that was not possible, right? Or because of connectivity now, the digital connectivity, you can get information for which you have to spend travel a day to get that information. Today, you get it, whether it was mandi prices or whether it was just looking at market or doing basic banking, right? All of this took a day's effort to go and come. Now that's all gone. So that is where I think people are looking at employment outside of the agriculture sector, and that's where the aspirations of the urban consumers rural consumers are changing very differently.
Okay. So if I could just add in here that therefore there is one dimension which is geographical proximity to big cities, and there is also the other dimension of occupational profile. Because as and rightly pointed out that there are very many people who are engaged in trades where there is a more regular income. The agricultural income is seasonal. You get twice a year, or depending on harvest, as against salaried income where I'm kind of getting money every month, and therefore I'm able to plan expenses in a very different fashion. So would it be right from a definitional standpoint to look at geographical proximity to big cities on one dimension and the other dimension being occupational profile? Because otherwise then there is no difference as such.
Completely. No, I agree, concur to the fact that for rural, the biggest challenge is stable income. And that remains, right, and that is why the farmer is willing to sell immediately after cutting or whenever, or the closest seller he gets, he's want to offload because he needs that money. And then once that is there, there are ways that it gets spent is very different versus if you have something which is coming on a regular basis, right? And we see that in terms of data. If I would look at Nielsen's latest data on FMCG, the habit-forming products, which are, breakfast, beverage, cereals, these products are actually not showing any growth in rural currently, and primarily driven by the fact that you don't have stable income. Right? Habit forming actually becomes a concept that you start spending regularly on that. For that, you need to have a regular income. So it's a very good indicator that we look at, which clearly indicates this, that you need to have a stable income, and that comes only from defining the profile. That is one. But there are transformations that are happening today, and we are seeing some of these impact. There's this a startup which is looking at what we call the grain bank concept. Now, grain bank is actually trying to convert a village will have 4 to 5 crores of food output, right? That 4 to 5 crores of worth of output is stored in a bank, and then it is used as a loan to take out regular income. Yeah, and so not necessarily that you need to change the economic profile, but the way you're handling the farmer's income itself can actually define it. But I agree to the point that you need to have stable income to really make a consumer decide and commit to expenses. Right? We all end up committing to expenses. The next stage of our life stages have really changed because of the EMIs that have come in, right? That's because there's a regular commitment that you're doing, right? So that aspiration is also now coming into rural consumers, and they are also looking at stabilizing that income.
Thank you so much. In terms of just moving ahead, the consumption pattern which is changing can be highly because of the uses or penetration of smartphone and the way media is being consumed by rural consumers. So, for example, one girl which I'm aware of, her household, so she got a smartphone 2 years back, and thereafter she has been shopping online, largely clothing. This is again one peculiar example. So fashion consumption through online has changed drastically. So rise of Mishos and of the world can be attributed to that. So in terms of categories, if you can share some of the evolving patterns which is growing in rural per se, and where the discovery in the digital world is also becomes important. So how you are being discovered by that consumer. A specific one additional thing I would like to add: when you are looking for search, for example, when you have to search something, generally you type. One thing that I have observed personally, it is largely audio. When you go to rural, not always, but many times the search is audio in the local dialect. So that is still growing. It is in growth phase. That particular search in local dialect is not yet there. So how you are being discovered over there, which will shape how the products can be discovered online and then they can be consumed or bought. So some thoughts over there, sir.
So if you look at the consumption basket for rural and urban over multiple decades, right, it has kind of, the rural basket has now more or less mimicked the urban basket. The choices within the basket groups may be different, and the brand and premiumization is very different. But overall, that transition has happened, right? Where in the early 80s, if I remember correctly, clothing and footwear was almost 20% expense in rural, while it was 8% in urban. And the reason was because it was a big chunk of expense for rural out there. But today it's almost similar, right? Food has stabilized, almost similar patterns that you see in food. The consumption within food, you see there's a difference. And as I mentioned, habit forming, the latest information that we track in terms of what's happening at the retail outlets, you find that habit forming is not taken up. Non-food, in the last 1-2 years, the growth has staggered, and I think it's more because of the impact of COVID and the structural changes that the economy is going through itself, that non-food hasn't seen so much growth in rural. Urban, it's still better. In the last couple of years, you would seen that non-food hasn't really taken off. So personal care, essential personal care, that all is still struggling, right? And a lot of FMCG firms targeting this segment. So toothpaste, toothbrushes, that set is actually not really grown. It's so that's something that people are really looking and waiting how you see the improvement out there. But in an overall sense, the basket has become very similar. So yeah, to your point, that has primarily been led by the awareness that has come in. So people have got this option of, looking for a sports shoe earlier, which was not even available, right? And I remember when growing up, I'd gone to my paternal village. You would find that people would not have shoes, right? Or would have that standard one kind of bata slippers or rubber slippers out there, right? But today you find people in all walks of life actually aspiring for things like better sport shoes or better fashionable footwear, right? So that we are seeing that it is growing, and it is getting fulfilled because of the accessibility to the service center. And I think the bigger myth that has been always there, that you can't run let's say a supply chain in rural without making a loss, which I think has changed a lot. The cost of servicing has really changed drastically, and I think infrastructure has been primarily the driver for it.
And just to add to what Piyush is saying, there is, how should I say, and then Piyush has spoken about it, and people outside, as also you mentioned it, this change of digital and the fact that people are looking at various products and services which may not be available otherwise. So one of the reasons why digital kind of became and e-commerce became significant beyond big cities was because it bridged the distribution divide. Products that were not available were now available, and now we are also in a world where the awareness divide, the point that you made about for merely getting some information, one needed to travel to the bigger kasbah or tehsil headquarter to kind of learn about something. That has been changed. So the power that is there with the consumer is quite significant. We are in a remarkable period of transformation. There's very little work that has happened in the rural context as such over the last few years. COVID in part has been responsible, but there is some very interesting work that has been done also to understand how rural was coping with all these changes and subsequently. So our read is that actually over the last 6 odd years, extreme poverty in rural has pretty much tapered off. So when we say extreme poverty, it is $2 or less than that per day per household as such. That has tapered off. We're looking at data from 2017, where about 3 in 4 in rural India and almost 9 in 10, close to 9 in 10, a little less than 9 in 10 in Bihar and UP, which are, at the core of the laggard parts of the country, but a very large chunk of population that resides there, and highly rural as compared to the more urbanized parts of the country in the west and south. Now, when we start looking at these markets, what we realize is that from that 9 in 10 or 3 in 4 who were in the extreme poverty levels over these 6 years, we're looking at a world where pretty much we're looking at 1 in 10 being in that extreme poverty zone. So that is one major change that has occurred. The other big changes that have occurred as a result of government initiatives around digital and everything that has kind of worked out is the fact that rural income surpluses have improved marginally. How it is kind of playing out is something that needs to be understood, but there is a lot that has happened in terms of the kind of infrastructure that is today being used by a millennial household in rural India. So when I'm talking about a millennial household in rural India, it's a household where the woman is equally empowered. So if you look at the incidence of both men and women talking about what is it that they feel is a role of the woman has an equal role more often than not as such. So the assertion that a woman should be working, should be free to work, those assertions are fairly significant assertions that are defining the millennial in rural parts of the country. So here's an educated woman. She's had, she's not, her mother's generation has probably gone to 8th class or 10th standard, and after that kind of, really focused on household chores. He is a person who might have actually studied a little more than her husband has. So there are instances where there is an educational disparity between the male and the female as such. Women have, as a result of this equalization, are more actively participating in financial decisions of the household. They are very conscious of money management in the household. Also, probably because of the extent to which banking has been made available to men and women in rural India, we are looking at women having direct access to funds, which is something that naturally creates an empowerment and sense of responsibility about monies. So the rural kitchen is undergoing a change. The way we would eat, the way the house is structured, those are things fundamentally that are being changed, whether it is in the area of construction, in the area of appliances, all of those are undergoing a change. Digital is a very big change agent. Social media is something that everybody is accessing. There are there are people who might be living in rural versus in urban, but the divide is no longer there. There are the families are extending across, and therefore there are shared sets of values and experiences that are kind of being created, and that is something that is common across all Indians. There might be some who have the means, some who do not have the means. So first and foremost, extreme poverty is tapering off. Second, we are looking at a country where per capita income levels are going to be increasing significantly. People are going to be accessing more information on social media. What it is doing is, as we understand, and because there is no information as such in rural over these last few years, we've invested in, we've been doing the study called TGI in urban India for close to about a couple of decades now. We now do TGI in rural. We've done the first round of TGI rural in 2023, and we've got a point of comparison versus the past as such. And of course, with Group M, we've been working through the pandemic in terms of understanding how the pandemic has been playing out in rural India, and that was one part of the economy that was really holding whilst the others were declining. So digital is a major change agent. It is one where, because I'm that much more active on social media along with my relatives, etc., I'm talking about millennials and Gen Z, image and personality is important. there is an expansion of the basket as such, and in a sense it is aligning with the urban basket. So the big change is the rural consumption basket is expanding. They are buying a little more and many more categories as such. They may not be buying them regularly, but they are buying, and they have the access to those, and they are therefore buying it not because they don't, they'll use it once in a while. They're using it because we are in an image, in a world where image matters. The photograph is something that is, it's not one photograph for the family that kind of, stays for the next 10 years. Photograph is really a click of button away. So that is something that is an important aspect. Grooming is an important aspect. So that entire range, male grooming, men investing in grooming products as such is significant in the rural context. The other thing that I would want to talk about is that from a reach and media standpoint, so one is the social media play and image as such, but the other aspect is that if you're looking at some of the parts where India's demographic dividend is, which is also the less affluent part, where television actually, in a sense, never kind of, became very big, and they were known as media dark parts of the country. But the mobile phone, in a sense, has bridged that gap. So everybody has, and it is almost 2x as such. So that is a big difference, and everybody has individual content that they are accessing, whether on voice or on video. Voice is a very important element because, look, it's like an air conditioner. You can own an air conditioner, but the running cost of the air conditioner is quite significant, and you're looking at enormous amounts of data being consumed. But voice is important because the running cost of data is something that is a challenge, and therefore voice remains a very relevant constituent in being able to communicate and reach out to consumers in rural India. So that's how the digital play is as we see it.
Thank you for those insights. So because of the growth of digital and physical infrastructure and the kind of patterns you are talking about, the way it is evolving, so the role of women per se, for example, the way it has been in the South India, you can say that we are inching towards that in the northern pockets. So I went to Chennai in 2013 or 14. Around that time in the rural Chennai, how the consumption and role of women in a household was very different than what in Lucknow. But it is somehow, as you are saying, so it is changing drastically. So if you're looking at that, then for companies, it is becoming very challenging in terms of if you have to develop a marketing strategy for a company at a national level, the difference in the household patterns in terms of not only that. Second is the very interesting point was shared by Raji initially about the brands. The understanding of a brand is very different. What you see, a national brand might not be just the brand for them. A local brand, homegrown brand is also a brand from them. So how you distinguish yourselves amongst that and how you remain a little relevant. And as you rightly said, basically web rooming and showrooming, where you search and where you buy, that is also becoming very challenging. I'm able to recall one example. Store King is a company which has been selling online to rural markets, primarily e-commerce for rural markets. That's how they started. They have evolved. But one of the earlier studies, for example, it was very insightful. The biggest, one of the interesting products which were selling like anything was anti-aging cream in rural India. I'm talking about 2012, 2013, not right now. So the point being, this is, but one of the key challenges is these information is available with you guys in pockets, isolated. So if you have to, for example, I'm little biased here, if I have to take these examples in my classroom and ask students to develop a marketing strategy for a particular brand, then it's become challenging. Why? Because in the public domain, the knowledge is limited. If I consume, rightly said by Raji, if you look for materials on rural markets, it's not there. Very few. We stick to still, if some of the examples we still talk about is Project Shakti, ITC, Chopal, and others. More so, I try to bring examples, which is, I talk about LMC in my classes. I talk about Store King in my classes. I talk about some other companies. So the point being, this knowledge is available in pockets. So if you are developing a marketing strategy for a brand or national brand or let's say challenger brand, how should you go about it, especially pertaining to rural markets?
See, there is obviously an information deficit, and that information deficit, to my mind, is more because a lot of these examples are still not scaled at that level, right? You still have very specific local things that are happening on a regular basis. But there are things that, people can look up and kind of access information that is available on domain, and there's some inference needs to be drawn, and I'll come to that. But I think there's another point that I want to touch, because it gets linked to this whole concept of branding and marketing, is that there is this transformation that Puneet was also talking about. There's a social transformation that is happening. There is a behavior change that is taking place, and behavior change is not something that happens overnight, right? COVID has shown that it can happen. We struggled with for multiple years, and some of the best minds struggled in getting hand washing to be done, right? And COVID taught people to do it immediately, right? So you realize that there are things that can trigger a behavior change. Now there's a couple of behavior changes that are happening overall, and that's more linked with the social fabric of rural India. One is for people who are deprived, whether it's poverty, whether it's caste setup, the easy access to services is something that they're just opening to realize that a direct benefit transfer comes and there is a bank account where the money gets transferred is a big realization. It's an eye-opener, right? You wait for the first 3 months to know that, oh, it can be done regularly, because you're not believing it. And once you start seeing it regularly, that's when you realize, okay, this is a change. Now this is regular. I can adopt to it. I can start using that money. Right? A lot of people did not withdraw, and we saw this data was being talked about a lot during COVID period. Is that people are not really withdrawing money from their accounts, and that's because it's a behavior change. People who've never seen money on their account are seeing that. Or for instance, the LPG scheme, which allows to book a gas through a telephone, right? It's unheard of that you don't need to speak to a person, grease someone's palms to get that cylinder, right? It was a tough thing earlier in urban areas, but now even in rural, people realize that they can get these things happening, right? So that change is happening, which is where it is really making them aware that if I see an influencer talking about a product, I can actually get it. Right, that's the next one. Is seeing it, okay, it's nice, it looks good, right, all of it, but then you realize it's very common, it's something that I can get it. So I think that's the place where rural is. They're still realizing many things that they're coming across is something that is also within their reach. That part is where the aspiration starts happening, right? And I think that's the transformation area that we are in, and that's why you don't see a lot of stories there. But there are a lot of ways that you can look at. For instance, if you were to search today on Google Trends for, let's say, urea, right, the top regions where you'll find that the people are searching for urea is not Delhi, Mumbai, which was earlier, or the bigger cities, but it is Punjab and Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, and if you look at some of the smaller cities out there, you'll find that these are small towns that are coming up, right? So that's one example where you can get to see what's happening, what change has happened over a period. You look for anti-aging cream, you'll see the number of towns that are searching for it on Google, because that is available, right? So there are information like this which is present in domains that you can look at it, right? Similarly, if you look at which are the RTOs where EV is getting registered, right, that's a sea change that is happening, right? And those are things that you will find there is data. Obviously there's a dearth of data in actual consumption patterns, which obviously got stuck, and I think the government's looking at trying to figure out a way to do that. The census hasn't happened, so there are these big data sets that one would look at, but then there are others that give you some idea about it, right? Similarly, if you were to do on Facebook, also Facebook has its own wealth map that they do, right, which kind of indicates where that points of searching or using of social media is happening, right? So I do see that. The other piece, very interestingly, I think has also happened is the smaller towns have actually started, and that's primarily driven by COVID, that a lot of people went back to their these towns, and because the cost of living was low out there, they're still working out from there. I know I was recruiting a data scientist, and my expectation was that I would get people from Bangalore and Pune and Hyderabad applying. I actually got people from Bareilly and from various small towns applying in much larger numbers, and very good pedigree. You have all their good colleges and have done decent work with the larger firm, but they were applying from there and they continue to stay there. Right now, that has also impacted the way things have trickled down. Right, so that's how you can figure out. Some of these are data points that you try and figure out, how things are happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are two parts to your question. One is, how do you kind of create brands, and how do you communicate brand messages to rural consumers? The way I would look at it is, rural consumers need to be communicated to in their context. It is not sufficient to translate or put across a creative that is applicable to urban and assume that it will work in their context as such, because the context remains different. Their household infrastructure is different. The social linkages are different. The influences are very different as such, given the fact that they're living in small communes or communities as such. So in that sense, they need to be talked to in a language that is appropriate to them, and in a format that works best for them. So that is something that is not very well understood, and very little investment has been done in that area. And to my mind, that is something that needs to be looked at, because as I said, we're looking at a population that is at times size of several large countries, and looking to kind of radically grow in terms of affluence levels and therefore the ability to buy. So we are looking at a significant opportunity that is beckoning. It is important to be able to understand what is it that works best. You spoke about the Shakti program of Unilever, or now that is something that was creating a ecosystem of influencers which were drawn from within the community, and they were able to therefore do something that much more convincingly for the people there, and therefore behavioral change in a sense was enabled. We've seen over the last several years that the old heart concept is now going away. The shop has gone into the village. The heart, which was a little away from the village, is something that remains, but there are many more shops for my day-to-day requirements, for top-up requirements for the woman as such. So she's communicating with the retailer via WhatsApp, via phone, and kind of sourcing her merchandise. So the retail outlet has walked into the village. So that is a major change that is taking place in terms of how the dynamics of retail distribution and last mile delivery is taking place. It is important to be able to tap into this and look at what are the relevant influencers for rural India. So the social media world actually grew very rapidly during the period of the pandemic as such. But what it has also done is created great degree of skepticism. Our work, which is something that we've done jointly with Group M, is indicative of the fact that yes, the reach has increased significantly, but the credibility has also kind of tapered down quite significantly. But at the same time, the role of influencers and trust in influencers, if you are able to identify the right micro or macro level influencer as such, which is who is seen as an expert in a particular category, they are going to be able to make significant impact in terms of behavioral change or brand preference. So the way I would look at communicating to rural is communicating to them in their context, testing creative in their context as such, understanding how it's going to be delivered, whether the consumer is going to be accessible via voice or via video, and if so, how should it be packaged for the consumer as such? Once that is done, then look at how to augment that narrative or story through relevant influencers who kind of take the word forward.
Yeah, thank you. That was insightful, especially the content creation. For example, the rise of local content creators has gone through the roof, and so has credibility, rightly said. One of the companies that comes to my mind, Digital Green, has leveraged this very well. Their entire business model is around that, how to basically share agriculture practices through the farmers who are doing it well. And they have been doing across 8 countries or so, more so. Rick and Gandhi has been doing. So moving further in terms of, as you were saying, so the media choices has also needs to be shifted, because the way it has become important, especially the micros influencers in the rural belt, the prior media choices in order to reach out to rural consumers, and today in terms of any broad percentage changes or points in terms of how to reach them, any specific points over there.
So I will, if I can, with your permission, Piyush, at an all India, so what are the big media constituents? There is television, there is digital, and digital has its different manifestations, and then there is outdoors and store level as such. I would really distill rural engagement to these three, and then print where relevant as such. So these are the ones that one is looking at. Which are fairly significant constituents. Now, television has a strong reach. We're looking at a national level in rural, 3 and 4 having television. But then there are parts as such. For example, actually a little less than 3 and 4, but there are parts in UP and Bihar. The Bimaru region overall is heavily under-indexed on television, and they have actually the reach multiplier that you get if you are on digital is quite significant. Now, it is important for you to figure out whether that has to be through voice, given the fact that a lot of people are using voice-enabled phones, or via video. Now, that is something that needs to be understood, and that is something that we've looked at. And to the way we are understanding rural is, just as there are many Indias, there are many Bharats. They have their own trajectory, their own cultural ecosystem, and that many Bharats, the best way to reach the Bimaru region, if I can use that word. Somehow I'm not very comfortable with that expression, but if I were to use that expression, then the best way is to be able to communicate with them in the voice format using the mobile. The reach multiplier that you have via the mobile is significant over television as such in these regions. In the other parts of the country, actually TV plus digital is something that works adequately as such. And of course, there is a point of purchase.
Can we get to 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. We are sure. Very sorry. If there are any questions for our speakers, please. Any questions?
Okay, I will ask a question. So, I just wanted to understand, is access important or availability important? Or both have to happen in that?
So the way I would look at it is availability remains by far
awareness and availability.
Yeah. Awareness is something that in a sense gets created through word of mouth. If availability is there in the local markets as such, particularly in FMCG, it is something that will move. There is going to be trial. So it's important. It remains a task as such, which is to ensure that the product is available on the store shelf consistently. The demand will follow as such. Availability is something that needs to be created. Wealth is going up in rural. If wealth is going up, if surpluses are going up, all of that tells us that there are people who are going to be spending that discretionary amount of money. Availability is not just having it available once during the festival season, but sustained availability to ensure that every opportunity is utilized is something that works.
So you mean to say that availability
Remains.
critical, and
Yes.
both have to be intact.
Yes.
So I would just add, FMCG is a distribution-led model, right? So availability, one cannot undermine the importance of availability, but by category, awareness has a different play altogether, and that gets reflected. Especially when you're seeing this behavior change that is happening, when people are not even aware of the fact that they can get it, they will not even ask for it. So even if it's available, it will not be something that will start, especially for...
I'm sharing this experience. I work for two companies, Britannia and Reckitt. So in Britannia, we were propagating a fortified biscuit, the cold biscuit. So unfortunately, it was not supported by the supply chain. So partly got a traction. So we were promoting Britannia. In another case, wheat, which was selling the lowest in rural markets, because of the availability, because of the push, we do a program with them called Vriddhi, where we, help them foray into the markets where the current channel is not addressed. Today, wheat is the third highest selling. That answers Mr. Satyan's question. The category is, if it is available, there is a possibility of a trial, and there is also a possibility that people will tend to you can find out.
And start talking about it.
Today, it's the third largest selling category for the decade. I think we have done
Okay. We have already exceeded our time, so I'd like to close. There is one more question, I believe. Yeah.
Only one more. Thank you. Whatever you said was very insightful. I just, from my experience in the FMCG, all the FMCG brands that I've worked with, what I've understood that what you rightly said, that rural consumer wants stability. Stability in their income becomes very, very important. Because of which, what is happening is that there is a difference coming between the intent to buy, the aspiration to buy, and the ability to buy. So digital is leading that aspiration to buy. However, I feel, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel that ability to buy is driven by the financial decisions, the stability that they are looking for. So will I be right in saying that even if the digital world, which is growing so much, is able to make them aware of their options, the value for money thing in the rural market, the financial decision. So finally, when they're at the kirana store and the kirana wala tells ki bhai is pe 7 rupees off hai aur aap ye lijiye, suddenly the digital influence goes down the drain, and that trumps the influence. So no matter, so does the general trade influencer still trumps whatever they have learned on their screen?
Yeah, I completely, I think, agree with you on that. The decision made at the storefront will actually trump whatever awareness has got built, and if it is a value for money space, right? That strength of the brand for you to pay a premium is still not developed, right? And there are reasons for it, very, very clear reasons, and financial stability definitely is one of it. While you also realize that even though there's financial stability, incomes have increased, but we realize that women have been pulled out of the workforce. And that's a decision you've taken because the amount of income that a woman would earn, but the risk that she has to take in an insecure environment or a very hard manual labor that needs to be done to get that extra income is not something that the household wants. So, and that's why there's been a pull out of women from the workforce, because people are deciding that the choice for money versus, meeting some of the requirements through in-house efforts can help. So that's where I think rural still requires a lot more towards building brands so that people can pay that premium.
Yes.
Thank you. Just two points. One is in-person interaction. The belief or trust in that person still is there. The screen is there, but that trust is still not. It has not faded. It is still there. That trumps. Second is with one thought, because eventually it is about the well-being of a rural consumer. If we talk about that, two things have happened. One, because of this digital, somebody has in order to fulfill their requirement, they get into buying, otherwise they would have avoided. So because of this excess, they are making decisions which they may or may not be capable of. Yes, they are trying to, this aspirational is little, there is a question mark at the end of it. Because if they end up buying, for example, I'm making 5,000 rupees, I end up buying something because I saw on so and so social network 4,000 rupees, and I am struggling for the rest of 15 days to eat properly. So this is something which I have observed. Second is a rural villager who is buying spices, wheat, which is easily available in the village. So this is again another, from a well-being point of view, what exactly are we doing? If the consumerism is going to be similar to urban parts of the country, eventually at a macro level, what will happen we cannot even imagine. The effects of these changes are, even right now it can be seen in different pockets of the country. But if that is going to happen again, at the end of, at a macro level, these are some of the questions which I am still thinking of. The channel length has gone up, rather than e-commerce should have decreased it, but it has gone up. So again, these are some of the things, again, food for thought for all of us. In the interest of time, we'll close here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll request.
Please stay back.
Can I request our speakers to please stay back along with the moderator? Kiran Zinde, please come forward. Team RMAI. If they're not here, then yes, you can come. It's a time to felicitate our speakers and our moderator for such an insightful session. And ladies and gentlemen, can I request you all to please give a big hand once again? Thank you. And I'll request everybody to please be seated, because in few minutes from now, we are going to begin with our next session. So the next session is about unlocking financial inclusion, fintech and insurance resolution in rural India. Well, fintech companies have introduced innovative solutions like mobile banking, digital wallets and payment systems that are revolutionizing the banking experience in rural areas. Here we will explore the impact of fintech platforms in extending basic banking services to the unbanked and underbanked rural population. The conclave will emphasize on the growth of microfinance institutions and peer-to-peer lending platforms leveraging fintech in rural India. We'll also discuss the challenges and opportunities associated with lending with the government's push towards a cashless economy. The conclave will analyze the adoption and acceptance of digital payment solution in rural areas, exploring the potential for reducing the reliance on cash transactions. The conclave will talk about the importance of collaborations between financial institutions, government agencies, NGOs, and technology providers in extending financial services to remote rural regions. It's also going to generate actionable insights and best practices for stakeholders, including policymakers, industry players, investors, and development organizations to accelerate financial inclusion in rural India. By leveraging the potential of fintech and insurance, this event will contribute in building a more resilient and prosperous rural economy, fostering social upliftment and empowering millions of individuals and communities. Apologies for the delay to our speakers and moderator. So as we present the memento, I'll request everyone to please put your hands together. Thank you so much to our speakers and moderator. And the next session, which I've just given the brief for, I would like to invite our speakers and the moderator. From Spice Money, we have Mr. Sameer Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Mr. Sanjay Bajaj from SBI General Insurance, and from FNINO, Mr. Darpan Anand, who is EVP. And for this session, our moderator is Mr. Anirban Chaudhary, who is Professor Marketing, School of Business Design. Let's give a big hand as we have our speakers and the moderator on the dais.
Question answer title. About of the
So, good morning, everyone. So as we start this session, I think with the JAM Trinity as a base and the focus on UPI, digital adoption of money transfers and cashless economy has been one of the talking points across the country, and so for rural as well. Now, in this context, we have an august audience as well as panel, where we are going to be discussing some of the aspects of this, especially from a rural point of view. So I'll ask a question which I would ask for your point of views individually, and then we will discuss and dwell upon that. Right. So Sameer, let me start with you. What do you think about the fintech arena in the current context in the country? And you can bring in some perspective of your own practice in that as well. How do you see that?
Yeah, thank you, Anirban, and really delighted to be here and express my views. So, as we all know, rural has been grappling with the challenges of infrastructure being there. They've seen challenges around the right set of products being there around when you think of a banking product or a financial product, health and education. I think all of us really acknowledge the huge opportunity that exists in the rural markets. The zest to explore more, their spending powers, their spending capacities have increased in the last so many years. But have the right set of products really reached to these masses? The answer is no, right? And I'll just give you a perspective of what is that we are trying to do at Spice Money. Look, our hero product is Aadhaar-enabled payment system. And it's a very simple product using which a customer can walk into one of our retailers, we call them as Adhikaris, give the thumb impression and withdraw money. I think our esteemed speakers were talking about availability and access in the earlier panel. But what we really need to understand and appreciate is कि अगर इस rural customer की जेब में पैसा ही नहीं है, how do you really enable that customer to spend money on these services and products? So just to give you a number, this Aadhaar enabled payment system services today serves 10 crore customers in a month. And if you have to just simply assume that if these 10 crore customers have to travel 10 kilometers, and this is very conservative in rural. Why I say conservative? Because the number of Jan Dhan accounts in the country has increased from 24 crores to 50 crores. But has the number of bank branches and ATMs really galloped in the last 6 years? The answer is no, right? The government is trying to empower rural by extending subsidies. They're trying to disburse all these subsidies into these accounts. But where do these customers go to withdraw money? Are we saying that as a customer, as a consumer, for my own money, I have to spend half a day, spend 200 rupees to withdraw that money? I think that's the biggest challenge. And if you just do a simple mathematics, that if these 10 crore customers have to travel 10 kilometers to withdraw that money, do you know how many times you would have traveled to the moon? That is 2,500 times. So that's the problem statement that we are trying to solve just by offering a very simple product, which is if your account is opened with Aadhaar, and thanks to the JAM Trinity, the Jan Dhan account, the Aadhaar stack, and the mobile penetration, you can open an account using your Aadhaar, your biometric gets authenticated, and you're able to withdraw money. So I think that's the landscape of the rural India. I think someone was talking about what defines rural. For us, rural is wherever there is an opportunity and wherever there is a service gap. Now this service gap could be into an emerging India, could be into a Bharat, could be into a rural. But what we are trying to simply do is hardwire a last mile connectivity through these nanopreneurs and serve these consumers.
Right. So interesting. Darpan, what is your perspective on fintech arena today, and as well as the experience that you have from your company's point of view?
In this, I think, first of all, thanks, Anirban. And I totally agree with Samir on this, that what we are thinking about rural, like the first thing is the money should be in their hand. And I totally agree to his part that if a person has to travel 10 kilometers, see, the number of 50 lakh Jan Dhan accounts are there. But opening an account is not the solution for a rural people. Opening an account is not the solution for him. If he is not able to withdraw or deposit the cash in that account, what is the use? And if he has to travel 10 kilometers just for a basic services, that's the challenge. And that was one of the reasons why these people were not using the accounts. If you see off late, we are seeing that this much amount is being deposited in a Jan Dhan account. Why? The only reason is now the accessibility of the business correspondents is there. He does not have to travel 10 kilometers. He's just next mom and pop shop where he can deposit the cash, where he can withdraw the cash. Why go to rural? Even in an urban scenario, if you ask me, the banking hours and the business hours of the rural guys are same. A person, let's talk about a taxi driver. If his working hours are from morning to evening and the banking hours are same, during that time, do we do the banking? No. And why somebody goes for a banking during his business hours? So the bank branches, yes, were there. They were catering to X population. If you ask me when an ATM came, ATM actually came for the service class. Like we get our salaries once in a month and we withdraw slowly over the period of time. But the requirement of these guys are different. That's why we say the product required is different. Might be these people are having more of a cash on a daily basis. Their requirement is deposit cash. Will a bank branch allow them to go and deposit 1,000 rupees a day? No. So that's why the concept of business correspondent, whether it is rural, whether it is urban, is required. That's our
view on that. Okay, interesting. Mr. Bajaj, what's your experience in this area?
I am an incorrigible optimist. So the way UPI transactions have increased in India, exponentially. We are number one in the whole world. I think more than 8,000 crore in transactions took place last year. Of course, there is always a debate. It is more confined to urban and semi-urban areas, but our country at large is, quite adept and they welcome technology. Just an example over here, EVMs. Let me tell you, in developed countries also, there is an aversion to adopt technology so easily and so quickly. And things are changing at the ground, slowly and surely, with the help of business correspondent, as he was mentioning, and our own experience. I am from SBI General. Our own experience says things have started moving, and people are trying to get inclusion, potential inclusion. And the day is not far, and because of the UPI transactions, because of accessibility of mobile, smartphone, their financial literacy, their education literacy, all this will help us in reaching to the last mile, to the last person in the country. I'm quite optimistic. Solutions will come.
Right. Interesting. Now, I have a question that I was, having while I was listening to you all, and especially we have Finobank and Spice Money operating more or less in the similar space. Now, one of the things that you spoke about is it is very important for giving him the access to his money, to withdraw cash, and that's where the infrastructure that you offer through the business correspondent or the adhikari that you are referring to is fruitful. But if we are talking about a cashless economy, where is the role of withdrawing cash? Why doesn't we enthuse this population, or what will it take in your view to enthuse this population to become truly cashless?
Yeah. So I think first of all, we'll have to acknowledge and appreciate that it's a life cycle for a consumer, right? And this life cycle started from the time when these consumers were not having a bank account. And Mr. Modi came in and he played a very, very important role, saying the aid that is getting extended from the government will go to your bank account.
Right.
Right? I think that's the first step. The second step that happened in the country was the advent of smartphone penetration and the data connectivity. Now, think of a rural consumer, right? A rural consumer who was completely cut off from the outside world. And this outside world is your emerging India and people sitting in cities like Delhi, Bombay. He was completely aloof to what is happening here. How has he started to evolve? He today holds a financial identity in terms of a bank account. He started to get that money in his account. I think it is still some time away wherein he would start making cashless transactions. For him, going to a retailer, giving the thumb impression and withdrawing money is no less than a digital transaction.
Okay.
Is no less than a digital transaction. I think that time will come when he would hold a smartphone with a UPI handle, scan a QR code and make a payment.
Right.
But these people take time, and we've been seeing this. And my experience says, for remitting money, right, the charge that a consumer has to pay is close to 1%. And they can very well do it from their own mobile, from their own phone. They still walk into one of the retailer and say, "Aap mere liye transfer kar do," because erroneously, if I input one wrong digit, I don't know how will I get back that money.
So not very confident about...
Not confident, while we say that the smartphone penetration is increasing, but is the digital literacy reaching to an extent that they get the comfort to do that transaction on their own? The answer is no. The smartphone penetration in rural today is close to 60%. But if you look at the percentage of consumers who themselves make a digital transaction, that's only 16%. So that's the gap which will get bridged over a period of time.
Right. So does that mean for a country like India, especially when we are talking about rural, the digital model is going to be more in prevalence?
At least for some more years.
Some more years.
And how this will evolve is today we've started to offer very basic banking services, right? Open a bank account, get money into that account, go and withdraw money. Tomorrow, how will this evolve is they will get access to maybe e-commerce. They will get access to health products. They will get access to investment products.
Right.
And with that, they will start to become self-dependent.
Understood. Do you like to add anything, Darpan, on this point?
I'll say that in terms of cashless economy, we have reached far ahead. Reason being, now the cash is required only at the last mile. earlier the cash used to travel across the boundaries. The example Samir has given that now the remittance is there. Earlier this cash from urban India used to travel on trains and buses to the guys. Now he just go to his next Kiryana shop. That's it. The person at their end just withdraws the cash. So we all require we all are having a mobile phones. We use UPI everything. Still we require some amount of cash. All the transaction for a rural guy adapting AEPS, I'm sure that the people sitting out here, 50% of would be using the AEPS or not even knowing about the AEPS, but the rural guy is using. They have adopted it.
Right.
I think I just want to add to Darpan's point. Look, why in urban India we've started to use less cash? Because the ecosystem around us has evolved now. You get to see QR codes, ATM machines with all the merchants. That is yet to happen fully in
the
rural market, right? Till all the dots get connected, we cannot think of this economy being a cashless economy.
Right. So Darpan, another question in this context.
Yeah.
What behavioral change do you see with the current form of phygital system that's there? For example, is there any change in their banking behavior that you are finding, where earlier they used to have cash in hand?
Yes, with our current and saving accounts, we have seen that deposits have increased. In the past 6 years, we got a payment bank license 6 years back. Earlier, we were also a fintech company, and at that time also we used to work with these guys. But with the excess of the phygital environment, what we have seen that the savings in their bank accounts have increased. Earlier, they used to keep cash in their households. Now, just because of one reason, if I require cash, I have to travel 10 or 20 odd kilometers just to withdraw cash. Now, with the accessibility of the business correspondent just next door, these people have started depositing cash in their saving account. Secondly, they are not withdrawing the cash whenever the cash is there. It's like there is a trust factor. If somebody has remitted money to them, the money is in their account. Whenever I require, I'll withdraw the cash. It's not like the 10,000 came from as a subsidy. I withdraw the entire amount. So that's the difference we have seen in our savings account.
So they have been using banking as a safe deposit for them.
Yes.
But do you see any shift in terms of other banking products, like simply moving from savings account to say IFD?
Saving accounts to FD, I'll not say the much is there. See, I'll say one thing in this, that the products for this class has to be different. The standard products that we have in our banking can't be used. Like in the past year, like we have made a saving account in which the person has to give upfront fees, a subscription fees, and because what he requires, he says that I'm not bothered. That you cut me SMS charges, these charges, those charges. You just take one-time fee from me, and that's what I require. So we developed a product for these guys, and suddenly we saw that the people were ready to pay that amount on a subscription basis because they're tension-free. Now the bank will not cut anything. Like I don't have to maintain 1,000 rupee MOB or a 500 rupee MOB. 1 rupee got lesser, I will be penalized, or might be what is this charge? So the transparency was there, so they accepted that thing. So for this class, yes, we are in a process of developing the products for these things. Similarly, on the insurance side also, we have seen the general insurance. We will say that the products like hospice, the products like health insurance, where the amount is fixed. Okay, the requirement is simple. We have 2 people in the family, we have 4 people in the family. We require these X number of things. That's it. So we developed the product record with our partner insurance companies for these guys, and we saw a good offtake of
that. So they are getting evolved in the banking system as well. But the products need to be customized for them.
Yeah, even the two-wheeler insurance, to a surprise. Earlier, the penetration of two-wheeler insurance was very less. Recently, we have seen that the people, because the accessibility was not there.
Right. So they didn't know who to go for.
So now they know that this is a business correspondent. Okay, I can go for. Even if I have a claim, I can at least talk to that guy.
Right. So giving an access point is making the change.
Yes.
Okay. Coming to insurance, and Mr. Bajaj,
Yeah.
given that you are from the insurance industry.
One thing Darpan said, the product has to be customized for the rural people. I fully agree, and we have already gone ahead with that in a big way in the last so many years, and we are seeing the positive and major change happening. There are common service centers across India who are selling various kinds of financial products. Insurance also is being sold through them now. 4 lakhs such centers are there across India, and 3 lakhs are selling insurance now. So it's reaching to the last mile, and I don't know whether you're aware or not, each Gram Panchayat has to have at least one common service, CSC. So that helps in reaching the, one Gram Panchayat means it is covering at least 8 to 10 villages. That is one thing we are reaching out there. MFIs are selling micro credit products to rural people. Now, how to get them insured? See, you may give some loan to a person who is in the need of money. Cattle is there, their household goods are there, their small shop is there, even tractor is there, agriculture produce is there. So how to insure? That also is happening through our services to the rural people at the last. In fact, the hospital daily cash that one was talking about, it is being sold in a big way, by our these centers. See, what happens is hospitalization is there. There is a government scheme called Ayushman Bharat, we all aware, but it is not taken off in a full way. Some states have adopted in a major way, some have not. And in some states, eligibility factor is there, which is creating a, kind of I would not say divide, but it is not. It is restricting, to some masses only. So here, somebody still gets a treatment through Ayushman Bharat. There are other expenses also which need to be borne by the family. The hospital daily cash can be sold, by us as a standard product, or as a part of the micro insurance product. So these are very, low premium products, especially approved for rural masses only by IRDA, the main authority in India to run the insurance business. And see, some loan is taken by somebody, and there is major disease to the person who has taken loan, or deaths occurs to that person. The breadwinner is there. Now family is in shambles actually. The financial strength is not there. So to ensure that loan also, we have products called loan insurance. So much aggression we have shown to cover the rural areas, rural people to the last mile, and to cover the crop insurance. We have an app, Krishak app is there, by which we can monitor how is the weather over there at the field, the ground, through the sensors. We can monitor what is the cutting process going on, crop cutting process going on, how in case some damages are there because of some disease or weather inclement,y it can be quantified easily, and there are evidences obviously in case some disputes are there which can happen very easily. Because of this reach, fintech has come. I'm going a little beyond the subject. Fintech, the term has come in last few years only. We are serving the rural people since 2010 when we started SBI General Insurance. Through our 30,000 branches that across India, and through them we are selling personal accident product, tiny insurance product for their shops, dwellings, small factories, atta chakki and things like that, whatever you can think of. And to the areas where other companies have not reached at all, because they don't have the presence, even public sector companies, which are there since 71. In Uttar Kashi, in Joshimath area, we had, cases where we had insured, so we were paying claims, so we are making the life sustainable to them. Recently, we had so many flood losses in Himachal, Uttarakhand, everywhere, and we are there to take care of the burden, happily so.
So, do you see the acceptance of insurance products, the different insurance products?
Very much.
That has increased over time.
Yes, very much.
Okay.
And the products is so cheap, it doesn't, hit them financially.
Right. So
just about, per lakh, in case they have to pay an amount of 50 rupees to 100 rupees only per year.
Right.
Nothing. 1 lakh is a good amount for them.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I think what this ecosystem clearly demands is a set of products which is easy to understand for someone who's selling the product. And therefore, what Sanjay was saying makes a lot of sense. Thinking of a tailor-made product which really is understandable by the retailer or the BC agent who's extending it to the consumer. And also for the consumer, if there are too many frills attached to the product, they really shy away from adopting it.
So simplicity is the key.
Simplicity is the key. Because that really helps build a lot of trust and confidence with this consumer.
Right.
So for example, the fintech industry today, through a biometric process, by fetching the KYC through Aadhaar, is opening or making 10 lakh PAN cards in a month. So that's the diversification that's happening in the industry. So a consumer who was early going only to withdraw money is now thinking of 4 other services which he can get access to from this retailer.
So that's expanding the basket of fintech.
Yeah, so it's becoming a flywheel now.
Right.
Right? And there are 10, 20 different services which are being offered.
Right. So interesting. Now coming to the question that I would ask before we open it up for audience to ask questions. In the coming years, what are the key developments that you see happening in the fintech world for especially the rural context? A couple of things that you feel is going to be evident in the next few years.
I think one thing which I will not say has been ignored but has not been worked upon. So look, what has happened in the last 6-7 years, the women population in the villages have become bankable. So if you think of the Jan Dhan accounts, 55% of these accounts are owned by women. Then your MFI industry has started to lend only to women consumers. So what have you done? You made the women bankable, you made the women creditable.
Right.
Right? But have you really thought of an ecosystem which really serves these women? So if I have to think of the 20 lakh BC agent that work in the industry today, the women BC agent contribution or concentration is only 10%. That has to move to 25%. So while that happens, product manufacturers like us and banks and institutions have to think of products which are very women-centric. And the moment this starts to happen, look, so women have to become the decision maker for their family around health, around education and investment. I think once we're able to travel that distance, a lot of convergence will happen in the rural markets.
So woman centricity in the product design and the ecosystem creation is one area that you think is going to be happening.
You know, it's very rightly said. IRDA on its part has realized that women centricity is a must. So much so, they have come up with a concept in a major way, which says insurance for all by 2047. The concept is by 2047, each Indian should have at least one kind of insurance, whether it is life, general, or health, whatever. So now they are emphasizing that going forward, and they are collaborating with all insurance companies in all spheres, that at the ground we should have, there is a term for this, Bima Bahak, and they are primarily looking at women to sell this product.
Yeah.
So, and that is going to fetch them huge dividends to the women, because they are going to be decision makers for themselves, for the families, and when they are selling, the trust is more.
Right. There is already a camaraderie.
Already self-help groups are there across India who are being served by women because they are trained. Financial inclusion is there through banking.
Right.
I think both of them would know. Now, IRDA will include insurance part also, so that the inclusion is complete.
Right.
See, having money is fine, but money is lost where it is coming back from. Unless insurance is there, it's not going to help. As it is, we have just 1% of GDP as insurance penetration in India. In developed countries, it's 10%, even more. So we have a huge, area to cover up.
Right. Darpan, the same question to you in terms of what you think is going to be the future.
First of all, I agree with both my colleagues, Sanjay and Sameer, that the women empowerment plays a major role. Yeah, though the government has invested in it, we'll say, I'll use the word invested, reason being that with with World Bank, and like they have running programs like BC Sakhi and Jivika, where they're only hiring the women entrepreneurs. But yes, the challenge is that though they are hiring only the women entrepreneurs and making them the business correspondents, out of that hardly 10 to 20% are effectively working. So working on their education, working on their self-confidence is what is being required. And yes, this will create a difference, because in rural still the men are out, these women, and we have seen the kind of BC, like they call it in Bihar, the program is known by the name of Jivika. In UP they call it the BC Sakhi, somewhere they call it Rajivika, under different names. And we have seen the way these business correspondents work, the ladies work, it's really amazing. So hardly, though it's hardly 10 to 15% they are working, but yes, it will be there. And secondly, on a product side, I'll say that the innovation and the simplicity would be the key. Right. The innovation, the product for this, especially the masses, should be there. Simple products, and they don't require those juggleries around the simple products, and these people will adapt.
Right. Thank you. So the floor is open for the questions from audience. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Hi, good afternoon, and quite an insightful session. But I think, like you mentioned, that withdrawing money from the Kirana stores has become a habit, quite a new insight for us. So we are from Tata Steel, and we're not really into small transactions, we are into making houses, and the transactions are really high volume. So when it comes to us, they want to purchase TMT or cement while they make their houses, and these amount to about 3 lakhs to be on the lower side. To be on an average side, it would be around 5 lakhs is the transaction which the rural consumer goes on to make while they make houses. And as you are aware now, digital literacy moving ahead, as you mentioned, 70% of the crowd are using digital penetration, they're using credit cards, and they also have access to this. I would like to know what are some of the smarter consumer financing tools that you guys have, and what are some things that could happen in a high volume purchase and that happens to be helping the consumer in rural, given that today the credit cards that they have probably mostly into SBI is what we hear, and their limits being very low, somewhere close to 50,000, some 25,000, and not pertaining them to make the high volume purchases. So what is it that you have that enables the rural consumer to enable him to make high volume purchases, something which relates to let's say making a house, which is something like a wish or dream for someone in rural, right? Yeah, thank you.
So I think I can possibly talk about not high value financing, but how is that we are facilitating our retailers, because these retailers or adhikaris end of the day are also consumers. Look, a lot of these retailers are NTC customers. They are new to credit. They don't hold a bureau score. So the innovative way that we've come to is we look at their transaction pattern, right? And we look at how many times are they engaged on our platform. And basis that, we come up with a credit score, and we do a credit underwriting and we lend to them. Now this lending happens into the wallet, and it's a daily EMI product. So the EMI that get deducted is also from the wallet. So what it really helps is, it really facilitates the merchant with a working capital loan. And because this loan is going into the wallet, he's forced to use that money only for business purposes. And therefore the NPA ratios are abysmally low, very, very low. So this is what is being thought for merchants and small scale traders in the rural market. I think how credit has really thrived in rural market is on the JLG model or the SHG model, wherein they form a joint liability group and one person takes responsibility of the other person, right? So that the NPA ratios are in control. Look, while all of us get enthused by saying credit chahiye, but we also have to accept the reality that if this money doesn't come back, the whole machinery stops to function. And therefore, the credit companies have to really think of very innovative ways with which they can underwrite the customer, and they can also think of ways by which the money comes back. I think these are two ways which have been very widely adopted, accepted in the rural market. These have largely been used for low-scale credit extension, but can be really thought of extending high-value credits.
What is the general, like the interest rate?
Sorry?
What is the general rate at which you charge the interest?
It again varies from the profile of the customer, the ticket size that's being extended, and also the duration. So if I am a merchant who's been just engaged with the organization for the last 6 months, I don't hold enough vintage, the rate of interest will be different versus a merchant who's been with me for maybe 3 years. And I've seen that this merchant is very regular on my platform. The rate of interest will vary accordingly.
Can we get a scale to it? Like what would be the...
So this ranges anywhere between 18% to 24% per annum.
One more question. You want to speak? Yeah.
Okay, so when we talk about fintech, in my mind, there are 4 distinct pillars of it which comes around. So one is your financial inclusion, ensuring that people have reach to financial access, is so saving through getting a saving bank account, getting them to have an FD. So that's one side of it. Then there is access to different investment products. So microfinance has been doing that. So loans are being done, and we get to hear a lot of these in rural context. The third one would be protecting them, so the insurance part of it. Again, this is something we get to hear quite a lot about. The fourth one is what I'm very keen to understand from all of you, because you have exposure to rural fintech side, which is the investment side of things, as in what are some products or services which are now being created through which rural consumers can generate good returns on their money, which is largely an urban phenomena right now. A lot of us are part of the stock markets through mutual fund or through direct investing. But so far, whatever conversations which I've had from people working in rural, I have found this piece is missing. So I'm very curious to know if something is being worked on it, because if we are to move towards becoming a developed nation, this is the 70% of the population should be able to get healthy returns on their money. What's happening right now? Are we seeing some change in that landscape? The question.
So recently we have developed some products for our consumers, and we are in the process of having these kind of, like, I'll take a very small example of a FD. We have created a FD for these for these consumers, where if they withdraw, like it's a small FD of 1 year, but if they withdraw in between, we won't penalize them. This is what a consumer wants. Secondly, we are working with some of the mutual fund companies right now to come up with a product specifically for this segment. So yes, it's a time-taking process, but yes, FD on a part, we have come up with that. Small FDs, small durations, limited, because this is what this consumer wants.
Are they open to being linked to the market right now? When I say market, I mean the stock market.
Not much, if you ask me. Reason being, still they want the fixed return. They are not used to. See, for them, asal bachni chahiye. If you ask me, when we talk to these guys, the protection of the principal is the first thing. It's this. And they actually word, "Sir, mera paisa doob to nahi jayega." So first, bringing them to the banking fraternity, opening them the savings account is the first step. Now they have started putting some deposit in this. The second step is FD. Mutual funds or stock marketing things will take some time. The education.
Are some seeds being sown right now?
Yes, of course. Like if you are to ask me, many other companies on the mutual fund side, they are working on these things, and we have also partnered with them. We'll be coming up with few products and testing the market.
Any other questions?
I think that's
regarding insurance, I just wanted to know that if we talk about life insurance like policy, which is sold in rural areas, percentage will be the traditional insurance product service a micro insurance product?
You are talking about life insurance and general insurance? Life. Life, I am afraid I will not be able to say much because I am from general insurance.
So my basic question was, you see the product itself is now, it's a service. It's not no longer a product which has to be carried. Okay, the policy can be downloaded, the money can be transferred. That part is very easy. But the amount of learning or the education which has to be given to the customer in case of fintech products
requires a huge investment. Even if it's a CSC agent, you have to tell him what is the product, what are the benefits of the product, so that mis-selling does not happen. So that investment vis-a-vis the profitability for the company, for the products which you sell, how does that ratio look like?
But what one thing I can say, through CSCs and through VLEs, village level entrepreneurs, I'm sure these must be already on the platform available, because they are selling so many products, financial products. So insurance, life insurance should be one of them. When they are selling general insurance for us, and they are selling general insurance for many companies from one center only. So I'm quite confident. General insurance also is available, and LIC has a very, very big reach. And by now, IRD, which is controlling life insurance also, it is making the products reach everywhere, every nook and corner. So I think it is given.
So in insurance also, like in priority sector lending, is there a mandate by IRDA on the insurance company saying that this much of products you have to sell in rural areas?
We have rural obligations, yes. We have rural obligations.
Profitable or not profitable, but you have
that's right. That's right. See, anyway, the products approved by IRDA are so cheap. If you compare with the urban ones, they can be marked down of 40%, 50%, even 60%. See, one example, like Kutumb Swasthya Bima Yojana, we have one section is available in that where they can do telecalling, because villagers find it difficult to reach 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers to a respectable doctor. So they can talk over phone and take the consultation, which is paid by that policy.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So I think we had an interesting panel. Couple of things I had just to summarize. The first thing was that we need to customize it for the rural and keep it simple. Innovation is the key. Phygital model still works better, because fully transforming it into digital is still a few leaps away. So phygital is something very interesting. And third is, it is evolving. So from basic transaction to evolved financial products, we are seeing a movement towards that. And that's what is very interesting and futuristic for us. Thank you.
Thank you to our speakers for an absolute interesting session. We'll request you to please be here. Can I request Mr. Khurram Askari to please come forward and felicitate our speakers and the session moderator. So Mr. Sanjay Bajaj, will reach at your residence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll deliver your memento at your residence. Thank you.
So I'll just get your real sorry. And
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start with our next session. Meanwhile, I'll just brief you about the next session. It is going to be small, the new smart, activating rural consumers in the more leaner manner. In this segment, we will discuss the challenges and opportunities of activating rural consumers in a leaner manner, examples of cost-effective marketing strategies that have been successful in rural markets, the importance of understanding of the local culture, language, and behavior of the rural consumer to design effective marketing campaigns. And for this session, we have our speakers. From Pidilite, we have Mr. Rajiv Arora, who is Zonal Business Manager. Let's put our hands together as I invite our speakers on the podium. From Unilever, we have Mr. Kabir Gusain, who is VP Customer Marketing. And for this, our session moderator is from Impact Communication, Kalpana Raina, who is COO. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Over to our moderator.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And indeed a pleasure to be talking to this audience, and we seem to be in the continuity. The first session dealt that what is rural, where is the actually rural, how it is changing, and it also captured in a very literal way how rural aspirations are changing. Vis-a-vis, I think one panelist was also bringing to the forefront that not all rural is viable for the companies. We still have the problem of incomes, and especially the stable incomes. So that was the first session. The second session was dealing with the women empowerment, the financial products coming into the rural space. And it's, once again, I would say a very, very positive and picture of opportunities in the rural. And I think there's a natural continuity to what this session is going to talk about. So this natural continuity is that we are going to talk about how we have to actually activate consumers in the rural, and then what is the smart way. And the smart way for the session that we have chosen is the lean is the smart for today in the rural, and that's the session that we're going to take up with my friends here. So for a change, I thought that let's first slightly concretize the idea of being lean, and why are we saying that we should go lean in the rural. So I wanted to concretize it. So everybody, whenever talks about rural India, the humongous numbers appears on our, minds. 6 lakh plus villages. Then, if I just, slightly put funnel down, because we'll be talking about selling to consumers and selling to households. Once again, a humongous number. We're talking about 17 plus crore households. Even the monies are not very less. Rural is contributing 25 to 30% of national income. So the money that is actually seeing the churning part of it from the rural is 30%, up to 30% I'm talking. And as the previous session was talking about the financial inclusion. And we see that 40 plus active transacting bank accounts are there. So rural, is this what we are going to talk about? And rural, therefore, when we said is big, is then having big opportunities, but bigger challenges. So we really need to come back to what we learned from the first session. So there are pockets which are not so affluent, and therefore every industry that would like to distribute its products there in the aspirational zone will be actually making losses. So your Nielsen IQ analytics and microeconomics data tells you that only 33% of the villages can be called the pockets where there is the consumption index is relatively better, and there is this affordability point of going for the purchase of aspirational products. Then we're talking about now this 33% of this entire village universe constitutes to just 2 lakh villages. Should I say just? Once again, the number is humongous. 2 lakh plus villages to be tapped for business opportunities. And then we come to this what this 33% gives us? It gives us the 80% of FMCG rural sales. So therefore, that also makes it very important and vital for companies to go for this rural. So that is the point I was wanting to make. So first of all, what would be the smart way? The smart way will be to pick up those pockets of affluence of that high consumer index and then have the very, very smartest strategies how to tap into these pockets. So in terms of opportunities, we said that the number is big, so there is still 2 lakh villages for us to tap into for the aspirational products, but this demand is very, very dispersed. So we're not talking here about 5 metros and gives us crores of consumers, not those top 100 or 200 towns where you have a cap of 5-10 lakh population and then you tap it. We're here talking about a big land mass, and these pockets being scattered would be a big challenge. How do we cater to this? The next is, once again, these pockets, however spread they could be in across the landscape of India, this is very, very diverse in terms of needs. That will be, I would put it at the bottom of pyramid of challenge, but vernacular stuff, they speak different language, different tastes, different textures, different food preferences, different socio-cultural norms. And when you're activating a consumer, we really need to contextualize these with regard to our brand. So heterogeneity is a bigger challenge than the dispersed demand that is in the Indian pockets. So I'll start a little bit very quickly to telling you that these mantras have been already, picked up by the lead brands. I'll just showcase 1 or 2, 3 case studies very quickly that will talk about how lean has actually been a smart strategy, how going lean is a smart strategy for an company to tap into the rural. So this is a flagship program of erstwhile JSK and now HUL. This is called Horlicks Swasth Abhiyan. Is spread in the southern and eastern part of India. These are milk deficient areas, and the health drinks are being, pushed here into the markets as a part of health supplement. So, with with building a category and building the consumption index, the lean, scalable, and sustainable efforts were to be required. And we have this one health activist who does this all, and the strategy is go repeatedly, go and open up your different portfolio folders, which is sell mother Horlicks to lactating and pregnant women, sell Horlicks to general populace, sell Eno to liquor consuming population, sell Crocin in monsoon, and sell Sensodyne to dispensing chemists. So the portfolio unfolds, and there's a single driver who is called Horlicks Bhaiya, because Horlicks being a flagship brand, and under that the entire portfolio gets into it. So this is a singular guy who goes and taps into the platforms, like goes to school, carries a hygiene and health story, goes to Anganwadis, goes to retailer, does a door-to-door penetration, does health checkups, BMI checkups with children. And that's how this entire category was built in these territories. And probably if I have somebody in the audience would know what Horlicks means in eastern part of India. It's first, consumer goods that we find in the eastern households. So when I said lean, so there's almost like a satellite on the head of this one lean man who is being mapped. He has a device. The device opens up, has a walkie-talkie, does a loud program in Anganwadis and schools. Then this very device takes the consumer trial data, it shows us a pattern of SKUs around which seasons, what kind of portfolios are moving in, and then this is a build, operate, and transfer model. The market development is done basis the need. It starts with 6 months or a stay period of a year or more. Once there is a distinction drawn between HSA, which is Horlicks Swasth Abhiyan Village, between HSA and non-HSA, and there is a very, very big visible difference in the business that is driven. The program has the aging of 11 years till date. So it's going on and it has delivered for the companies. Case number 2 is PNG, and the program is called Har Ghar Behtar. What is the vision? To acquire 500 million consumers across the rural areas. So what's the target? Make them aware of our products, take the trials, and ensure the availability. So once again, here just taking these sensibilities. So I'll be talking about a sanitary napkin, so woman is best. I'm talking about a wash product like Tide, so the woman fits the bill. So that's how the active activator, whether it's a boy or a woman. So how do we do this kind of customization as per the brand? So once again, she's called Didi. Okay, so she sometimes becomes Tide Wali Didi and she sometimes becomes Whisper Wali Didi. So but how does once again I wanted to invert one small point. So when we just say lean is the new smart, but how does this lean become new smart? You really need to be very, very smart in terms of tools. So Wash as well as the Whisper are the products that talk about the better, better experience of the products and how they're fitting into the segments they are. So there are these small trial units. So the trial and demonstration units are the core of this activity. Once again, how do we do? These Didis are localized manpower. So they work in the district. So every 3 months, we activate the markets, we leave, we just give a residual period and then take up another quarter to do a sustained activations in these areas and develop the market for PNG. Once again, PNG program has a aging of, it's running into year 6. So 6 years active. The models were very, very well developed. There are certain small cues which like what acts in Bihar and what works so well in UP. So there is a distinction where some hard programs, hard demonstrations are done in Bihar where we see women coming to hearts. But that's not true in UP. So in UP, we don't conduct such wash demo sessions in this because in UP we still find that not young women visit hearts. So there will be entire customization. So lean models allow you to do those small differentiations as per the territory, and when you go in these prioritized markets, you definitely get penetration for the aspirational brands. So we talked about the very low involvement products. Here we were talking about this very serious aspect of things that some gentlemen were talking, finance, agriculture and all that. So this is global conglomerate, BASF, giant of crop chemicals. So they, during COVID, so they started this tech-based retail, direction of these farmers. So the product is called Zarvio. It's a diagnostic app where a farmer needs to have a smartphone, needs to take a picture at a defined defined distance. Then this picture goes into the satellite, gives it a diagnosis what kind of disease and at what stage of disease is in the crop. Then it suggests the chemicals that he should spray along with the formulations and also suggested the retailer near me. So the brief comes under the COVID time. What do you do? What do? You source a local a property that we called as Zarvio Yuva. So we pick up a practicing farmer who is aged less than 30 years but is an active farmer and understands this. We locally source them through the network and we do 20 hours training to them. This Zarvio Yuva kit, he's given, he is actually, what you can just say, posted a kit. This kit is fit enough to teach farmers how to download the application and how actually to conduct the diagnostic in the fields. So then slightly locking and unlocking period of this COVID, he would go to the nearest FPOs, farmer producer organization, activate them in this. In 3 years period, this agri-tech company has active 5 million, 50 lakh farmers, taking a picture, getting the disease diagnostic, having agronomist advice, and they are suggesting the retailer near me. That means BASF gets them to buy their products. What could be the precursor to lean and smart model? First of all, the tracking governance of an individual working on your behalf. So there has to be a quality aspect to be captured via pictures. There has to be a geofenced locations given to them where you are sending them. And this all is possible through handheld device. You have to also pre-identify the influence system and send this singular driver to the influence systems. You actually, what I was also focusing, you need to have those compact tools. So you don't leave him open because the monotony sets in. He can talk anything. Give them the tools. Let the tools and demos do the talk. And then, very, very important, when we say lean is smart, the smartness of this model is set your mini targets. What is the deliverable awareness? What is the deliverable downloads? What is the deliverable usage? What is the deliverable go to the retailer? What is the deliverable get FPOs on the board? So you have to divide these KPIs in a very, very focused manner and chase these KPIs through these lean cycles. So why we hail this smart and lean is one thing, it gives you a robust governance. It also has this, flexibility of upping the resource and downing the resource, plugging in and plugging out. These models are very, very cost efficient. Before the question would come up, a per village coverage with the tools and all expenses could range between 2,500 to 3,000. Very, very cost effective. As you see, the guy spends the entire day in the village, tapping all kind of platforms. Then I would say that another very important thing is that you should have a targeted message and targeted deliverables that you want to drive through this. So I will now request Mr. Rajiv to take you through the experience of his company, how they also believe that lean is the smart way to go into the rural.
Thanks, Kalpana. Firstly, sorry we kept you engaged for through our presentation for such a long time. I will not be taking much of a time. I will be sharing with you the experiences I had with my previous organizations. So just giving you some experiences of ours through pictures and some data points. I think this is one slide which we have been talking about since morning. It is not something new which you are not aware of. There are many challenges as far as when we are thinking of rural. It is in the terms of low per capita income, the reach, the way socio-cultural factors are different across the country, the way the behavior is getting changed. But why do we then go into the rural? Because it is obvious, 70% of the population resides in rural, and secondly, she was talking about 30%, I'm talking about 50% of GDP coming through, rural. And there are many initiatives of government which are basically pumping the funds, the energy, the various projects, which basically making the lives of rural, lively. And now there are various sorts of opportunities which are lying in the rural, and that is the reason the word rural attracts every marketing fraternity or any brand or any company. Now, when we talk about rural, there are places wherein if we approach, we basically get a large audience, and these are the places of congregation. One of them is basically the village hearts. There are chopals. I think everyone is aware of chopal. These are the places wherein people come together, discuss and talk about various issues or topics. And in fact, these are the places wherein they interact for enjoyment also. There are agri Mondays. We can go into mohallas and conduct various activations therein. And schools automatically are the ones wherein you get different kind of the two TGs over there, the kids, the students and the teachers. Now, coming on to the sorts of activations which basically are meant for these sorts of congregation points. You can have your brand connect, brand penetration, you can have lead generation program. In fact, we did it for many companies while I was a part of ITC. Puneet is here, we did it for JCB, we did it for Coke, we did it for Maruti Suzuki, we did it for say Usha International. So this is one area wherein you generate lot of leads, and if you go together, it makes sense. And now there are many social and health initiatives which normally being governed by the government of India, and through these sorts of activations you can roll them out very well in the rural, and the adoption is also very fast. Just to touch base with selected critical success factors. Whenever we think of any particular activation in the rural, ideally the selection of the target geography is very important. Kalpana was talking about that we have got some 6.5 lakh kind of villages across country. Out of them, 2.5 lakh are the ones within the population say density is high, or maybe these are the ones ideally we should be looking at. Out of those 2.5 lakh, maybe you can look forward to maybe some 25,000, but the number has to be very big. It should not be a case wherein we are just going into rural in terms of 25 villages here and there, or maybe 200 villages here and there, and we are expecting that as a company, as a brand, we are into rural and we are going to bring in some kind of a change. It is not going to happen. And the selection of KPI is also very important. While you interact with any of the agencies, we do have many prestigious rural marketing agencies, the part of this forum also, and they help us out in running many projects across different geographies of the country. The selection of a KPI is very critical as far as you as marketeer is concerned. Coming on to any particular activity, the pre-activity is very important. So unless until that pre-activity is properly being done, the activity will not fetch you the decided say KPIs. And for this, you need to be very well connected with the rural audience. A follow-up is also a must for any particular activity. It is not a case wherein an activity is being done and we are expecting the results are bound to come. They would definitely come, but provided we do have a proper follow-up mechanism. And last but not the least, in fact, Kalpana was talking about this, the frequency and extent of activation is always the most important thing. I just give you few examples. One is Chopal Huts, which we have been conducting in say ITC. The second is Pidilite Ki Hut, which we are organizing out here in Pidilite. And the third is PKD. I have not kept the slides over here for PKD. PKD is a kind of a model of Pidilite, which is an in-house model wherein we have appointed certain dealers as a kind of a custodian for creating market development or awareness regarding the range of products we sell to our audience, which is basically the users or the applicators. So the scale is the crux of the whole say piece. Now coming on to Chopal Hearts or Pidilite Ki Hearts, say hearts will always come in your mind whenever you're thinking of any kind of a project for rural. The reason is simple, it's a neutral platform. You can conduct an activity in joint collaboration with many partners. Ideally, those partners should not be the competing ones. It could not be a case wherein you're going with HUL and maybe PNG together. Ideally, it should be not a case, or maybe ITC together. And the activations, these activations are low cost activations, but the important factor is the frequency and the number of times and the number of geographies basically you are touch basing with. Again, just a few snaps of the brands. We did have a collaboration. Coke was there, Tata International, who basically into cycle manufacturing also. It was also part of this whole exercise. Whenever we conduct any activity in the rural, ideally it has to have some kind of a significance with respect to your social connect. So even if it's a small activity, it definitely gives you a kind of a privilege to get connected to the audience, creating some kind of a good impression of your brands into the eyes of, say, users, consumers, applicators, or anyone else. And just highlighting 3-4 good students there in a particular activity, motivating them, creates a lot of a difference. There's another sort of platform which we tried out, which is basically Grahak Divas, which is say calling a certain set of consumers, users, or maybe say you can say the aspirants for a particular category buyers in a forum, and giving them an opportunity to get connected with the brand through brand say custodians also. So these are kind of activities wherein if some representative from the brand or the company, maybe through some of say agencies, or rather say distributors, and if they are available or part of this activity, this basically gives a kind of a good conversion. Down there is an activity wherein my colleague Sanjay, who's a part of this forum also, he's basically creating an awareness regarding a range of products called Fevicryl through VLEs, you can say village level entrepreneurs in the geographies of say ITC Chopals. Now coming on to say the vans, I think everyone might have once or twice tried about placing some or deploying some vans for brand promotion in the geographies wherein they have some kind of a campaign to run, and these basically give some kind of a delta for the time period whenever it is being run. But herein we have got a peculiar example wherein Pidilite has invested a lot of energy and say the money in terms of owning its own fleet of vans. The whole project is quite old now. It is around some 7-8 years old kind of a project. We started out with some 5 vans across 5 geographies of the country. As of now, we have got 10, and my colleague Partha, who's basically taking care of this initiative now, we are expanding it to all the urban geographies of Pidilite with 32 vans, each taking care of a particular cluster. Now, these vans are basically a good model as far as brand connect is concerned, and also a kind of a support for our field team, who basically takes care of the field marketing. So it's a kind of a support mechanism wherein we go into the deep interior, wherein our team members are not easily, I mean, it's not easy for them to go or reach over there. The best part is it's in-house, but that doesn't mean that everyone or every say organization has to have its own fleet of vans, because there are agencies who are basically having a kind of a specialization in this, who help you out in terms of say running a campaign on your behalf. Only point I would like to highlight out here is whenever you have a negotiation with the agencies, try to have good KPIs and try to have a kind of your own focus and a kind of a control also. Don't let it happen on its own, and create a kind of a brand equity of yours too. School activations are the ones wherein I talked about that TG could be school teachers or could be students. Now, how could be a school teacher can be a kind of a TG for school activations? In fact, the picture is not there because I mean it was not a part of my drive now. We conducted certain activations for Tata Nano when it was launched in India, and therein we basically focused Tata Nano. I mean, the TG was basically the school teachers, and it did give us good returns in terms of the leads, the conversions, and also the referrals. So I would say the schools are good mode as far as products like Horlicks and many other products are concerned. Now, I will not be taking much of your time. I think I have given few examples. You can connect with me over here also, or maybe later on in terms of experience sharing. Coming on to rural marketing, I would say that rural marketing is just a kind of an SIT. You have to choose your market selectively, but you need to continue in those markets for many years. It should be at least 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. We have a colleague from HUL who will be talking about Shakti project. Now, this project has been spanning across so many geographies, so many Shakti Ammas, and so many years also. Same is the case with ITC Chopal we talked about in the morning. Coming on to the concept of rural marketing or any kind of an engagement program, or maybe a program which is meant for making your presence felt, reach expanded, brand connect, and finally expanding your say pockets in terms of sales. It should not be a kind of an activity which should be there for 3 months, 4 months, and finally you hold the activity and start thinking of whether it is moving in the correct direction or not, and you halt the activity. You may have some corrective measures in between, but ideally you should be running it across many years in order to make it effective. And last but not the least, you need to have your own say equity. Say if we aspire rural, ideally we should have a good team who takes care of rural. I'm sure many good teams would be here, but I was talking to one colleague who was having a kind of an apprehension, like in say Pidlight, do you have a rural team and what exactly they do? So I think there are many things through this forum which we can share in terms of the good practices. And secondly, we can have many collaborations. Just to give you an idea, in fact, Kabir is going to take this session also on the same. We are also connected with say HUL Shakti Amma through for a range of products of ours in Pidilite, and in fact Mr. Panigrai, who is basically one of the say initial say driver for all this project to happen. Thanks a lot.
Oh, is it? Is console having the cursor, is it? Okay. Good afternoon, people. I don't think I'll say anything new. The guys have stolen the thunder pretty much. But I would like to deep dive and give you a sense of Shakti. That's the cornerstone of all activations that we do in rural. Also Horlicks First Abhiyan that my colleague spoke about, also in some cases comes on to Shakti. And I'll try and keep it quick and fast so that we can also summarize at the end. Why is rural critical to FMCG India? I think that's quite obvious, and I won't go there. Challenges to activate, I think we've heard about it. I think the big one is low media reach and low PCI. Yeah, I don't think dispersion is an issue, but I think it's just low media reach and low PCI, because the productivity that you get out of every house and the sale that you get, you really need a lot of them to come together. So typical unit economics becomes a challenge in rural, to put it simply. And therefore, 18 or 20 years ago, 2002, around this time we should be celebrating. 18, 19 years ago, we started what we called the Shakti program. This was basically the cornerstone. And I'm talking 20 years ago, guys, not today. 2002, when we decided that women of India has a sense of empowerment, and also to give them additional income. How can we use the women power in the villages to not only drive distribution, but also empower them, make them entrepreneurs for the future? And we'll take you through a couple of videos of how 18 years later, those women have been able to send children to school, army, etc., etc. So that's the channel program that we have. Shakti, and I'll have a quick video.
शक्ति से जुड़े मुझे 18 साल हो गए, पर थोड़ा गांव में बहुत मेरा रिस्पेक्ट करते हैं। इससे जुड़ने के बाद मैं शक्ति अम्मा के रूप में काम करती हूँ।
जब से मैं हिंदुस्तान लेबर से जुड़ी हूँ, तब से मेरे को बहुत फायदा हुआ इससे। हमारे घर की आर्थिक स्थिति भी ठीक हो गई इससे।
शक्ति के जुड़ने के बाद में मेरा मान सम्मान गांव में बहुत है।
दुकान हमने 1000 से शुरू करी, फिर दुकान कच्ची थी तो पक्की बनाई, और लड़का लड़की को पढ़ाया भी उसी में से, और ब्याह शादी भी करिया उसी में से कमाई कर करके।
तो जब इधर से जुड़े तो इधर से पैसे आने लगे हमें, तो हमने बच्चों को पढ़ाया, फिर बच्चे को इतना पढ़ाया कि वो आर्मी में गया आज। हिंदुस्तान लीवर से भैया आते हैं और दुकान में देखते हैं क्या क्या है क्या क्या नहीं है, हमसे पूछते हैं और सामान देखते हैं, जो अगर नहीं है या है और देख के और घर घर जाते हैं और फिर ऑर्डर लेते हैं घर घर।
ये सर आते हैं, फिर हम दुकानों पर भी जाते हैं, हमारा स्टॉक देख के दुकानों पर जाते हैं, दुकान वाले ऑर्डर देते हैं, हम खुद फिर हमारा ऑर्डर बड़ा बना के देते हैं।
डीबीटी से जो पैसा आता है हमारे खाता में,
बैंक में आते हैं, खाते में पैसे आते हैं डायरेक्ट, तो उससे क्या है कि मेरे को समझ में भी आता है और उससे क्या है मैं जहाँ चाहती हूँ वो उपयोग में ले सकती हूँ, मेरी बचत होती है उससे।
पहले हम घर में ही रहते थे, घूंघट में बाहर निकल नहीं सकते थे, इसकी वजह से हम घरों में भी सब जगह जा सकते हैं, अपनी बात करने की हिम्मत भी खुल गई थोड़ी,
और 2 दुकान और ज्यादा बना ली उससे कमाई करके।
मेरे पति ने ही बोला था सर कि ये तू अकेली कर लेगी, बोले आंगनबाड़ी भी, घर का काम भी, ये सामान भी दे आएगी। मैंने कि हाँ मैं तो कर लूँगी। उन्होंने हाथ भी लगाया था 8 दिन से तब सामान को,
कि पहला दुकान पे उधारी आता था तो सामान लेने के लिए, तो हमारे पास पैसा नहीं है अभी उधारी, और जब फसल गहूँ चने की काय की भी आती थी फसल बेच के और फिर पैसे देते थे हमको, और हमें तो ये गूगल चल गया, इससे मतलब पेमेंट कर जाता है, कम उधारी हो गई, अब पहला ज़्यादा उधारी चलती थी।
कस्टमर आते हैं सामान लेने और अगर वो सामान हमारे पास नहीं होता है तो हम ये ऐप पे कर देते हैं, शिखर ऐप पे मोबाइल में, तो वो सामान हमारे पास दूसरे रोज ही तुरंत आ जाता है।
इसके बारे में हमको सब स्कीम की जानकारी हो जाती है, वाह सब पता चल जाता है।
ये बचत का भी मालूम हो जाता है कितने क्या है, फायदा है, बिल भी बन जाता है अपने आप। मेरा पोषण मेरा गांव से संतुलित आहार के बारे में समझा हमने, और हमारे घर से ही शुरुआत करी।
जब मैंने महिलाओं को बताया समझाया बात की, तब महिलाओं को इससे बहुत फायदा हुआ, तो उन्होंने आके बोले कि मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा हुआ इससे, अब कमजोरी नहीं, चक्कर नहीं आते मेरे को, अब पैर में सूजन नहीं रहती है।
मेरा पोषण मेरा गांव, और महिलाओं से बुला के समझाना बताना, ये खाना है ये पीना है,
कि सभी साफ सफाई से रहना चाहिए।
तब से गाँव में बहुत जागरूकता आ गई।
दुकान चली जब से थोड़ा घर में वो होया पैसा रहेगा, छोरा छोरी को पढ़ाना लिखाना हर काम के आगे बढ़े।
पहले मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं था, एक दुकान बनाया, घर बनाया, बच्चों को पढ़ाया,
कि क्या मालूम कोई सामान लेगा कि नहीं, फिर हम अपने आप पे निर्भर हो गए, बोले अपन सब कर सकते हैं, मैं खुद कर सकती हूँ।
That video kind of captures what all we do. I will now take you through some aspects that you've seen and passing in the video and try and give you some sense of what we are doing there, right? So of course this is the key one for us, right? See, the idea is very simple. How do we keep adding to the income of the household? And we've done simple things in the past, basis learnings, while of course there are a lot of experts here. Why do we do DBT? Because we realize in some households, the partner will take away all the money and spend it on alcohol or whatever. So we started doing DBT so that it's their income for the women to spend as they want. And typically, in 9 cases out of 10, it goes either into health or education of children, very clearly. All right, and the priorities are very different. So we've, over the last 18 years, And when, of course, you see such examples, and when you meet Shakti Ammas for more than 5, 8, 10 years, and we've been being associated with us, it gives us a lot of pride and joy to see their journey. You know, they've been able to send children to school, they've been able to educate 4 more mothers. So it really gives us a very good method of pride. And I think the big one is it's the scale. Yeah, I heard 30,000, 40,000. Can you do it in 150,000? Can you do it in 200,000? Yeah, the number of villages in India which have a population of around 600,000 villages that we map as per rural census. Yeah, and as HUL we will try and maximize our reach over the years, whether physically or through tech, to reach as many villages as we can. Of course, tech is a big enabler. Infrastructure, the way the roads are coming, connectivity is improving, is a big enabler. But having said that, that's the scale of the change that we can do in the country today. Yeah, and that's why, as my colleague was mentioning, we've not said that we'll only do this state or that cluster. We've said we'll try and maximize wherever we get an opportunity, and that's what we've gone ahead with. Yeah. So we got the reputed agency Kantar in 2022 to do a survey for us to understand what's actually the social impact. Because after 20 years, close to 20 years, we also wanted to understand what kind of impact we are having. Yeah, and so this is obviously done by Kantar. Yeah, 80% of Shakti Ammas actually reported increased contribution to household income and savings. For the simple reason, because it's BBT, that money never gets spent, just comes and sits in the bank, right? And very clearly a very good social impact, where the improved status within family and community, contribution to decision making. Yeah, and especially as you go with experienced Shaktis who've been with us for 5, 8, 10, 12 years, the social impact parameters are far better and far stronger. Yeah, of course, society has evolved. What it was 20 years ago to the acceptability today, even in villages of women working, of Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, all of that has played a big role as well to bring that together. Yeah, but we also realize that it's not good enough to just have Shakti Amma to sell and good income. It gives Hindustan Unilever a unique chance to be beacons of change in these villages. Yeah, I cover close to 150,000 plus villages we go to, we have Shakti Ammas. Can we not work together and with partners and collaborators to actually become beacons of change in these villages? Yeah, so we are not pivoting from the model, but we realize there's an opportunity for us and for like-minded partners and collaborators to actually make changes as in the village. So we picked up 3-4 things, and I'll just take you quickly through that. One is, of course, digitizing Shakti. Tech definitely is a game changer. Yeah, in the previous panel, Rajiv was also mentioning it's all about app. Yeah. So what our Honorable Prime Minister used to say, that a phone will change a household, is coming true. You get a phone in a household, and we had the previous panel talking about insurance, banking, interest rates, mutual funds, buying ability. Yeah, so clearly I think the tech change is there, and we also went ahead on it. So we have our own app. HUL has an app for people, for Shakti to now go and order stuff. Yeah, so this is also a key part of the lean and smart manner. Because where are the costs of rural? It's about people going, telling them and setting up that, market day, your travel costs, etc., etc. But tech enables us. We don't want to go to only digital model. We are very happy with people going X number of times a month and having a physical connect and continue to build engagement and relationship. The quality of that should change. Yeah, and therefore we now have an app which enables Shakti to order. All the Shaktis are geotagged, which means we have their location. The distributor knows exactly where to send the stock. All benefits, all margins that we have go as DBTs. So the Shakti Amma knows exactly how much they are earning. And of course, as I said, even in their household, they're happy to have it in the bank and use it, once they have a kitty. Of course, we are going behind onboarding it, getting all of them to transact, and that's a continuous business improvement project. And of course, we are also tracking and cascade. But clearly, if you get a phone in a household, your ability to do anything with the rural household changes dramatically. Yeah, it's about ordering, it's about insurance, it's about Instagram, it's about YouTube. Yeah, I was in a village in Azamgarh a couple of months ago. And it was quite amazing to see the youth of the country, children in class 10th, 11th, 12th, to be on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. So the marketing is reaching them. Yeah. And then of course we also use that to train. So we've got training classes. As you can see, we did a lot of virtual training. Yeah, there's a lot of RTO training. We got our guys and ladies trained on what they need to upskill, sell, and then we went to every Shakti Amma and kind of taught them and gave them the new trainings. Yeah, but that was still a model which is heavy on people. You got people, train them, and thanks to our partners who really trained them well and get them in the market. And then we said, can we not use tech to kind of make it more, of course, cheaper, but also faster, quicker, and make it a scalable model? Because for everything that we do, and for example, Horlicks has their own, another brand has their own, can I not get a place where we can do it faster? And therefore, then we said, can we do it through our app? So now once the app is there, we've got regional language options, we've got scalability, we've got adoption increases, all of that is now happening, right? And so the ordering is now fully trained, the Shakti Ammas are getting trained, they are transacting, all our RSPs who are our rural promoters are fully trained on how to use the app, train the Shakti Ammas, and that's the whole idea, to get it there. The other one is, as the video mentioned, about Mera Gaon, Mera Poshan. And we said, how do we do that? And we realized that there's an opportunity of nutrition, because when we were interacting with Shakti over the last many years, as I said, education, health of children were the top key concerns of women in villages that came through. And then we also realized anemia, lack of iron, stunted growth. And Horlicks, of course, the brand that we acquired very recently, gave us one more reason to say, maybe let's deploy this at scale. And so that's what we've done. So we've tied up with the American India Foundation. We've created content for Shakti Ammas on nutrition. This goes through a video on the app. See, they have an app. So now it just becomes for me to just send it through downloads. And that goes as an app. We have trainers who will go play the video through a Bluetooth speaker and screen device. And also do congregations where 10, 12 women can come understand nutrition. And we are starting to put up static reminders in Shakti Amma's locations where, it's height, growth charts, what are your key nutrients, etc., just as one more reminder to get there. But the tech, and we can govern the process. We know how many minutes a Shakti Amma is watching the app. We have questions for them to answer. So content is engaging. It's not one way. Yeah, and it's very simple. So the Shakti gets the access from the RSP. The Shakti education through engaging video content happens with RSP. So there's a full, like Aadhaar, you have a double verification. Then they go to households where you impart the MPMG knowledge. The data is captured with the geolocation and OTP tracked. So we are using tech to also do high levels of governance, because that's something that usually used to happen in rural. You have to have leakages where you don't know as marketers where money is being spent. And if permission, we also take photos. And then we track it, of course, on the back end and get efficiency in the process. But that's how we are leveraging tech to not only deliver content in a more agile and asymmetric manner, but more importantly also to govern and get compliance around it. Yeah, and these are some photos of how we've done. So it's received a great response. I think people have really liked the interventions. Yeah, the other one, of course, is also we are now starting hygiene and plastic recycling. Yeah, plastics is a big one for us as well. And you would have seen that ad, and if I get time, I'll play it again. Yeah, and therefore, how do we build awareness on the plastic waste problem? Today, if you go, you ask them about villages. Some of the villages, most of the villages are not aware. Those who are aware on plastic say that we make a pit, put all the plastic, and that's about what they do. However, so we are starting to do that. There's a lot of awareness through digital and wall paintings. See, wall paintings is a very, very good idea in villages. Yeah, if as rural marketeers, because wall paint for a lot of villages, it is still media dark. But more importantly, when you do a wall painting, you have no option but to make the wall, as in you have to, do the plastic putty and all of that. The villages are quite receptive of it because the wall gets pakka in one way, and you get the wall as well. And you can put a campaign. So I think the wall painting in some especially media dark locations or where mobile phones for cultural reasons will take time to get through. I think wall painting is a great option, and we are using that to build awareness on plastics, on waste management, and that's the third one that we are now starting also to that. We are also now, as Rajiv said, we have started collaborating, for example, with Pidilite in some locations, because in the end you need scale, which means if all of us go separately, none of us might get there, yeah, from an economic model. But it might make sense for some of us capable to collaborate, find where, you know, we have our wins and we get rural consumers and make a business model that enables us to do more in less. And so Pidilite is a valued partner for us on that journey as well. And of course, tech also now gives us a lot more agenda to get there.
प्लास्टिक गोलियां जैसे नादान जानवरों की जान ले सकता है, इसीलिए हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर पुराने प्लास्टिक को रिसाइकलिंग के लिए इकट्ठा करता है। आप भी छोटी सी शुरुआत कीजिए, प्लास्टिक को अलग डस्टबिन में डाल के। हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर, शुरू करें एक छोटी सी अच्छाई।
So that's this year what we are starting. Start a little good, and that's the wall paintings that you'll see. So thank you very much. Thank you for that.
So we are already running very, very late for the lunch session. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for an insightful session yet again. Two questions. One is you mentioned about targeting villages. So it's about coming down from 6.5 to 2.5 and then coming down to 20,000. So, would like to understand what are the key parameters you look at other than income parameters of the other GDPI indicators that are there. That is question number one. Second is you mentioned vans. So we've also used vans, and vans do come at a cost. It's not easy. It's about 7 to 10 lakhs is the cost which is involved. So what is the first objective? Is it awareness? Is it consideration that you're driving through a van campaign? Second, you said that media comes at the media reach in villages is currently low. But with the current reports which are coming in, you see that 70% of India is connected via digital, about 100 crores of the country, and they about use 6.5 hours in a day, which is the report that's currently there. And out of that, probably consumer spends about 1 or 2 hours in WhatsApp, 1 hour of social media, and 1 hour of YouTube content. So don't you think there are more digital drivers which could help us reach them other than always the conventional way of going via a van, which has been a legacy, of course, I understand, and that has been the areas that has helped us when we had the media dark ages. But now with the advent of digital, don't you think it's a spend which we can do without? Thank you. So those were the two questions.
Okay. Am I audible? Maybe this is easier. Okay. So I think great question. Yeah. And honestly, Yeah, okay. So great question. I think the answer depends on where your brand is in the journey, right? Honestly, you are right. Digital spends are up. As I also mentioned, digital media is seeping through very fast in rural, and it's about harvesting. So YouTube, very easy. Instagram, Facebook, Meta, these are ones that we usually come across, but now there's Jio Cinema, Hotstar, and what have you. So at different levels it's there. So it's about your brand strategy, saying is that the way that you want to reach the rural consumer, and therefore you would invest there, right? Because you expect your brands which are more consumer led, individualistic, where it's about one person making a choice and not a household decision. Probably probably media might be a better answer. But as I said, it depends on where the brand is in the journey and what's the proposition, etc. But yes, I agree. I think digital is going to be the next one, is breaking media barriers. TV did actually, if you go to digital villages today, very few villages you come which don't have a sat TV today. Usually most of them have. It's when you start going to villages which are less than 3,000 population is when actual media dark starts, because unfortunately not yet there on the income scale, but that will happen. So digital will take place very fast, but as I said, it's up to the brand's proposition and where they want to play. That could be a deciding factor. Rajiv?
Now I take two of your questions. The second one first, regarding vans. So as I was mentioning, like any of the projects which is basically there in the rural, you need to have some kind of a breathing space, some time. It is not that easy that you put in some van for 2-3 months, 6 months, a year and see that, okay, it is going to work, it is working, not working. Now, we as an organization invested in vans some 8 years back. We just had 5 vans at that point in time. We did have certain kind of a model wherein it was not only going to the markets in terms of brand connect. It was basically finding out the distribution network also. It was with respect to seeding exercise also. And we have grown. I mean, as far as rural within the Pidilite is concerned, we started out with a division called as Rurban some 20 years back. Now we have further down there into the system a division called as PKD, wherein we are getting into the rural, which in terms of pop strata, it will be like 5,000 and below or 6,000 and below sort of say villages or places. Now vans, you need to think like, I mean, there's one investment which is one-time investment, which is basically the onboarding cost. But the second cost is basically your running cost. So you need to have a kind of a model wherein your running cost is basically giving you a kind of returns the way you have set the KPIs. As of now, we basically use the vans in terms of market development. So for Pidilite, market development is basically the secret sauce. We basically go into different geographies, generate the demand in terms of brand awareness, how a particular product is being applied, what are the USPs, the upgradation of the same category or product. And that is how we basically educate the users or applicators in our case. So vans for us are doing well, and since they have been progressed well over the years, we moved from 5 to 10. We straight away did not have some 30 vans on the ground. As of now, we are now going to deploy some additionally 20. So vans definitely make sense for us, may not be for any particular organization or a brand. Now coming on to the first question, wherein we were talking about 6.5 lakh villages, numbers look fancy, numbers look, I mean, too huge. So therein, like, I mean, don't go by the numbers. Like I've talked about, she talked about 2.5, then I restricted to 20. So it is basically firstly your activation geography, or wherein you want to start the project. Say we started out the project of PKD in UP, then Orissa and Maharashtra, just 3 geographies as of now.
33%.
So I just hand over to Kalpana for her experience sharing also. But for us, like, I mean, we started out in some 3 geographies in Pidilite as far as PKD is concerned. And once it started giving us the results, we moved on to now some 20,000 plus villages, wherein we have our key stakeholder, the Pidilite Ki Duniya model. So it depends on your choice. That's it.
So I would like to customize my answer for you. Hello? Okay. So I want to customize my answer for you. So being Tata, and I understand that if I have to sell Tata TMT bars, I'm a premium brand. Then for brand like you, it makes all the more choice to see those concentrations of consumer affluence and do concentrate first there. Then if one needs that, I have saturated this market, and then probably brand could really be a little more ambitious to get into the other pockets. So when we were talking about this 2.5 lakh villages who really need to be the first points of, harvesting when you invest in the rural. So these also have, been, identified and made ready for industry to go through execution experiences and the data captured through the sales volume that is coming from these villages. So it makes sense for us to prioritize the market and invade these markets step by step.
Sir?
Yes.
Whoever.
If I understand your model of Sakti, after the Sakti reaches a particular volume of sales, you normally transfer it to your general trade. Is that right?
Not necessarily so. Not necessarily so.
Okay, so he remains a Shakti even if he has a turnover of 1.5 lakhs or 2
We
lakhs?
still have Shaktis. I don't want to give a number, but we still have Shaktis which are doing more than lakh and a half. It also depends on how the village has progressed, what's the economic superiority, as well as accessibility of the village. So we don't have a hard and fast rule on that. Not yet.
So which would mean that if you want to get into more and more deeper markets, you will have to invest more because you are not leaving behind the guys who have already prospered.
No, I don't think that's the way we look at it, sir. As I said, we look at it in terms of where the village turnover is, how many shops are there, and then what's the best model for it. But wherever Shakti is, our model usually is that we will move to a multi-Shakti model in the same village. The village becomes bigger rather than move to a different model. But as I said, it's very unique and customized to every case. So I can't answer in a generic way. But as we go deeper, we are looking at seeing which villages we are able to appoint a Shakti Amma, and that is an ongoing process for us. So there are times when some Shakti Ammas also drop out and we are not able to get somebody else in the village to be a Shakti Amma. There are also villages where for reasons, rightful reasons, because there's a highway nearby, we might want to migrate it to a different model from an economic perspective. But there are also places where we have gone and said, okay, maybe the village is big, we might need more than one Shakti Amma. So I think we are being very flexible on this.
Okay.
Okay, just
whoever.
Basic question for you, Kabir. How do you currently identify on board and point? I'll say identify, appoint, and on board different appointments.
Okay, that process is changing, as in the process has changed over the years. We have a rural census that's where we start from, and we look at the rural census to say where are the villages. So we have 600,000 villages, and then where is our ability to supply today or tomorrow, and what's our distribution scale. And basis that, then we send our teams to identify villages where there are at least 3-4 households possible enough, where as in you try, and we have an internal criteria which gives us a sense of saying maybe this is where because see, we are also conscious that once we appoint a Shakti Amma, we want them to stay with us for some time, and also they have a income which makes sense for them. If somebody is earning in today's time 50-70 rupees, there's no point, and therefore that's something that we also look at and saying what's the right model. So we have an internal criteria which is, and once that is done, then we of course do the formalities in terms of Jan Dhan account, etc., because of the digitization thing. And that's once the internal criteria is met, is when I think a Shakti we are happy to get our distributor to go into a Shakti discussion and then work from there.
And this scouting is an in-house process.
So we have, of course, contracted third-party agencies that work with us and also are part of the process, because it's not physically capable for our teams to do it. But yes, it's something that we look at. But that's also, we've also kind of using our distributors who are also now with us associated for many years. They also go and also look at villages in their catchments, and also help the team in identifying the Shaktis who they feel these are the villages, and then that helps us as a lead generator. So it's a collaborative process, but largely decentralized, because you can't run it centrally. Decentralized at a local level for our distributors to work with.
One question.
Yeah. Hi, Kabir. Sangeet from Buffetti.
Yeah.
So
I seem to be popular today. Yeah.
So one of the questions what I have in my mind is, you've talking a lot about the tech intervention, right? So I'm sure it's not an easy walk. So you would have gone through a lot of challenges. Adaptability would be a big challenge when you would have started. if you could just share us some stories or some kind of a journey, what you have gone through that, so that how this has actually helped you guys over a longer period of time.
See, interest of time, I think I'll keep it short and easy, and we can connect offline. But I think, see, tech is a journey, but I must admit, when we started off, tech was tech, right? And we had our fair share right from developing the right tech, getting our partners, and we have good partners, to understanding requirements, and literally getting people to understand mobile phone, smartphone, and all. And I'm not talking many years ago, 7-8 years, not much, but if you truly ask me, in the last 3-5 years, I think tech is now becoming much easier to source, much easier to make, and is getting inside villages much faster than we can imagine, right? Thanks to UPI, thanks to Jan Dhan and the government's push on digitization, and now the Pradhan Mantri Yojana on health and Pradhan Mantri Yojana on housing, and the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Tech is now really making a difference, and I think now the adaptability and acceptability of tech is increasing. As I said, for us, if there's a mobile phone in the household, I think there's an opportunity for all of us as marketeers to make a difference. All of opportunities for a lot of people to get services into those households now. But tech is getting easy. Digital literacy is becoming easier by the day. People have found cottage industries. You go to villages, you have people who charge 5 rupees to do UPI transactions, 10 rupees to do Facebooks or make CVs, etc. But I think it's a matter of time. As the youth of our country gets tech literate much earlier, I think using tech and app is becoming, and I've traveled to villages where the women have actually adopted tech, because even Anganwadis have tech. The government person who comes for the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan uses a handheld to kind of map the GPS, etc. So it's really acceptable, and there's a lot of sense of pride when you see middle-aged women in rural India suddenly take out the phone and tell you, yes, I can do this. So yes, interesting stories, but I think now is an inflection point. Now I think
icing on your cake. So I've just seen one of these app tutorial, and it was meant for Bihar. And you have these screens, and the screen is a voiceover. Ab button dabiye, lal wala button dabiye. So they have found their own ways to get into this digital literacy. This was one of my visits where I saw that how do we train them on the app. So they've given a voiceover and a screenshot. So ye wala button dabiye. And you say, what are they saying? So this is press this key.
And just to add, I think the last wow moment was us for his voice. You don't need to know, you don't need to be literate. You just press that button on YouTube, say it, and 9 cases out of 10, the app is so good that it will be able to take it. So we've also put voice search on our app, because we realized, wow, that's it. So they just speak on it and they know what to do, and usually the tech takes over and you get 9 cases out of 10 where they want to be. So yes, I think it is digitizing fast for sure.
A quick follow-up question.
Please.
When you made your app vernacular, the Shakti Amma app,
yes.
What kind of business growth did you see?
I can't give you a number. We are in a closed period. But suffice to say that it was ahead by at least 30% and more. And I think I had a slide actually. Our vernacular really opened doors in terms of, it may or may not give you growth of sales, but it gives you growth in transactions. People are able to use the app much more. Many more people use the app, and that's the right measure of using vernacular. Growth is dependent on a lot of things, right? Marketing, this and that. But if vernacular opens the door for people to use your app and get engaged more, I think that's the parameter for success. So I think it's helped us. Can it be better? For sure.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
One thing which I am struggling is to understand the ROI of the activity of the campaign. Maybe particularly for the offline media, the ROI is something which is
Rajiv, I'll take a break.
That is one, and second is like lead generation. You have spoken about lead generation. Lead generation is something which is easier thing to do, particularly on social media. The challenging part is to manage those leads and convert those leads into sales. So how do you do that?
So I take the second question first. You talked about lead management, and you said, like, I mean, through social media, the generation is easier, but maybe the conversion may be a little challenge. So I mean, if you have just gone through my presentation, I was talking about that the activity is good, but the post-activity follow-up is always most important thing to me. So whenever the lead generation activity is being planned, ideally we should have a follow-up mechanism also. So if you have that kind of a, say, whole activity or process, or maybe a kind of a model, I think the conversions would be on higher side. So maybe social media will definitely help you out, but a follow-up mechanism could be through social media or could be physical also, one, or maybe through some kind of a campaign. Now coming
So I've worked with one of the dairy tech player. So the very lead generation has a impediment within the app only, which is being told to the targeted consumer that within 30 minutes you will get a call from the center. Call center, and then you could take further conversation from there. And this call center call gets into, I was working in Haryana, so pure Haryanvi guy would take this call and talk about this vet health, etc., whatever was his service requirement. So even the technology has today the impediment of taking it there. If you just are doing a phygital part of it, physically it can be told him within 30 minutes, save this number, within 30 minutes you will have a call from them. Because I have seen also unknown calls, things are not solicited in rural. So you really need to tell them that 30 minutes you expect a call. And then there has to be this promise of calling them into 30 minutes, 1 hour, or etc.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We'll not be able to take more questions because of timing issues. Thank you. I would like to call Mr. Sandeep Bansal to please come forward and present the memento to our speakers and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, after this we are going to break for the lunch and it's going to be for 45 minutes. We'll request you to please join us back after 45 minutes and then we will resume our next sessions of Rural Conclave. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as they delivered a very insightful discussion and the session.
Thank you so very much. Thank you for being very insightful.
Thank you so much once again to our speakers and the moderator.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Thank you, everybody. Now you may proceed for the lunch and we'll request you once again to be back in the banquet room in 45 minutes. Thanks. Welcome back, everybody. I'll request you all to please take your seats back. Settle down. So let me brief you about our next session, which is going to be the last mile revolution, innovating distribution in rural market. Well, distribution network plays a crucial role in rural domain. Managing distribution channel becomes a Herculean task as the rural market presents significant challenges to many companies due to its poor infrastructure, logistics and connectivity. However, with improved infrastructure and technological advancements, it is now possible to reimagine the distribution network and reach rural villages more effectively and efficiently. Well, one way to reduce the cost of serving rural market is by leveraging technology to streamline the supply chain. Companies can use both data analytics and machine learning algorithms to optimize the delivery routes, reduce transit time, and improve the accuracy of demand forecasting. By investing in last mile connectivity, companies can improve the distribution network's efficiency in reaching out even to the remotest villages. Another approach is to reimagine distribution network by adopting a multi-channel distribution strategy. This involves using a combination of traditional and modern channels such as direct selling, e-commerce and mobile-based platforms to reach rural consumers. By leveraging multiple channels, companies can enhance their reach and improve the effectiveness of their distribution network. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the speakers for this session. From Expand, we have Mr. Arnav Geda, who is CGSO. Let's put our hands together. Mr. Arshad Siddiqui, co-founder, Creando Solutions. And the moderator for this session, Mr. Pradeep Kaul, who is Director, LMCE. Over to our moderator. And this session is going to be for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us back after lunch. It's the most difficult session to do after lunch. The spread was very nice today, and I hope to keep you awake and engaged for the next 30 minutes, and then we'll do 10 minutes of Q&A. I plan not to have an overrun on the time, but don't get upset with me if there is one. So distribution is something that everyone is always keen to know about, because in FMCG there is a very critical part. Whatever you do as an organization, at the end of the day, distribution plays a very vital part in assessing how company has done. And I think within distribution, I think direct distribution is something which is of very critical importance. As companies are getting into multiple brands, multiple categories, the challenge is always, how do I go deep with my range? How do I make it available? Is it affordable? Is it too costly? Wholesale also in the last 6 years, I would feel, has come down, has its own limitations. So while companies still drive wholesale, I think it has its own limitations. So what is happening on the distribution front? We have some new disruptors which have joined us. So let's understand what they do, what are the challenges they face. So it is my great pleasure to introduce Arnav Gera from LMCE and Mr. Arshad Siddiqui from Creando. So let's start with Arshad. What is the problem that you're solving with your venture?
Thanks. So I'm representing a company called Creando, and we are positioning ourselves as distribution as a service platform. Now we are focusing on urban India, and we are focusing on omni-channel. Each of the brands that we are associated with us has come with a specific problem. Problems like they have a high cost of reach. Some of the new age brands do not understand Indian complex distribution system. Some brands are very, very strong in a particular channel, but they have seen that competition is covering other channel where they don't have expertise. Because now, if you look at Indian retail environment, the definition of retailers, which is like we define as grocery or a general store or a pawn shop or a chemist, they're all diluting. Now today, a pawn wala sell anything from candies to condom. So there is another channel which are evolving. So these are the problems with which we engage with the brands, and we are providing solution across the channel.
Thank you, Arshad. Over to you, Arnab.
Sure. So there are, if I have to mention it in a nutshell, there are two broad challenges that we are solving at Expand. One is we provide companies access to rural. So we have our own infra, we have our feet on street, we have tech, we have connect with all the retailers in rural market. So any new brand that gets onboarded on the platform gets access to everything that we have built because it's an aggregator platform. Second is, due to this aggregation, we're able to solve the most critical problem of going deep rural, which is cost to serve. So we're able to subsidize that cost because that cost gets divided amongst a portfolio of brands. So if I take a typical rural outlet, let's say having about 250 to 300 lines, right? The day we are able to provide all of them to that retailer at a frequency which is optimal, you will have a very significant amount of profitability built into the system. So that's the growth that we have to, trajectory that we have to go. And as Arshad also mentioned, that Kirana shop is not the only outlet that is there. Even in rural, you have other types of outlets. So as and when more brands keep coming, beyond FMCG also there are outlets which might be doing automobile repairs. There could be outlets like pawn shops. So as portfolio keeps expanding, the cost to serve would keep reducing to service the same village.
Okay, thank you, Arnab. The first question that comes to my mind is, so there is an urban context, there's a rural context, there's a distribution which is happening in urban, which is happening in rural. What, according to you, is the learnings that we can carry from one to the other part? So something from urban that rural should learn and vice versa. And the second part would be, what would be the pitfalls which can be avoided? Something that rural has learned, something that is urban has learned, which can be a learning for each other. So essentially what we learned and what are the pitfalls that can be replicated?
Sure. So as Kalpana had also mentioned, that there are high affluent clusters in rural. So not every village will have the same potential. So we have come up with a construct which is value to village, which uses government or standardized indicators like GIS data, whether road is available, electricity is available, what sort of population is there. But there are also, we've built data of last 8-9 years where we have been doing rural markets with multiple brands across categories. And using the insight from that, we're able to assess that what is the affluent cluster within each state or within each taluka. So that one science can be replicated to urban phenomena also, that if you're able to identify high affluence clusters, then the cost to serve essentially would get resolved. So, and you can sharpshoot. So a lot of companies, when they launch any new product, it's a carpet bombing exercise, that they want to place their product everywhere. There are certain agencies that might give you normal distribution, weighted distribution. So all of these constructs are there which give you an indication of what might be the right outlet to place your product, or right category, where the contribution of category sale is much higher. But similar science can be adopted at a cluster level. So we have internal heat maps, which area has how many clusters, within that cluster how many outlets, within that outlet what sort of categories sell, what are the trends. We also use neighborhood data, because as I said, the assortment in a rural outlet is very limited, even in terms of categories that they sell. So we use a lot of neighborhood data to understand trends, that maybe one village is not selling that product, but they might be selling an adjacent category. So if somebody is selling a beauty cream, that gives you a sense on a lot of other personal care portfolio, which might someday go up to, let's say, makeup as a category. So there are indicators that you can build, not just in terms of affluence, but also in terms of trend of what is picking up and what is not picking up. And that is a science that we are actively developing, so that we are able to provide better value to our partners in terms of where to go, how to go. So the GTM planning becomes very easy. There's a key challenge in rural which most of the companies face, which is, one, data is not available, or if the data is available, it is difficult to validate whether how accurate that is or not. And the third part is whether the data is real time or not. So by the time you get access to the data, is it actionable? And can you take corrective action? So a lot of these things are solved by technology at our end. So we do try to get real-time data. We try to make it actionable in real time, so that any inferences can be drawn out of it. And the tracking, governance, compliance, which is typically very poor in rural, either you have to put excessive manpower, which will again lead to a cost problem, or you can build technology. So tech gives us a good edge to monitor, to control, to assess what each resource or what each network partner is doing on the ground. And with that access, we are able to not just help them do business better, we are able to help our clients also do business better. So that is I think a couple of things that I would like to share in a nutshell.
So the one learning you would like to give, Arshad, is what?
One, value to village.
Okay.
That so a value to clustering of pockets and then assessing a value. Second would be that there could be trends which might not come directly from the outlet that you're targeting, but neighborhood or markets or distributors. So there could be surrogate data that can be used to draw insights. And third would be a pitfall in terms of how accurate is the data, or how do you validate. So I think tech is solving that part of the problem.
Fair. Thanks so much, Arshad.
Thanks. So see, as Arnav says, and I mean, we all learn that right product for the right outlet, that is a key challenge for distribution. Now, how to define these right outlet, that's the critical part. So that is where we at Creando, we have a database of about 200,000 outlets, and we understand what kind of product categories that they are operating in, which part of town they are. Obviously, we use their census data, we use a lot of other data, but we track outlet, what kind of outlet and what kind of product categories and what kind of price point that these outlets will carry. So whenever any new brand that comes to us, it always helps us to draw, okay, if I have to launch this product, it is not about that I'm launching in Khanna market. Now, if I'm going to Khanna market, I say that, okay, there are 5 outlets where my brand should be present. There are 15 outlets, only 5 should be available. If you put in 15 outlets, you will not get the result in 10 outlets. Does not make sense. So we are using technology to define the potential of that particular beat for that particular category. That's the way we have defined it internally.
And also when you do distribution, so there's a database of X outlets.
Yes.
Do you prioritize and say, I will only touch, let's say, 20% of this X?
So yes, we have,
and there is a phase 1, phase 2,
yes.
And then is that something that?
Yes. So each outlet, each beat has been defined as how many volume class A, B, C outlets. What are the surrogate brands that they are using? What are the surrogate categories that they are using? And which outlet, if we place, will get a better result. So that's the way we do.
Okay. The second area that I wanted to talk to both of you was about technology. We have been hearing since morning about technology becoming almost, part of life. And I saw this classic photo where there are 4 people on a dinner table supposed to be having a conversation, and everyone was looking at their phones and eating. So technology is so much of part of life. So I just wanted to understand from your context, we can start with Arshad. How are you using technology in terms of enhancing efficiency, enhancing the kind of way you're working? So how technology is playing a part in that?
Yeah. So we have our own app, which is Udyam, which we have launched, in which we are able to capture offtake data from a retailer. So we know that if we have placed the product, what is the frequency at which the product is moving? Because again, what happens is classic that we place the product, if it does not move, it becomes a problem. It also gives a brand to sharpen their strategy, distribution strategy, more at an outlet level, more at a beat level, not at even the state level that we are talking about.
So there are multiple roles that technology is playing. One role that technology plays in our channel is driving convenience. So every VLE that goes to a rural outlet carries a device. Even distributors have an app, like Arshad mentioned. So one piece that's missing in most of the companies that are distributing do have an app that captures the salesman or the distributor, but the retailer is not on the same ecosystem, which is where a lot of insight, something as simple as has the delivery happened or has it happened in full. So only the retailer can give a confirmation. And if it comes via distributor or the sales team, the data might not be equally correct, or as I said, there could be lag. So tech does give convenience as to what needs to be sold. We use a lot of AI ML. So at each retailer, there's a science and there's a product recommended portfolio that might sell Then there are past purchase, which is, crossed with frequency of purchase historically, so that it's an aggregator model, right? So as brands keep coming and products keep coming on board, my salesman would not have the capacity to go and mention about every single product in the portfolio. So we need to understand what exactly would be the right product to be sold, and that is what tech gives us. Also, we use technology, as I said in the previous answer, that we use it to govern and drive compliance in the system. It also helps us to reduce cost, because there are a lot of activities where if tech was not there, we would have to have a human presence, which would come at a cost. So as again, if I am able to percolate my app up to retailer level, then the products that retailer is already keeping and selling at a high frequency, I don't need a person to go and take an order for that, because they can self order that product via the app and distributor can supply as per load. So it can help us reduce costs, and it is helping us. Also, UI UX is one piece that needs to be very different from urban in terms of rural, because urban audience is able to consume very complex UI UX. Even on simple apps that feel simple to us like Amazon, you have to make at least 6 to 7 clicks before you check out, right? And uh, at every single click, even at Amazon, there's a 20-30% drop rate that happens. But when you go to rural, there's more than 50% drop rate at every click. So if I go beyond 3 to 4 clicks, I would hardly be left with very small percentage of people that would end up transacting using my tech that I have made. So, but UI UX does give you the convenience of consuming more data in a very simple manner in a small time, spending less energy. So if there was an Excel of, let's say, all the products, and I show it to a retailer or a distributor for ordering, it might be a 1,000 row Excel, which with 20-30 columns where they have to go and see attributes of the product. But when it comes to the app, it's very easy to consume the same 1,000 products. You can scroll, you can pop out some information on home screen, then you can click on the product, see further next level of information if required, or you can directly add to cart. So it also helps us transmit more information as long as it is built conducive for the audience in a smaller amount of time using lesser energy of the consumer. So one more point, that tech has also helped brands have a direct reach to the trade and have a direct reach to the end consumer also. So earlier the communication was very one way. Distribution was happening, product was going in rural market, but what rural consumer feels about the product now, it's there on social media, right? What people feel, if the app is not good, it's there on Google Play Store or Apple Store. Similarly, now that most of the trade ecosystem is on the app, even their voice, it's a two-way communication. So if a brand wants to communicate something to a distributor and there's an app, all it needs is a banner, whether it's a new launch, whether it's a product that's moving slowly in the inventory. So if you use tech correctly, I think it can solve a lot of challenges. A few of them I've mentioned.
And another thing I just want to add is that we talk about continuous service to these outlets, because in our industry, manpower turnover is very, very high. So any new guy comes, he has to understand those beats, that outlet, that pattern. Okay. Now those learning takes time. When there is a technology, he just opens an app and is going to an outlet. He actually knows that what he buys and what he does not buy. So makes his life easier. So that reduces the time of learning.
So it shortens his whole process
of taking over from where you left.
No, I think one of the challenges is that with technology, there are multiple solutions, and sometimes we get challenged as to what to do and what not to do. So I think prioritization is also extremely important with tech, because what is actionable, it doesn't come so easily. Two things that I wanted to speak to you about: one in an urban context, and one maybe from a rural context. From an urban context, I was wanting to understand this multi-channel distribution, because when you're going to the bigger cities, you have multiple guys who are supplying. You have a distributor, you have modern trade, you have e-com. I mean, and then of course the wholesale guy also. So how do you handle that? And does that happen in rural? The second one, which is more from rural, and I think in terms of opportunity, is e-commerce. So there are companies that have built their distribution over a period of time, and rural takes time to build up. Do you see a threat from e-commerce as far as rural is concerned? Sure as hell, it is a challenge in an urban context, but in a rural context. So multi-channel and the e-commerce part, Arshad.
Yeah, so there are a lot of challenges because we work with a lot of D2C brands who have now every D2C brand that you name have to come offline. And the biggest challenge which is there is that, when it's online e-commerce, you're always selling on a discount. Now, how to give the same discount to a consumer, from a retail perspective? And what is the margin that you give to a retailer so that he can pass on that these kind of thing? So these were the initial challenges, but now people have understood. So they are working out a separate strategy, which is a separate e-commerce strategy, and there is a separate offline strategy. There is a different price point, different things that they have worked out.
Different packs also?
Different packs also. Yes, there is a lot of challenge here because especially in urban area, that if you go to a retail outlet and if you are introducing a product, if it is established brand, he'll open a Lots, he'll open a GeoMart, he'll open an app and he says that, are you giving me this rate or not? Okay. Now, yes, these challenges are there, but there, as I said, at times a human interface, that service. What happens if there is an expiry? What happens if the product expires, if breakage? Lots is not going to listen to you. GeoMart will not come to you to your doorstep and resolve this. But we are here. We are here to service you. Okay. These are things which are temporary. What I give you is a permanent thing. So these kind of challenges that we face, and that's the way we.
No, I think I completely agree. I think the service part of a sales element is always underplayed. There's always noise about price, but I think the service element, the consistent supplies, you may get a good price on X or Y, but will it be there tomorrow or day after? And I think sales would, the shopkeeper has to be sort of educated and explained, and maybe it takes a little time because he's only looking at the opportunity to make more money. But I think the whole service part, the whole consistent supply part, because I think that's extremely important. So fair point. E-commerce and in a rural setting, Arnav?
Sure. So I have worked with Flipkart and Reliance in the past in the e-commerce model. I have also had experience with a online B2B player, which predominantly used to sell agricultural products. Now, even agricultural products up to selling price of 10,000, we have shipped to deep rural pockets, and it contributed roughly to 3 to 4 crores of monthly sales just on this portfolio. So, and it is a non-branded category, so it also enables a lot of new players to enter and create a brand. So, is e-commerce reaching deep rural? Not really the deepest part of rural, but it has reached where most of the, I would say, FMCG brands have reached. In terms of pin code coverage, like India has around 20,000 odd pin codes. Out of that, Amazon, Flipkart do service 60 to 70% of them. Now, major chunk of business does come from urban, and unless it comes from urban, you can't do rural because urban has to subsidize the cost of rural operations. In India, there's an MRP concept, right? So you can't price a product differently for different pockets of customers. So everybody sitting here maybe can pay more than 10 bucks for this bottle. But some person who does not have that sort of income maybe requires it at 1 rupee. But we can't do that. So e-commerce, typically platform charges any brand, any product, 3 types of fee. One is platform fee, which is called commission, right? And that is category based. There's no change irrespective of where the customer is coming from or what the brand is about. Then there's a second fee, which is closing fee, which is the payment sort of fee. But third fee is shipping fee, which is a function of distance, so point of origin, point of delivery, and the weight. It could be dead weight or volumetric weight. There's a calculation. Now, if you take weighted average of urban tier 1, tier 2 and take any brand that predominantly sells here, So on an average, they spend about 80-85 bucks on a marketplace model just to ship the product. That is why you will see that any product which is below 200 rupees is very difficult to sell in an online marketplace. Right? When you're spending, the deeper you go, the cost of service would go up. Now, rural as a market, we are doing deep rural. Most of the products that sell are 5 rupee packs, 1, 2 rupee packs, 10 rupee packs, right? E-commerce can't really take the cost of a 10 rupee delivery. So how FMCG gets sold online, you can have a basket building model, right, where you build a basket which is a modern trade replica. Now, modern trade is not a rural phenomena, it's a very urban phenomena. Nobody is used to buying a basket of 13 products. You can't have subscription model which works at platforms like Milk Basket. Only model marketplace will not work. That's a single product checkout experience. You have to have a 200 250 ASP just to subsidize the cost. So a hyper local sort of model can work. Instant delivery, like you have fulfilled by local kirana, but then availability and again access to data. Grofers tried it, did not work. So a new trend that's picking up is social commerce. It's people who are active on social media creating reels also have all the products that they're talking about linked in their profile. And even Flipkart launched when they bought out eBay and it became Too Good. So Too Good's entire marketing spend was shifted to social commerce 2 years back. It was close to COVID year. So social commerce is picking up. I think the challenge remains the same. If they're able to subsidize the cost in any manner, whether it's by building a basket so you sell more, or you have a local channel of supply chain, or if you're able to procure the product locally and ship it locally, only then it will solve. So I think for at least next 4 to 5 years, below 10,000 pop strata villages, I don't foresee a lot of e-com penetration happening, or at least happening profitably. The good thing on their part is they're well funded, so they're able to subsidize it via them. But anything below tier 2 is nowhere close to being profitable in most of the biggest e-com companies also.
So can we say that affluence will drive e-commerce?
Yes.
So 5-6 years from now, when a guy in a 5,000 village can buy a much bigger SKU,
at least at 1,200 rupee basket value.
Okay.
So then it can be subsidized.
Okay, now let me play devil's advocate and ask you that the kind of work that you are doing for any company, and there are companies here. Let me play devil's advocate, and I say that for them it is tactical. It's not strategic. What you bring to the table is not something which is strategic. It's very tactical, and it's something which is not core. I mean, they would want to do that. Why would they outsource it to you? So how do you see that whole part? Yeah.
So, as I think both Pradeep sir and Arshad have mentioned, that distribution is a long-term game, and you need to have consistent supply, you need to have consistent service. Now, if it is a tactical partnership in terms of distribution, so it is going to be plug in, plug out. The minute you plug out, the service breaks. The person who's servicing the outlet changes, the distributor who's servicing the outlet changes, right? So all of these things will impact the business. Also, see, FMCG industry has been there for donkey years in the country, right? And there are brands who have a very conducive rural portfolio like Dabur, who've been there more than 125 years. Now, there's a reason why they are not covering a 1,000 pop strata village or 2,000 pop strata village. Yes, the reason would be cost to serve. But if they were able to do it, they would have done it. It's been more than 100 years that, they've been in business. So if they are able to identify high affluence pockets, they do build direct distribution. It gives them more control, or that is how they perceive it. But going deeper than their existing distribution would require some external support. Now, that currently availability is by wholesale, but one SKU of a company being available does not really mean that the company is available. So that is where direct service has to happen. So in my personal view, it maybe can start off as a tactical intervention, but it has to be strategic. So it is not an option of whether you need a partner to go to deep rural or whether aggregation can help. I think it's a matter of finding the right partner to work with, who is able to fulfill all the gaps that you have in your system, or all the capabilities that you don't have or don't have an expertise in, which in-house, and somebody out there is able to give you exactly that, and they have an expertise in that. They have optimized costs, they have good relations, so you can just get on that highway and get your products to those markets.
Okay. Where I'm coming from is purely our association is more strategic, and where I'm coming from is that if you look at distribution, it has two elements. One is that the retailers and a brand, and there is a distributor who's supplying these products to these markets. Now, if you go back some time back, outsourcing a feet on street was not welcome, but now it has become a strategic. They're saying that, okay, feet on street, we don't want to manage it, hire, fire, somebody else is managing it. That is the concept that we want to bring it into India, that why can't you give the same thing to distribution also? Because what do you need as a brand? You need a reach, you need a continuous service, you need a data. Now all these three things which are available to you, with an outsider there is flexibilities, because every company, if you look at portfolios, and I'm talking about MNCs, which are big corporates or Indian corporate house, the kind of portfolios they have, whenever we talk, hey, we feel that this product can do well, but in our system it is not justice is not given to that. So our thing is that it's more strategic, and we are looking at that, why can't we outsource the distribution to people like us? Okay, because we have infrastructure, we are providing what the brand needs. Then why do you want to have choke your managerial bandwidth in managing thousands of distributors and thousands of sales team and lakhs of outlets? Let somebody manages for you.
Yeah, we always had distribution as a hereditary business, because it was always that the grandfather started it and then the grandson is continuing it. But I don't think that kind of supply side on the distributor side is happening now, because the sons and the grandsons are now picking up other businesses. So I think what Arshad says is very relevant. And I think if you take Europe or you take America, I mean, you can deal with big distributors, because also serving in a metro, for example, is expensive. And you need scale for you to again share that cost. So, I mean, a distribution, for example, in South Delhi, in Basant Vihar, is very different from what you would do in even Rohini, for example. So therefore, I think it's a fair point.
If you allow me to give two examples.
Yeah, please.
See, one of the biggest brand in child nutrition, it was a prescribed brand, and the competition was there in both prescription and non-prescription element. The non-prescription side was much higher, and they don't know how to crack that code, because they come from a pharma, doctor, prescription generated this thing. They do not understand FMCG. Okay, so they came to us that say, hey, can you just focus on building an FMCG distribution network for us? And that's what we did. Another brand, very strong in chemist channel. But if you look at competition, 60% of the products are coming from other channel, where they do not have any expertise. Okay, that's where we came in and we said, okay, we will look at these channels and we'll take care of these channels. So that is a learning that we get. Now, yes, organization can get those learnings, but why you make strategies? We will implement. We have an infrastructure. We understand this thing. Why you want to replicate, reinvent the wheel again?
Fair. I think that is the end. I could have continued with more questions, but I think for the paucity of time, I would throw open the floor. Questions, please.
I think so. The way you put forth the traditional distribution and the .com, the way you justified it makes sense. But irrespective of whatever is happening, the rural India is still better connected with .com, and I think so. The advantage is if you buy an AC from the .com, you have the local electricians who are able to do that job as well. But however, I still understand if you go physical and then go or through the distributor, you have the after sales service. But in spite of these challenges, how do you take care, or how would you foresee the .com penetration into rural India. And I think so this is one of the major challenges which I find for the distribution agencies as well. And I've seen how the FMCG, not FMCG in particular, but also the durable products as well, which are penetrating into rural markets where brand is being established through the .com portals. So how do you see this as a challenge?
So, see, as I said, the cost to service or cost of shipping is a function of weight and distance, right? So categories like consumer durables, typically if you go to platforms, they have an average ticket size of 4,000 and above. If I average out all the consumer durable activities. When you come to FMCG, a modern trade outlet typical ticket size is 1,300 to 1,500, right? And if you see the margins in FMCG, even at a retailer level, on an average, you'll have 10 to 15% odd margin versus when it comes to consumer durable, it'll be twice of it. So there, with the higher ticket size, absorbing a 2 to 300 rupee delivery cost is much easier. So there are categories which can do that. So even in fashion, your average ticket size is close to 800 rupees on most of the platforms. And you will see a trend that most of the platforms have started launching separate platforms for luxury products because that is where the profitability is coming from. So Myntra has launched a luxury platform. Ajio has Ajio Luke. So they're trying to premiumize because that is the only way where profitability will go up. So the cost of service remains the same in absolute. But if you see as a percentage of the product sold, that is where the maths has to come into picture. So shipping a 4,000 rupee agriculture product, I still make a margin of 30%. If it's a private label, gross margin can be 28 to 30%. But if I still send out a basket of FMCG for 4,000 rupees, my gross margins would not be more than 7-8%. So that is, I think, there are certain categories which are more conducive to be sold online, which you will see that electronics has shaped up well. Within that also mobiles has shaped up really well. Fashion has picked up well. FMCG, there are...
ITC is doing it online, sir.
Correct. They have a direct to consumer model. And I don't know the financials of it, but I'm pretty sure if it's a ticket size of 100, 200 bucks, and if it is deep rural, it would be getting subsidized in some manner within the organization to drive availability, to drive awareness. So you can put off that cost as, let's say, instead of spending it on digital marketing, you can spend it on directly, subsidizing the cost of operations.
So another thing is that e-commerce, what it helps in rural, because it helps in distribution also, because rural has a limited capacity to hold inventories because they have a limited finances. So through e-commerce, product get introduced, and after that we have seen that brands have penetrated, because now every company will do a price standardization across, because if they don't do that, another channel will go down, and they can't afford to let other channel die because of e-commerce.
Also, it's a matter of assortment also. So e-commerce or technology is a great leveler that, Mukesh Ambani can also buy the same things on the app that anybody in rural can buy. They have access to a same smartphone or similar network that, you have. So assortment in a small store could be limited to 50, 100, 200 products. When you come to e-commerce, you'll have, more than 20, 30 variants of AC from a single brand, or you can suddenly have 5 to 6 lakh odd products listed on a JioMart sort of platform. So it gives you access to more assortment, which, if people are aspirational, they can buy brands that are not locally available. But if they come to e-commerce platform, they can buy even premium brands as long as they have capital. But the cost of operations has to be subsidized.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is PC Samantre and I'm from Tata Steel. First of all, thanks to both of you. It's an interesting subject, and all the perspectives were actually intuitively placed. So actually, we have come from an industry which is a steel product. And as my colleague has already mentioned, that the ticket size of our product is a big one for a home builder. So just to give you an insight, we are a steel company, and we have a lot of distributors across the country. So for a state, we have one or multiple distributors. So to manage the distribution of the steel, we follow TOC, right? Theory of constraints. So from plant warehouse, we have regional warehouse, then distributor warehouse, and then as our production is increasing, so we are actually following satellite warehouse model. So we also follow cluster, and to reach to the last mile, we have satellite warehouses, and we serve our product to that. But gradually we feel that the cost to serve has increased because we have gone to that model. And as we have been speaking about that, so if you have any idea about this industry, or if you have handled this product before, so can you just guide us on how to bring down the cost of service in that matter? Second thing would be, how do you see the future of distribution? Because we have been following this like Amazon and all, that if we break down the service part and go to the last mile till the consumer, then definitely the service part would be better if we follow the satellite warehouse model. But do you really see that going forward, this is the future of distribution, or else something else is in the pipeline? So those two things I want to like to understand. Thanks.
Aggregation always gives you cost advantage. Okay. Now, every industry takes time to mature and understand that if I have Tata Steel, would you allow me to do another steel brand under your under the same this thing, because I'll be going to the same outlet, same channel. Okay. So unless there is a certain kind of a brand pull which is there, that person says, no, I want a Tata Steel only, I don't want any other. Till the time the branding part is, brand equity is not there within the set that we're buying, aggregation can give you advantage, but it will cannibalize. Today, if I don't have Tata Steel in my warehouse, I will sell any other steel because it's a commodity, So all these commodities which are there, which is like hardware, construction material, these places, aggregation is not happening because the brand equity of this thing is not so strong. It's a case of availability. And if I have to give a cost advantage, I need to have aggregation. I need to have, if not competing, but a complementing category to bring down the cost and pass on that advantage to you. And that helps you to increase your reach also. That you are available in X particular town, and I'm sure you will have markets where you would be a pain area, or you think that you can do better if you get a better reach. But again, it's a fight that I should maintain my existing base or get a new base. There's always a fight. So you maintain your current base, give us your extra base to do a business development for you.
I'll take on the question on distribution. I think distribution systems are going through a lot of churn, and when I say that, I say it more in the terms of urban. And I think the complexity that is now built in the modern in the urban areas will have definitely an impact. One of the questions that we were asking was about multi-channel. So you have modern trade, you have cash and carry, you have wholesale anyway, who is an old animal, then you have e-commerce. And as I was mentioning to you, a lot of distributors used to come from a hereditary route. That is going away because the youngsters don't find it very fashionable, that my father or grandfather did distribution, so main bhi usko karunga. So it's not that. So I think there is a churn. But as you go down the pop strata, you will find a lot more social mobility and people who would like to do distribution. So for a company like Dabur, if you go to UP, it is a great privilege to say that I am Dabur's distributor, right? Or if it's like a Hindustan Lever, companies that have been doing distribution for many years, but a lot of new companies will find it challenging. And I think even the number of distributors that are there, I think will go through its own churn. And I think that's where someone like Arshad with his company, and I'm not this thing, but I just feel that will be a lot of change that will happen as far as distribution is concerned. Yeah.
One more question I have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm taking the time.
No problem.
As Arnav was saying about the neighborhood data, so we actually also have the app where we get the inquiries from the dealer and from our sales team. But the correctness of that data or the effectiveness of that data is actually a question mark. So how do you collect those data from the new neighbor? Because that is the crucial part. If my dealer gets to know the trend, in which area the lead is coming or the inquiry is coming, definitely the sales would happen in that area only. So how do you collect those data? It is because of the technology which you are using, or there's someone manual intervention is happening at the back end?
Depends on the use case. What sort of data are you trying to collect? If somebody has to collect data from the outlet and outlet universe is not using my technology to order, then I have to send a person who's taking orders, go to each outlet, but they can capture the insights or information digitally. So that is one part. That capturing will depend on the use case, will depend on how much of a universe do you want to capture. Are they actually using your tech, or if they are not, do you have a reason why they would use your tech and give you those insights, right? Second part is validation of data. So the closer to the source you are, the more validated the data will be. So in case, let's say e-commerce, why data is so good, because it is coming direct from the customer. End customer who's purchasing the product, actually you have every single step or every single eyeball that moves on the screen can be captured, right? But when it comes to physical retail, modern trade will not have that level of data in terms of consumer behavior, what they're doing within the outlet. But e-commerce has what they're doing within the mall or the app that is there. But if I have to capture that from a retail store, then obviously I have to either trust the person who's going in, or have to have a validity mechanism, or have some benchmarks or some secondary data and map it to understand whether it can be a valid data point or not. So you have to use other sources maybe to validate, or have reliable feet on street who's capturing.
My question was, so, out of that 6 lakh villages we have, almost 1.5 lakhs are below 1,000 population. 2 lakhs are below 500 population. They're almost unreachable. Cost of reach will be very high. And one job the wholesale has been doing is possibly retailers go there and pick up the stock from the wholesale. But wholesale is the animal which will not sell non-moving product, it will affect the pricing, etc. Your model talks of direct distribution, or also it talks about supplying to these wholesale outlets?
No, it is purely direct distribution to the outlets.
Then what happens to the wholesale?
No, so wholesale is buying in bulk, buying limited assortment, which already has a market, right? And they are able to turn over the inventory quickly. That is broadly the model on which wholesaler relies. A retailer carries more assortment in terms of each category that they would have. The turnover rate might be lower, but the margin is higher. So if we get to the core of it, direct distribution will be able to cater to retail better, because I can increase lines, I can give more visibility, I can give more information on the product directly. Then service element also comes, because churn is not that quick and you're not buying only fast moving assortment. So as Arshad also mentioned, there could be issues of damages, of expiry, etc., where you need a channel partner to service you and help you with damaged stocks or expired stocks, etc. So we're doing entirely direct distribution. That is, it is aggregated, but it is direct to the market.
But if the wholesaler is in 1,000 population village, then we will definitely service
he may be in a 5,000 village, but trying to supply to 500,000 village people will come to him. So he is in your village in which you are doing direct distribution to outlets, but you may not be supplying to him. So the fight is between market share and profitability. So if you want market share, then you need to supply to the wholesaler, because he reaches those areas which you would not be able to reach, and your brand will be keen to reach to those areas, right?
Correct, but there are again constraints on what assortment sells, how many outlet coverage, because there is no visibility beyond wholesale also. So I think one of the reasons to partner with us is that whichever market we are doing, we are able to give visibility up to an outlet level. So wholesale, if we sell it to wholesale, there is no visibility beyond that point as to where it's going, how much is it going.
I think let's take this offline with Sanjay sir.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'll request you to please take it offline so that we can proceed because we are running behind the time already. Thank you. I'll request Kiran Zinde to please come forward and present the mementos to our speakers and moderator. Meanwhile, I'll let you know about the next session, which is the increasing significance of mobile phones in rural India and its impact on rural consumer buying behavior. Well, the advantages of mobile-first strategy for companies targeting the rural markets. Some of the successful examples of digital marketing campaigns in rural India and their notable outcomes. Role of technology in business expansion. So for these, I would like to welcome our speakers.
Thank you so much.
We'll deliver at your residence, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together? A very interesting session indeed they delivered. Thank you so much once again. And I would like to call our next speakers from Corteva Agri Sciences, Nishtha Arora, who is Digital Marketing Leader. From Bajaj Allianz General Insurance, Mr. Ashish Agrawal, who is Head Agribusiness. From Arohan Financial Services Limited, we have Reema Mukherjee. And the session chair and moderator for this session is from Mondelez International, Shabbir Haider, Rural Business Lead. Let's put our hands together. Over to our moderator. The session is going to be for 45 minutes. Thank you.
Am I audible now? Yeah, perfect. So I'm Shabbir Haider. I look after the rural business for Mondelez, and I have been extremely excited about this session for one unique reason. Since morning, we are having sessions today, which is where the panel is usually of one industry. Now, this panel is very unique because all four of us are from absolutely different industries, but that didn't come in the way at all of our discussions and planning because we are talking about technology. And the second exciting part for me was that technology is something which is always, it brings me alive. And I'll tell you a reason why. 11 years back, fresh from college, I had landed up in Mumbai for my MT presentations. And when I saw Mumbai, it was a city just being built. Everywhere you have construction, you have roads being built, buildings being built. 11 years now, I live in Mumbai now, it's the same. It's still being built. It's continuously being built. It's the exact same pattern which I find in technology. So when I joined, we were being told about some implementation of an ERP or an SFA, a DMS. From FMCG perspective, even today, while the technology adoption has matured so much, but so many new things. In fact, last 5 years, I have been very closely involved with bringing a lot of technology to my work domain. Almost half of my day in office goes with sitting with the IT team, though I'm heading rural business, so to say. So that's the big role which technology has played, is playing, and will continue to play with all these new technologies also coming into the foray, like blockchain and AI. So all of that it's just a never-ending thing. Okay, and during the first panel, there's this one observation by the moderator which struck home for me is when it comes to rural India in particular, or rural business in particular, there is very little information which is out there in the world. On the internet or through secondary research. It's very difficult, and I have been through that difficulty of trying to come up with concrete data points. While trying to understand, why that gap exists, I found an answer in sci-fi. So I love reading sci-fi, and there's a very unique, there's a famous saying there. It's called Fermi's paradox, as in how come there are so many planets, but there have been no aliens, right? In the same way, and there's an answer for it also. So that's where the sci-fi part comes. It's called the dark forest explanation. that there are a lot of planets where the civilization has become very advanced. They don't want to share information. It is too lucrative. And when we talk about rural, there's no two ways about it. That is a very, very lucrative field. Almost every FMCG company today, of which industry I belong to, and you guys can also, talk about your industries a little later. Close to 30 to 50% is the kind of contribution we have from rural. And the growth, again, I'm telling you about 15-year data, which I was able to get. Almost in the last 15 years, in every FMCG company, the rural growth has been at least 5% more than urban. So that's the kind of growth engine that rural is. And if you look at the contribution part of it, it's growing and growing. So from that perspective, it's such a lucrative opportunity that we don't want to share. In fact, while I am here in the session, there will be quite a lot of stuff which I did in PepsiCo, I'm doing in Mondelez. A big part of it will be confidential because we will not want to give away the advantage which it is giving to us. But beyond that, the interesting part is that we'll be trying to reveal as much of the mystery around Digitech as we can. And in this session, while we are all from different industries, and all of you as well, can pretty much be a part of the session because there is literally no barrier. Technology is touching each our lives. So after this, I will just request each one in my fellow panelists to introduce themselves and tell about what they do. So let's start with you.
Thank you. My name is Reema. I'm from Arohan Financial Services. Introductory session में राजकुमार जी ने हमारी इंडस्ट्री को बोला कि यहाँ पे समझ में नहीं आता है कि क्या हो रहा है. तो मैं ऐसे एक इंडस्ट्री से हूँ जहाँ पे आउटसाइडर्स को समझ में नहीं आता है. हमें शायद आता है. So Arohan has about 22 lakh customers. We operate in 17 states across India, and almost all our customers are women. 90% of our business comes from rural India. And मैं वहाँ पे क्या करती हूँ? So we launched digital lending last year. So we have an app के through we are reaching out to customers. The journey of the customer, instead of feet on the street, जहाँ पे traditionally microfinance the way it operates, field force बहुत बड़ा होता है. So out of almost 10,000 people in our organization, 9,500 will be people who are field officers who are going out and meeting customers, directly selling our product to customers, engaging them, evaluating them, of course, because it's a loan, right? So देना आसान है, recover करना काफी मुश्किल होता है at times. In digital lending, what we've done is that there's an app available on Play Store. उसके through customers can apply online and तुरंत पैसे मिल जाएंगे. तुरंत मतलब, and that's supposed to it's बोलना भी controversial है क्योंकि digital lending is a very misused term also in a lot of context. So we're still young in digital lending. We have about 15,000 customers and we're looking to grow. And that's where our experiments and digitalization and of course marketing on the digital front comes in place. So happy to talk around that as we go.
Sure, Nishtha.
Okay, hi, thank you. Thanks, that was really nice. So my name is Nishtha. I am from Corteva AgriScience, which is ex-DuPont. So traditionally, this is the agrarian economy. So I service agriculture, right? My customers are farmers. And I can tell you with guarantee that be it any food grain that you eat or vegetable you eat has a mark of DuPont or Corteva products. And that's the most interesting thing I got to know when I started working for this company. And just to add to this, I take care of digital marketing and digital transformation. And I have straddled both sides, at the premium mass luxury and also rural. And not a single day it's not been that I've not got this challenge of how to meet my customer midway and how to reach out to my farmers in a way they understand. And that is all because of the power of technology, all because of the power of internet. And just to add to that, the reason that I'm sitting here and the reason all of you are here and we're discussing this is because the growth story of not only rural India, but the growth story of internet is what brings us together. And this rural sector is rising by leaps leaps and bounds. And this is not because of COVID. COVID was just an instigator, but you will see that, now every other person will have a smartphone in India very soon, and every person will be connected to the internet very soon. And that is what all of us should be talking about as marketers, as business, or as organizations. Because, I just heard these people saying distribution problem, wholesaler problem. But if the common knot, or if the common connection is this internet or this smartphone, then trust you me, everyone is connected to you, across these 9 yards, and everyone has a connection. So thank you, but look forward to, having a very nice interactive session with you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashish Agrawal, and I'm head of rural and agribusiness at Bajaj Allianz General Insurance Company. I'm in this sector for last almost 20 years, right? And every year, I think we insure more than 20 to 25 lakh farmers twice in a year, because agriculture is a kind of cyclic business. So we have 2 seasons, Kharif and Rabi. So in both the seasons, we insure around 20 to 25 lakh farmers. It's a very challenging kind of task, because how to reach out to those customers in just a very limited time, because we have to start the risk before they show the crop in the field. But thanks to Government of India, that they've come up with a very good kind of product called Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, under which we insure all these farmers. And besides this crop insurance, we also do a lot of livestock insurance, tractor insurance, or whatever asset insurance is there to the rural customer. So because nowadays, if you know, agriculture is a very challenging, is a very risky and challenging business, right? Which basically all our farmers go through, and they need insurance basically to kind of ensure that at the end of the season they should get at least whatever outputs they were expecting. If it's not there, then we kind of settle it through the insurance program. So that is what we basically do. And just to reach out to all those customer or farmer, we use a lot of technology. I'll talk about that whenever this comes. But technology plays a very vital role in our business, and that is the reason actually now insurance has reached, this crop insurance has reached to more than around 6 crore farmer every year. Out of this 13-14 crore farming families, around 6 crore farming families take insurance every year, twice in a year. So that's very good in that way. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashish. So as you can see, we have FMCG, lending, agribusiness, and insurance on the panel. Very, very different industries. In terms of the topic of technology and digitization, what we will try to do is we'll try to confine our discussions, or rather divert our discussions in 2 broad areas. So one is this entire usage of mobile in whatever work that we do. So how are we customizing our strategies or work to be mobile first? So you'll get different flavor from each of us. And then also we'll put some time in discussing how we are leveraging technology, not just mobile, but technology as a whole, to expand whatever businesses that we are looking into. So that's the broad theme of our discussion today. So let's start with mobile first. So Nishta being the marketeer in the group, the rest of us are business people. She is the marketeer. So Nishta, for you, this one question which I have is, when we say mobile first of all, just decode this. What do you mean by mobile first? And then what all marketing work you have done where mobile first was the approach?
Thanks, Shabir. So without going into a lot of academics, it's very simple. Mobile first. It's not like calling first or anything. Mobile first is for the first time the person who is having this smartphone in their hand, or who's first time using internet for the first time. Imagine Google has this very nice term called the next billion users. And today it's no longer an acronym. It is a reality, because India being one of those nations who are embracing smartphones and internet for the first time. Now, how do you, Shabir, go and connect to this person for whom he's just got this first smartphone?
Yeah.
And the beauty of it is he's using the world of internet. So imagine your ads for Cadbury, your ads for your bank, your insurance are coming to him via that smartphone. So that traditionally, technically means mobile first. Now, what you do is, if you decode it into a business level, that means not only your product or an app has to be for that person who can use it in his small real estate, so that you don't devise it for that web or the laptop, because he's actually going to be using that. And the second thing is understand his digital behavior or his customer experience. He has no knowledge of English, he has no knowledge of those icons, right? So that mobile strategy then decodes to a mobile first design. And someone, I think his name was Arnab, in the previous session was talking very nice this thing. He said, look, in Amazon you have to do 10 clicks or you have to have that technology experience. So that mobile strategy is so different for a rural consumer. And trust you me, I do that on a day in, day out basis, thinking that can I make his life simpler so that he doesn't have to click more than 2 times, or he doesn't have to fill too much information in a language he doesn't understand. So this is essentially, then it boils down to that, 5 inches, 6 inches real estate.
Yeah.
Also do understand that they don't have the best high-end smartphones like an iPhone.
True.
They have the most entry-level smartphones, which give them this world of entertainment, information, and all of that. Now, how do you make sure that all the information, all the ads that you served, all the plans that are coming to them are coming in that fashion that he's able to see it, he's able to understand it, and he's able to immerse with them or engage with
Absolutely.
them for that matter.
And when you are saying that, it reminds me of a personal example where, in rural business, I don't know for your industry, but in FMCG, we do something called a rural workshop, where we gather the entire team, let's say for one particular state, and we put up the entire map of the state on one giant screen, and then we discuss, where you have distributor, where you want to put more distributor. So typically rural workshop were always physical in nature, and the task which I had was to make it digital. How do you have the rural workshop within a digitized fashion? Now we were able to obviously chart out that these are the area where you have to go to and appoint a distributor or open new markets. One interesting thing which was definitely mobile first for us was, and this happened to me while I was traveling, so each time I'm in the mobile, I'm having to scroll down because my vehicle has moved up. So then we realized that we have designed something for a traveling person. The person is traveling, so why don't we put the location point as a static and the map itself will move. So you have to think in such a way so that the mobile does not become a burden for the user.
Absolutely. And that is exactly which is called customer experience.
Yes.
Be it for your internal audiences, like she was saying, your internal customers or external customers. So one is obviously, making it user friendly, which is user friendly, user design. But the other is offering them a customer experience which is so seamless that it doesn't look like they're doing something. It feels
Simplicity being the key.
They're engaging with it, and they find it productive. So imagine, I'll tell you, I heard a lot of people saying, I have my own app, my company has their own app. Just ask yourself this basic question: how many times do you give that useful information to your customer that he'll come back and use that app? As opposed to, we just have 5 top apps on our phone which we might use in and day out, and none of them is a brand app.
Yeah.
So that is what the challenge, of Digitech is, and of marketers is, that can you make your app so productive, so informative, so entertaining that becomes part of their productivity. And by the way, I have just one app for my customer, but I have 10-15 apps for my internal customers. Right. So, that's also a challenge, that how do I make sure my internal apps are equally user friendly for my customers, that I get this data flow, like you were mentioning, that, so we keep that thing also in the mind of my internal customers, because we also do services, right? So if the data is not flowing back to me from my team, I would not have a real-time analysis or updates as to where did the sale happen, not happen, what's the trackability. So all of this, Shabir, then becomes part of that mobile-first strategy, both for business, marketing, and transformation at a larger.
So let's also get some banking perspective and lending perspective. So Ashish, with you, how are you approaching insurance with a mobile-first approach?
Yeah. So rightly you said, because insurance is a service product, right? It's not kind of a commodity or something. And in the service industry, basically, it needs to a two-way communication. It's not like that, okay, you have something in place and somebody comes and then buy it, right? Ultimately, to insure any farmer, you need certain documents, certain information. And the real test comes when basically there's some kind of claim or some kind of losses have happened. But at that time, how that customer will approach to the insurance company from where he has taken the insurance. This is a very challenging task. It's not that easy because the customer is sitting far behind to your office, and we don't have office in each and every village. Our office is mainly in the district places. So it becomes difficult for them, because what we understand is to reach to the from his village to the district, ultimately he's losing his one-day wage, because ultimately he's leaving all his job and maybe he'll travel by some public transport and come to that place. And then also it's not guaranteed that whatever he has come for will complete in just one travel, right? So it needs a lot of to and fro also. In that way, this industry was struggling earlier basically to increase penetration because of this reason only, because accessibility was very difficult. And I think in the earlier panel also it was discussed very thoroughly that cost of reaching to a customer was very high in the rural areas. So this can happen only through some device which can we both can use and at the same time and maybe real time basis. So as a company at Bajaj Allianz, what we've done is when we started doing this crop insurance, we developed our own app, though because now all the companies have app, but the app basically what we developed is called Farm Mitra. And it is one of the industry first in the general insurance industry, the first kind of app where we developed. And besides offering all kind of insurance products, it was not only selling kind of app, we are kind of taking a lot of service requests also. A farmer can kind of give their claim intimation. They could have updated their bank account details also, because the claim has to be directly credited in their bank account. And beyond this thing, we also use this app to kind of keep a regular engagement with them. So what we've done, we are giving them weather forecast information. We are giving them the mandi price information that towards the nearest mandi, what kind of rate is going on for a commodity. He can also kind of track that from which place he can get a better kind of input maybe for his agriculture purpose. We are giving them crop diagnostic services also. That suppose due to some reason his crop has got some kind of insect or pest. So what should he do? So we have a panel of experts who kind of keep on giving them information that what kind of spray should he do, or what kind of fertilizer he has to use.
So essentially, mobile is allowing you to give
it's
a one-stop shop for your customer.
It's an ecosystem
beyond just insurance.
It's not only insurance, and it has worked very well for us, and it was appreciated in many forums. And right now, I think out of this 20 lakh farmers, around 70 lakh farmers are using it on daily basis. Though our effort is to kind of each and every farmer should use it, but it's not mandatory to do that, right? So we kind of do a lot of activities, a lot of campaigns we launch to that all the farmers should use it, but still around 7 lakh farmers are there who are using it on daily basis, and that too all across the country. And what we've done is we have launched this app in wherever we are working, we have launched it in local language. It's not only English or Hindi. So we have this app in Kannada also, in Marathi also, in Bengali also. So the language is not a barrier. And now what we have done, now we have also integrated a chatbot. So if a farmer cannot type, or he cannot just kind of scroll through all those apps, he can also kind of talk to that through that mobile app. So it is working very well for us, and it has given us a lot of mileage and good customer feedback.
Perfect. Yeah. Rima, from you, what are the lending folks doing with mobile?
Lending folks, so I'll address it in two ways, Shabir. One is internal customers, as Nishta was saying. So when it comes to our own staff, right, they're going out and meeting customers in the field every day. I have pictures where there are field officers going in boats जहाँ पे floods हो चुका है. पैसे तो लाना है, center meeting में जाना है, you have to go and meet our customers. So the first thing that we did for our internal customers, our field
when
officers.
You say customers, you mean people who you lend to. These women.
No, these are internal, means our staff.
Oh, your staff.
Our stakeholders, staff, right? But it's so important to empower them if we want to grow, which is possibly the second part of your discussion. So we launched an app, and it was a very extensive app. Sab kuch hai usme. And then we realized that there's an issue, fundamental issue. People don't understand English. Then this is our own staff, right? There's not even customers, right? And that's a challenge that because the app keeps getting updated. Policy aa raha hai, process aa raha hai, product announcements, incentive schemes, etc., etc. That's a challenge because, whether I'm speaking to somebody in Manipur or whether I'm speaking to somebody in Rajasthan, it has to be, even the Hindi is not same across different parts of India, right? So, but we have empowered our customers. So that's our own internal staff, I mean. Coming to customers, I think three things first, if you want to engage on a mobile first strategy. First is we have to educate customers. Even now, smartphone penetration has increased. Last week, I was in Bihar ke hinterlands mein, I was there meeting customers. They are there, but especially when it comes to money, maybe they might be open to buying a Horlicks or, something else. But when it comes to transactions with money, they're on a back foot. When it's digital. Samne koi aaye, you're talking face to face, sir, aaye the brand say, that's different. But that education, that trust has to be built, which is of course a challenge. Secondly, how do we, empower the customer and engage with her through the mobile? Right, so it can't be only.
But tell me one thing here. So because you work so closely with rural women, what have you found in terms of their ease of using smartphones?
So it's customer behavior has changed. Like she was saying, COVID has been an accelerant. But at the same time, yesterday jo hamare customers the, their daughters and sons are our customers today.
Okay. Yeah.
So they are more comfortable from a childhood. They're used to smartphones, and they're opening up. But again, when you talk about money transactions, we spoke about DBT earlier in the day, direct bank transfers, direct bank credits also, because we have NACH through which the loan installment gets deducted from the customer's account every month. But then again, we'll see customers, they do it and then they'll inactivate it. Right, so it's always a trust factor comes in. But just to kind of wrap it up, if you are able to engage with the customer through the app, then that kind of, not only through the core service that I'm providing, like we spoke about, weather and other information that we're giving the customer in whichever context, then she or he will keep coming back to the app, and it makes.
So then let me from that take it to Nishtha. We'll be very curious, Nishtha, as a marketer. See, you have your urban customers, you have your rural customer. Is there any difference in your approach for rural customers?
Absolutely, Shabir, and in fact she brought a very nice point, and you also asked, that's a challenge actually
for reaching out to the rural consumer.
Yeah, obviously challenge in terms of not just the reach. I mean, these platforms today, thanks to Facebook, Instagram, all the digital social media channels are serviceable to a pin code level or to a district level, and that's the beauty of it, so transparent. So I have no problems there, but the problem is the use of the smartphone. The problem is not understanding what to do with it. So imagine, and you said, people don't share it, but I'll just tell you, there are so many brands and now even service providers and, platforms. Google does this brilliant thing and their ads are so fantastic. They say, Google se pucho. Imagine half of the people have been educated about voice search thanks to Google. You have your cab drivers now, they talk to the microphone instead of typing it, because typing is a big issue. So now, like he was mentioning, that if you can't type it, you talk it out, or you chat, or you speak it out. And that's, how you have to adapt to your marketing strategy, or you have to adapt to the growing consumer behavior. So now when I'm devising something, Shabir, and I know for a fact that, hey, if I make it too Anglo, if I make it too, urban, not even urban, it will not fly. So I have to come down to the grassroots as to what is the thing they can relate to, what is the thing, they find truer. And that becomes so challenged because you are sitting in a metro city servicing rural customers. So what I do from time to time personally, and that's my interest, and half of the people are very surprised, why do you go on field visits? Why do you want to meet your customers? Because, hey, I want to be educated as to what that person is doing. And one case in point is this farmer reached out to me and told me, listen, see, I can use PhonePe and do the transaction in 2 steps. Why can't I do the same thing on your app? Which got me thinking that, he's not wrong. I have to, bow down and think the way he's thinking, because he's saying, look, every other person is helping me and get this data, but for you, I have to do in 5 different clicks. And I went back to my IT person, went back to my, technology vendors, and I said, no, I have to reduce these number of steps because it's making their life difficult. So these are the challenges and, sort of barriers to adoption. That they are digital, but all these bigger players with bigger pockets, which are, by the way, not brands now, they are the startup ecosystems, and now they are the Paytms and the Googles of the world.
I think that
they can do so much, and the brands can't.
The big strength which they have is their technology teams, which we somehow struggle to find. So, one fundamental question which I normally put to my technology team is, Swiggy ka app dekho yaar. It's so good. How come PepsiCo app or Mondelez app is not as good? So I think we don't get the right kind of technology talent there. But I also think, the kind of times we are sitting in right now. So I am right now, working on a training module, which is based on WhatsApp, where my salesperson can ask a question in his language or her language, and they can get an answer in the same language. This is through AI. So I think when next Rural Conclave happens, I think this technology wali discussion will be of a very different level, because a lot of things are at the crux right now, as in this is not fully formed. So we are also working very closely with Microsoft, and I think almost every FMCG company is on bringing that OpenAI app, that ChatGPT 4 into our normal day work streams. And for me, so because I'm working very closely with them, the only question which I ask them is that, aapka answer wo guess to nahi karega. Assure me that I'll get right numerical answer, because I think that's the only one which is missing. It is great in English and everything, but the math part is a suspect. But I think 6 months down the line, it will be a very different scenario, which brings very interesting implication for rural business. With rural business is somewhere where there's so much data involved and the availability is not there, knowledge sharing is not there. So perhaps AI could make it to the rescue. So here I think I'll also pivot our discussion more towards utilization of different forms of technology. So it could be AI ML, it could be just pure digital marketing tools, SEO, whatever is there, but which is helping you expand your rural business. So maybe Ashish, we can start with you. Any form of technology which has been of great leverage for you in expanding business.
Yeah, so as I said, that we are dealing with the rural customer. The volume is huge, right? We as a kind of insuring 25 lakh customer, but maybe at the industry level, it's more than 5-6 crore customers who are getting insured in every 6-month basis. And the biggest task is how to reach out to them, how to enroll them. So mobile app is one thing. But besides that, what happens, because we also know that the kind of knowledge level, the kind of thought processes rural customers have, every time they need some kind of influencer. They cannot do things with their own, right? As of now, it has not reached to that level. So in our industry, it's mainly some kind of agencies are there. We call them agent, or maybe somewhere it's common service centers, which is also great help, because common service centers are available now in each and every Gram Panchayat level, and that's also helping a lot in kind of enrolling those customers. But what I wanted to highlight here is that technology has its advantage, but at some time there are people basically who try to misuse it also. Right, that's an issue. So like what happens, this is a government.
So you are saying because of technology there has also been some headaches which has come up. Okay?
So what happens basically, because in this case in crop insurance, it's mandatory for a farmer to provide his Aadhaar number. Without Aadhaar verification, a farmer cannot get insured. Right? So one is that basically validating those Aadhaar numbers are a task. It takes a lot of time basically to get it from UID. And also what happens, it's not only validating. A customer will get OTP before validating. And sometimes what happens, all the customers don't know because how the OTP will work. They don't want to provide those OTPs because that creates an issue. So all those challenges are there, and slowly things are working well. But I think there are a lot of things basically due to which fraud also happens. This is a financial kind of product, right? So this is financial. Whoever
that opens a Pandora box. Absolutely.
Whoever the intermediary, they try to take advantage. Actually, real customer may not be getting advantage, or he will not know that he is already insured while he is, his document has been used. So all those challenges are there. So technology is still.
But I'm very tempted, because you mentioned challenges. So all the FMCG folks here, you would know that when it comes to digitization today, urban business is largely digitized. Rural, no matter how hard you try to digitize, you are not able to, because होता क्या है ना कि market में they punch ghost numbers. You're not. So that has remained a perennial FMCG issue, which we still not have been. We have not been able to solve it fully. That the data that we are getting from the market, when it comes to rural data, it's always pointed out in every organization that how do you trust this data? That's coming from the rural market. I think, as rural business people, we have to find a solution to this one very critical problem.
But that data has not been entered by the customer himself. Somebody else has heard of that.
Yes.
And you don't know whether it's correct or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, Nishtha, how have you been using, and could be any technology, and also mention, what are the tools, so that, if some small businesses are here or listening to us, they can also utilize those tools. And there are many of these tools now.
Sure, thanks. But I'll just like to pick up from what he said. And this is a sticking point. This is called the last mile conversion, where you're not able to track it from the time your supply chain starts, or the sort of, technically the delivery has to happen at the retailer level or at the distributor level, and then to the customer level, because this is not a Croma or a Haldiram's where you can ask a number, right? These are small time retailers who have so many people just coming into their shops that they will not punch in that data, right? So this is one big challenge across the segment in rural.
It's a big one, yeah.
And same is for urban also, because for data privacy issues and everything. So, like I was saying, Paytm, Google, they also struggle here. But the point is, do you actually need that data? Imagine he said, I have lakhs of customer, which brings to one very important thing called customer data, or like privacy. A CRM. No, not just privacy, CRM or CDP. Do you actually need to store so much of data? I mean, just talk about, rather would you go for a person who spends more, and I would rather retain him, or I should go for the next customer who might be just doing one-off sale, right? So that is one question you need to ask very, discerningly from a tech stack point of view, because be it digital marketing or data transformation, you have to really understand that where is that chunk of business coming from? in terms of Pareto. Should I go for the 80% or the 20%?
Yeah.
Right? As marketer, I am very discerning there that because I was asked this, that you are asking to do a referral program, or you're asking to do such a big CRM program. How much tech costs to store all of this data, and maybe this person will only buy this season. Like he said, there are 2 seasons. What will we do with that number? Right? Because the choices are, because hey, loyalty is also one important thing we have to nurture or do. There are so many things that are coming here, so that becomes one question. But the other very important question that you asked is that what is that you're doing rather than my own company. I'm more happy to share, but I would rather talk about what the government is doing, which not many know about it. Yeah, because that's what essentially has brought us all together because of Digital India and all of that. But there's this very nice Rajasthan government thing that I came to know via my vendor, and he said, look, what I'm doing AI to ML to voice to text decoding, which simply means it's a grievance helpline. I call that central number out of Jaipur or out of the whole of Rajasthan, and I can share that number later on, because he showed me this demo because I wanted to do it for my customer, right? So he said, look, this is so interesting. I just ask you 2-3 questions because you're dialing in. What's your name? What's your father's name? What's your date of birth? And because you're the citizen of Rajasthan, I can pull out all your information. And now you tell me, do you have an electricity problem? Do you have a water problem? What do you have? And this real-time data is being typed into the software backend, and the data is being pulled out, and I'm answering back to the same person in an automated call. That's not even a live agent. It was so much fascinating. And he said,
This is in your company?
No, I am trying to get this in my company. This had 70% of accuracy because we have a lot of problem with dictions. He mentioned language, you mentioned language. So he said, I'm also training the software because it's AI ML. So case in point, I wanted to use it in my company because I had to do the shortest route to market, which meant I have a service to offer and I can't reach out to 10 different people. So I just gave them a helpline number saying, press 1 for this, press 2 for this. Now there was selection of 10 choices. Now you can't fundamentally type 10 or select any because you'll forget by the time you listen to the one. So this is where that voice to text really comes into play, is where you just have to speak out your choice and the software will decode it. It will write, it will feed it back to my agent, and I will now call, hey, your name is this, your number is this, you reached out from this region, how may I help you? And this is what's happening for Rajasthan government under the thing called Sampark.
Sure.
It was so fascinating that the government can do it. Why can't the brands do it?
So government has been pretty forward about this in the entire India stack thing. The kind of data that we have, in fact, so I have been working a lot with very small vendors, and it might come across as counterintuitive. So while I was in PepsiCo for close to 3 years, Mondelez for close to 2 years now, there is a lot of work which I have gotten done at a very inexpensive cost through very small vendors, startups, young folks who are very enthusiastic about technology, and they can bring some solutions which the old guns cannot. Can't even think of because of the kind of weight which they carry, the legacy which they carry. So this training through WhatsApp example which I gave you is something that I'm working on with a very small startup. It's like a team of 3 people who have been able to pull this off. So I think more and more such will keep coming, and it's an interesting way for us to engage and bring productivity in business by utilizing all the tools which are there. So would you want to also share some of the tech uses?
Small example picking up from where you left about AI and ML. So lending is a very different business, like I was saying. So everybody needs money, and the challenge is how do you decide or choose the right customer, which is where the underwriting process comes in, which can be quite a black box for most people or institutions. So we did an AI ML model with CRIF Highmark, internal proprietary, where we passed through almost 400 million bureau data of different customers in microfinance. So at a pin code level, like you mentioned, I know that if this is a lady between 24 to 34 years of age from Bareilly who stays in a kacha house, has 2 kids, then the probability of default for that customer is X. So do we want to lend to that customer or not? And it's AI and it's ML. So it keeps improving the model. So, and then what we can do, I think that we might do that in insurance as well. We can price the product accordingly. So if it's a risky customer, we'll have to price it higher, and if not. So that's just one of the examples.
I was actually being screened, I was checking randomly for some credit card, and I, told them an incorrect pin code. They said, no, sorry, you can't get a credit card because this is those banned areas for us. So,
is there.
There's some model going on in the back end. Yes. Now we know.
Insurance also.
Yeah, right.
So I'll chip in with a little bit about usage of technology for business expansion, and then right after this we'll get on questions, because if you leave us talk about technology we'll go on all day. So I think out of many, and in the last 4-5 years, there would have been more than a dozen such interventions. The one which really stands out for me is how easily we have been able to expand in rural now. Because, at this stage, out of the 6 lakh villages that we have been mentioning so many times, I know exactly which villages I am at, which villages is performing below potential or above potential also, which village I want to go to, which village I don't want to go to. I have that level of data, and trust me, it didn't take a lot of effort, because most of it was anyways, the government has been very generous about getting all these databases easily available, APIs available. One interesting API which we had to purchase it, but it was very useful for us, was to get village boundary level data from Google. So they have an API which is a little expensive, but it helps you in such targeted, such I will say very accurate level planning of which area you want to define for your salespeople, and how do you want to optimize the territory. So FMCG folks would know about beats, right? We have been able to fully digitize every beat in rural. So across the country, we know for every salesperson we have created digital routes, so that they can only go to the villages which are high ranking in number, which means they are more lucrative villages which have more FMCG outlets. So their time is fully valued. So all of these, very specific targetings. End goal has always been to reduce the manpower time, as in reduce the wastage of the time, so that they can focus on core business, and the technology can take care of all the frills, so to say, or all the additional stuff. So with that, I will open the stage for so you can know that we are very a diverse bunch here, so you can direct your questions accordingly.
My question is towards you, because 2 questions.
Okay. Can we have the mic?
So choose your industry widely. 4 industry, 2 questions.
Or you can tell me, I'll repeat the question.
Since you talked about lending, so lending in metros is quite different than what it is in rural.
Yes.
So first I would like to know how you define rural. Number 1, what is the definition when it comes to lending? And second, while you do lending, for the metro, there's a credit
score. There are different parameters which you look at. But when it comes to a rural consumer, how do you define this profile? Number 1. And number 2, what is the kind of lending rates and what is the period till which you go on to trust? And given that I'll confine myself to our industry, which is a very conducive industry when it comes to finance. I mean, a general average purchase for our industry would be close to 70,000-80,000 at once. And probably in a matter of 6 months, the consumer would purchase about 3 lakhs or 4 lakhs kind of a purchase. So how do you see that? And those were my questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Got it. So the first question was, how do we define rural in lending? So I can talk about it from a micro lending perspective. And when I say micro lending, it means the average ticket size is about 50,000, 40 to 50,000. That's also gone up. A few years ago, it was 20,000, right? So you can see the huge bump. But coming to your question, we'll follow census data. So rural, semi-urban, same. Usme koi difference. Yeah. One restriction that we have, not restriction, it's a cap set by the Reserve Bank of India, because we are all regulated by RBI, is that we cannot lend to a person whose household income is more than 3 lakh rupees in a year. So that's the 80,000 we would not be able to, if that's what they're earning every month. Is that what you said?
What I said is that is the average ticket size of sales to us. I don't mean that is their income. Their income levels could be more than 3 lakhs.
Right. So for us, we have to, in microfinance, micro lending, we have to make sure the household income is less. So that's something we can't lend to somebody who's earning as a house 5 to 6 lakh, 10 lakhs in a year. And which also separates out, you made a very interesting point. There's a very clear distinction between rural lending and urban lending. Urban lending, I was speaking to somebody yesterday where most of the micro lending happens to gig workers. And there also, their earning pattern is very different. You're lending maybe 3,000 rupees for 1 month, 500 rupees for 1 month, maybe 10,000 rupees for 3 months, and that's their tenure. We are lending in microfinance, we lend up to, our company does up to 75,000 rupees. There are other microfinance institutions which do up to 1 lakh or 1 lakh 50 as well. And that will range from about 1 year to 3 years time. You have to repay, right? There is also a lot of lending happening in the MSME segment where the ticket sizes are slightly higher, right? But then that's again, not under the purview of microfinance institutions as such. But does that answer your question broadly? So there's a distinction and about the product, right?
Yeah, certainly does. Just that one part, I mean, you missed is, you did cover the part of the ticket size and everything, but what is the kind of the rate which you go by?
The rate, right. So because microfinance is very human intensive, right? So we, like I said, out of 10,000, we have 9,500 people out on the field. So we have to cover costs. So earlier, now RBI has raised the limit. Companies can have a board approved policy. So we charge 24% on a reducing balance for majority of our customers. Of course, experience, like I said, there's risk-based charging, but majority on an average would be about 24%. Typically, MFIs, they charge from about 20 to 26%. Reducing balance, so it comes down significantly. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So I'll just end with one note for RMAI to keep bringing us together, because this is the only way you will get us to share at least some of the work. Otherwise, on our own, we will not be sharing this. Not allowed to.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have Mr. Sandeep Bansal to please come forward and present the mementos? Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for an interesting session. Next session is going to be an absolutely power pack and of course interesting, because now we are going to hear the success stories from market lions and experts. Well, leaders from high involvement categories will share their success stories despite the formidable challenges, and they will share the learnings from their experience and strategies, which can be both an enlightenment followed by detailed Q&A session with the panelists for the queries, suggestions and advices. So now I would like to call our speaker from... Thank you so much once again. Let's give it up. Let's have our speaker from Hero Motocorp Limited, Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, who is head rural vertical. Also our session moderator from CNHI, Mr. Puneet Vidyarthi, who is head marketing and business development. Let's call them on podium with a huge round of applause, everybody.
Can we have the cordless mics? So we have decided not to sit. It's been a lot of sitting since morning.
Lunch was good, huh?
Lunch was also good, and the previous session was also good. दोनों ले आइए. संदीप जी को भी बैठने नहीं दूँगा.
And believe me, we will not let him be quiet also.
So it's a master class, so
Hello.
somebody has to stand up. Right. So Shabir narrated a story of his experience 11 years old. I'll narrate a story which is like 16 years old. I was happy in my life, doing well, heading the marketing function, doing branding, communication. And suddenly one day my MD called me and said, from tomorrow onwards, you are heading the rural vertical. Believe me, that is the moment I realized you get this kind of summon. Either you are doing really well in your job or you are a nonsense guy, idiot, thorough idiot. I leave it to your imagination which category I belong to. But okay, so I took 2-3 days to, sit and just to reconcile to the fact that what am I supposed to do? Because
16, 17 years back, rural was something which was just in a nascent stage. Not many people would probably know what it is. So after doing a lot of thoughts, a lot of introspection, I then met Mr. Pradeep Kashyap. I met Sanjay that time as well. Got some understanding. Pradeep sir asked me to connect with a couple of brands which have started doing some kind of rural at that point of time, and he asked me to connect with Maruti and Hero Honda that time. Amul, I remember. Hindustan Lever, and a couple of other brands. So I'd gone to met industry experts at that point of time in Maruti. And then that time I also landed up in Hero Honda's office near Vasant Continental. I met Sandeep that time. And it's really, going back to the memory lane.
Absolutely.
Sandeep,
We've been friends since then, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's where Sandeep and I we know each other, and it's very. I mean, it's a mixed feeling. It's a different feeling today when I'm sharing a dais with him, and we'll be probably talking about something which we did in the last 15, 16 years. So thank you, Sandeep, for giving me this opportunity once again to.
It's mutual. It's mutual. And Puneet, my story also started the same way. I was in the field. I was doing quite well, and I was in Calcutta. Bengali is staying in Calcutta, and all of a sudden I'm called back to Delhi head office. A normal guy is generally frightened of head offices. You are not very comfortable. So anyway, I was told that I'm the chosen one to head something called a strategic marketing group. And I was given a task to go out in Tamil Nadu and find out why Moped is doing well and why we are not doing well. I guess I blushed up the report, because the next thing I heard from Mr. Anil Dua, who was at that point of time the senior vice president, he said, well, we'll be part of a rural vertical. We are going to build it up. And I said, good God. So I completely understand the feeling that you said. But one thing that is very intriguing is that you are one of the kind of first one that I have known, and I would like to know the secret, who talks about rural in a construction company, right? In the construction equipment category, to be more precise. So what was the inspiration? I mean, construction equipment category, rural, how did you match it? And to be a pioneer also in that field.
Yeah, so I was, Sandeep, I was working with a brand called JCB. Now people know what JCB is, and probably those days we were given a mandate as a brand marketing team to make JCB a household name. And in that era, when people used to ask me JCB who, and then this rural thing came in. So what we did, I just did a lot of traveling, across in the villages and trying to understand. So I could find out there are a couple of drivers, which probably would take this industry forward. And one of the driver was probably, as Pradeep Kashyap says in his book, Decade of Doubt. So the decade of 2000 to 2010 was a decade of doubt when, with respect to the rural audience. While the government was spending money almost close to 45,000 crores through Manrega, there were rural roads. Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana was being done. NABARD was active. So the money was getting flowed into the rural sphere, but people had doubt in terms of what to do with that money. We also observed that at that point of time, the split or the ratio between the farm income and non-farm income was moving from farm income to non-farm income. And that is the space we thought probably is a space where we could find a business case. And that's how we build it up within that premise. Now, What we did, and because it's a capital equipment, as you said, my ticket size of my product is 20 lakh rupees plus. I just cannot go to every market, everybody, and just ask him to buy. I mean, that's not the model which is going to work for us. So we did a slightly different approach. We focused on the premise that can I create wealth in a rural economy, and machine sale was an after, is a precipitation of all those activities. So we identified those areas, we identified those opportunities where the government spending is happening, where the NREGA is doing, where the NABARD is active, and economic activity is happening. People have got money, the non-farm income is growing. So those are the pockets we identified, and then played on the creating wealth concept, and that's how we started our rural thing. But if I may ask Sandeep a question to you, when we were kids in college, Hero Honda bike, having a bike, either Yamaha RX100 or CD100 Hero Honda, was the ultimate dream of every guy, right? And Hero Honda probably was one of the very successful brand which shifted the market from scooters to motorcycles. I mean, as a concept, if I go back to 90s, if you can throw some light what you guys did as an organization and as a brand to bring to make that brand at that point of time.
You're right, Puneet. Actually, Hero Honda, if I look at it, when I joined the organization in year 2000, that did not need introduction. You could travel to any place and people would know the brand. And I think there would be 3-4 things which added to the brand imagery which Hero Honda had created. The first is we were the first ones to go into 4-stroke. Earlier it was 2-stroke. So possibly that appealed to people. The kind of bikes that we used to make was fuel efficient. It was strong. It was it could go into any kind of patch of road, and roads at that point of time are not what we see today. So that the quality of the bike that we used to produce, that made a definite cut. And the mileage. If you remember, CD100 ka jo ad tha, I think, yes. Fill it, shut it, forget it. So all these things went into the psyche of a normal person who used to like being associated with Hero Honda. The second thing is, and this is what I've heard about, a very interesting thing called MSW, which was being run by Hero at that point of time. Yeah? The whole lot of students over here, so I'd like to also address them and tell them that how some of these initiatives can really help you. So MSW was Mobile Service Workshop. So what used to happen was that from one district A, a mobile service workshop would go to a district B. And a service engineer who was typically in his 20s or late 20s at that point of time, he used to travel for 15 days, 20 days on that mobile service workshop. Now, it used to stop at certain tehsil points and things like this, and there would be a postcard that was sent to the customers. क्या आप अपनी CD100 गाड़ी लेके यहाँ पे आ जाइएगा, यहाँ पे सर्विस होगा. This helped create a lot of good bond between the customer. More importantly, this helped us identify potential locations across the country. If you look at it, Hero possibly is doing well. One of the reasons is that we have such a wonderful network. We are present in the nook and corner, approximately 7,000 network points, very, very strong. How did we know it? How did we get to know exactly that this is the potential location? That's because of these activities which we did. So I think it is critical when you step out of the comfort zone and you experience whatever the rural hinterland has to offer. Sitting on the 18th floor of 2 Horizon, that's my office. I can't even see the cars. I can't even see a truck. How do I see a person? So those strategies don't work. You really have to go out. You really have to meet up with people, and then you can make any kind of strategies that you want to. Hero has also been given a whole lot of importance to rural customers, rural markets. I think it's paid back in rich dividends.
I was actually coming to that point only, since I mean, it's been seen that generally if a brand is doing well, you don't disturb the winning combination. You don't play around with the positioning. You don't play around generally with the product definition. Very few brands and companies have tried to do this. So I'm actually coming to that point where you left your last sentence. If Hero was doing so well, why the hell they ventured into rural? And then when they ventured, how come they dominated the space so very well for so many years till today?
Yes, we do have over 50% penetration in rural. That's about 50% of our bikes does sell in rural, despite the fact that we have had extremely troubled circumstances across the globe in the past few years. Having said that, I think one of the most important things is that a lot of activities have been done, and we actually used the rural vertical, which was formed in 2007, to be an umbrella, like an activity which gave us result in Andhra Pradesh. We piloted that in say Bihar, and maybe it worked. So having the cross pollination, I use this word very often and I like it. Cross pollination of ideas. I think that helped generate a huge amount of brand equity, and dealers believed in it. So it was not easy to form a rural vertical. In fact, in 2007, first we had to define, and I heard people say over here that how do you define rural? Now, you can't take it out from census and define rural like that. So we had to define rural. For us, at that point of time, rural was a population which had a place which had a population of less than 20,000. Now that's how we defined rural. And we got the census into our DMS. So that's technology. So we could list out who are those customers. If I am a customer, and if I belong to a place which is less than 20,000, I might be buying it from Pashupati, Delhi, which is one of the posh places. But if my address is from a village, it's from a population of less than 20,000, then I'm a rural customer. Those kind of customers amount to 50% of our sales, even at that point of time. So a whole lot of thought process went into that. We aligned, then we defined who is going to take it forward. So we defined and trained RACs, rural support executives. I think a whole lot of activation was planned. There are two people in this room, at least, who were part of the journey, and I could not. It will be Madam Nidhi and Madam Kalpana from Impact. They were the first partners for us to take any rural activation forward. So thank you so much. Puneet, you have asked me a few questions, so I'll actually just find out. I am still wanting to hear from you that did you influence a different product strategy in the category, or how did it work? I mean, you spoke about the very fact that construction equipment and so what was the product strategy and how did it work? I could hear some of my friends from Tata Steel speak about all these things. So maybe it's going to be interesting for them also.
Yeah. So, and I still remember, Sandeep, the day when I met, and the first thing which you asked me to define rural for my business as well. I still remember that. So, so that's how we started. We defined the market in which we want to play. So yes, there were some definitions available at that point of time, and we took help. That was a starting point. Then we superimposed it with the business objectives, what we have, what distribution strengths we have, what are the growth centers, growth drivers, growth centers. So we did all that. We put our own definition and then worked upon that. Second thing, once the locations are, the definition is there, then we identified what are my growth drivers. So it was very interesting to learn and understand that there are a couple of growth drivers for this industry, construction equipment industry. The cliched ones, the roads, the ports, the infrastructure, the mining, construction, all that. But we found out that in most of these, at that point of time, in the conventional growth drivers, the ownership of the machine was urban. The usage of the machine was shifting from urban to semi-urban. Yeah. And the servicing of those machines was again centered urban, serviced machines serviced in semi-urban spaces. And because of the government spending at that point of time through NREGA and Pradhan Mantri Sadak Yojana and NABARD supported the financing part of it, we found out that the ownership over a period of time, there was a very clear indication which was shifting from urban centers to semi-urban. The usage was shifting from semi-urban to rural. And that's not all. The service, the after-sales service centers were shifting from urban to semi-urban to rural. Which means what we understood through this process was, the availability of service, the availability of parts, the availability of technicians near the place where the machine is actually operating, that is something which is growing. So we did two things with respect to our product strategy, and that was also the time when lot of studies have come where we learned through some of these RMAI conclaves. I still remember about 1 rupee sachet, smaller packs. The rural audience consumes smaller, bite-sized products and things like that. So we did our experiments. So we have a product which is a flagship product called backhoe loaders, the general machine which you see which dig holes, and आज यूपी में बाबा का बुलडोजर के नाम से जाना जाती है और एमपी में मामा का पोकलेन होती है. So which is a 76 horsepower machine, 8-ton machine kind of thing. Now we also thought, okay, let's try and make a machine which is smaller not only in the in the envelope size, which is look-wise smaller machine, but also smaller with respect to as an entry price. So we designed a machine which was like 70% of the 74 HP machine, powered by a 50 horsepower engine, smaller machine. We positioned it as a rural machine, and we thought that the rural audience will queue up to buy this machine because the ticket size has come down from 20 lakhs to I think some 14.5 lakhs or something. It makes more money for the buyer because the fuel consumption is lesser because the engine is smaller. So the rural audience will love it. They will run after this machine. Trust me, nothing of that sort happened. The product failed. The product failed, and the learning came was we misjudged during our research. We did a research about the entry level price. We did the research about the maintenance cost, owning cost, operating cost. We missed a very, very significant point, which is the psychological need of the rural customer. We learned it the hard way that the rural customer doesn't want to be seen as a deprived cousin of his urban counterpart. He doesn't want a smaller machine. Simple. They rejected it. So that was a learning for us. So then we had to alter our product strategy. This machine, we shifted our focus or the positioning of this machine from a rural market to more urban municipal solid waste management kind of a market, which was a second application. There it's doing well. The second thing what we did along with the product strategy, so we understood what kind of work is going on in the marketplace, and we found out that the rural road is one of the large growth driver at that point of time, which requires actually a set of 3 machines, a backhoe loader, a compactor, and a small material handling kind of a machine. So we started promoting a combo offer, wherein these 3 machines, again smaller machines, are offered as a community buying option, which means one machine is not bought by one person. Instead, one machine is bought by a group of people. They become a shareholder and they distribute the cost, they distribute the profit. I think that is the model which thereafter worked in rural areas, which is a unique learning for us because the individual standalone product failed, but this combo offer and the community buying concept, that worked. So that is our journey of learning about the product strategy, which is different from a typical FMCG learning curve.
Great insights. In fact, failure sometimes is the road to success. And this is what you just said is so wonderful, that you don't really have to fear failure, but you have to overcome your something over here to go ahead and try something else.
I know. I once met Madam Mallika Srinivasan, and she also asked a similar question. It's sometimes it's important to learn from the mistakes. Did you have any experience like this?
Yeah, lots of it. In fact, whatever I'm standing on, it's all not roses of failures, but thorns of failures. Because you try things, and I started the rural vertical in many ways. So it was difficult, and then moved on to national sales, which was even more difficult. And those were the times when, not very far away, we had demonetization, we had GST. So you can imagine the kind of things. Yes, we did have a lot of failures. For example, I just heard you speak about. We had an app called Sarthi, right? So a person could go, RSC could go, and he could check in and check out of a village, and you could get that digital stamp of that place and also whom he is meeting. So you have to. It seems like such a wonderful thing. It seemed like this is, and I thought that I'm nothing less than the Infosys gentleman. But it did not do well. It did not do well. Why? Because of a simple reason. RSC possibly thought, and we spent a lot of money into it. The RSC possibly thought that he is being monitored. He was not comfortable. And hence he used to say that I'm having a technology glitch, and he would never punch. So some of these learnings came at a cost to the organization or to me personally, but it helped us build up something very new and very big. In fact, while we were having lunch, I met up with some bright young students from V School, and I met Rituja. I don't know whether she's Rituja, you're over here. So we were chatting with her, and Rituja was mentioning about some of the projects that they have done, and her friend was also asking that what makes a person successful. So I told her, what did I tell you? That don't be afraid of failure, right? Is that what I said? So Rituja, would you like to speak about your business school, your college, and also about your friends? Good learning, interacting. So while she's speaking, I'll just take one moment. Very recently, I was telling Puneet, I was in a social function, and there was this boy from VIT, Belur, in second year computer science. And I was asking him, what do you want to do? And he said that after my computer science, I'd like to go to Harvard and do public policy. Or maybe go to London School of Business and do public policy. I said, public policy, a computer engineer doesn't fit. I said, what do you do after that? He said that I'd like to come back to India and join politics. Just hear it out, the sequence of events. So I had a smile on my face. Oh, you want to make money? He said, no. Now, hear me out. He said, I want to be one of the people to lay the foundation stone for India to go into the 22nd century. Strong statement. And that's what the youth is today, right? And I thought, but how are you going to make money? Again, he said, the way the world is going, next 2 to 5 years, there'll be nothing as a fixed job. You won't have a regular job available at all. People are going to work on projects. People are going to be gig workers. That's what's going to happen. So I like coding. I like computers. I'll earn my money over there. My passion is politics, and I'll spend my energies over there. Look at the thought. So, Rituja, over to you. Power to the youth.
So, hello everyone. This is Rituja from V School. Firstly, I would really like to thank RMAI for giving us the platform and my college V School. My program in charge, Dr. Rachna Patil ma'am, for giving us such opportunities. So what we used to have at college is corporate coming to the campus and having conclave session. And this was our very first time where we actually visited corporate session. So it was quite insightful. As sir mentioned that we have gone through some project immersion. So I would like to give credit to grassroots immersion because few points which were discussed, not few exactly, many of the points which I was able to connect to it, comprehend it because of the grassroots immersion. So I would like to give a small brief about it, what exactly it was. So it is a 7 days residential program at a village. There we stay and get to know about their behavior, their living style, and what are the approaches they use to solve their problems. So many tools we used, that is transient work and then one-to-one interaction. So few insights to be shared as discussed in early morning. The farmers don't have stable income. So what we noticed that after working in farm for 3 to 4 months, they used to migrate to urban areas for daily wages and they used to work there. And second insight was the brand communication was quite weak. We found that brands like Oreo is been selling like name under Cheerios and people are still buying it. It has exact branding, exact same tagline. The brand communication is lacking is what my point. And last but not least, the QR penetration. So it was seen that many like farmers have the cars which even urban people don't have. So it doesn't mean like they cannot afford it. If we see the data, the consumption pattern of rural is almost same of the urban, and I think it is increasing if we compare it to the current data. But the only problem there was lack of digital penetration. People didn't have exact knowledge and they and not trusting the bank system. Basically there are many schemes which are promoting subsidiaries etc, but there are not branches compared to. So these were the few insights which I received and I observed from my grassroots immersion. Thank you, sir.
Puneet, is it not absolutely fantastic?
Absolutely, and I think you have your colleagues also, if you can just introduce them.
So I would like to introduce my team. We have Pratik Kharche, Ayushi Pandey, and Abhishek Kanade.
Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. I think as I was telling Sandeep ji, so अच्छा है class है तो students भी हैं.
स्टूडेंट भी होने चाहिए. मास्टर क्लास ये नाम अलग होता तो ठीक था. मास्टर क्लास नाम दे दिया तो स्टूडेंट होने चाहिए.
Student होना चाहिए. Great. Sandeep ji, I just on a serious note, see, Hero MotoCorp today does not require any introduction, right? It's a responsible organization. It's aware of its social responsibilities as well. So if you can share some experiences or some initiatives which you have taken, which takes you to the next level. I mean, what next? I mean, rural marketing, what next?
Sure. So, yeah, Hero, in fact, if I talk about Dr. Gulmohar Munjal, who is our chairman emeritus, I think everyone in this room knows the kind of a person that he was. His idea of even sales, used to be in our reviews. So he never used to say kitni gari bechi. He used to ask, how many people have you given mobility to? Right? There's a difference. And there's a huge difference in the way you think. I know for sure that this was the thought behind the organization, the way we had gone ahead. In rural, like you mentioned, we had something called service at Jaga. Where we went to the particular village, 5,000 population, 2,000 population also, and larger potential village, used to announce it earlier, and people would come with the bikes. The whole idea was that the bikes would get serviced. We had something called Bharat Shresht, internal competition. Now, internal competition meant that people would have to innovate, and there was a huge emphasis on innovation. One of the things that came up is people actually cleared ponds, cleaned ponds, and even someone attempted to clear part of the Ganges. They were looking at how to develop the fishing thing. We did something for the coconut thing in Kerala. Whole lot of things. In fact, I'll give you an example of how the thought process of the RSE was. Because we had trained them, myself and I'm very, very glad to say this. So once a RSE went to a place, the rural support executive, who is a dealer staff, he went to Kolhapur in a particular village. And he was very shocked to know that there's no water in that village for the past 7 days. And so much so that he immediately picked up his bike and came back to the dealership. And he was wanting to speak to the dealer principal that can we do something? Can we send some tankers? So the dealer principal was going to Pune, which is about 5-6 hours in those days. He said that, see, I have no time. You can sit down in the car and we can discuss. So they went to Pune, and by the intervention of our office, we got some interviews done through FM in that village done in the next 24 hours. Believe you me, in about less than 24 hours, water was restored. Now, the whole idea was social. No one was thinking sales. But if you look at sales, is it possible for any other company to enter that village today? Will people ever discount Hero MotoCorp? So what you have done is, without even thinking of sales, you have done something which is your own core values of the organization. You have tried to only put it up in the universe, and your sales have got improved. So sales is a by-function. It's not the core function of how you are going to project yourself in the market. What do you really think about? How are you, what are you thinking of the customer? So the rural vertical particularly, we have done soil testing machines. I know there's Madison over here, and we were talking of Chalo Sakhi Pleasure Seekhe. This was one campaign which we did where ladies were taught how to ride a scooter. And we are not talking about 2020. We're talking about 2012. We are talking about 2011 in areas of Maharashtra, Rajasthan, where people will not like ladies to ride scooters. And the intent was, believe you me, if I look into the business results, not much. And we used to have learner license campaigns over there. Now all these things were social activities, and we are still continuing with that. During COVID also, there was a whole lot of things we did. But to sum it up, I think the philosophy of the organization is that whatever we do, we would, it's not a CSR activity. Any corporate is a blood-sucking profit generation is one of the things that is important. But when you're sucking blood also, you should know whose blood to suck. And to what extent you should suck, that's very important. And hence, whenever you're talking to any market, when you're in any market that you are in, I think your actions will speak louder than sales numbers. So this is...
That's great. And you spoke about the innovation. And I think the innovation can happen anywhere. Anybody can, get into that path. So during the lunchtime, I was also interacting with some of the
Yeah,
students.
I could see you talk to some bright young guys.
Yes, and this bunch of kids, they have done a couple of projects, and I've just they were sharing with me, the kind of projects which they recently did, as I think as an intern. But some good work they have done, some good innovative work they have done. Tushar, are you there? Yeah. So Tushar is, I think, one of the kids, bright kids. I think you have got some 4-5 colleagues with you. So why don't you share something about the projects which you did, Tushar, recently, and any insight you have, failures, successes with innovation, just if you can share quickly.
So a very good evening to respected panelists and the eminent speakers and delegates present here. My name is Tushar Jha and I am from Imperial School of Agribusiness, Greater Noida. Recently, I had my summer internship in GSP Crop Science Private Limited, which is a Gujarat agro-based chemical industry, which deals in 4 product segments: insecticides, herbicides, pesticides, and PGR, plant growth regulators. So as sir have already talked about the product penetration in rural market, and they have also talked about the preferred locations or the primary locations, and also the potential locations. So we already know about the 4 P's of marketing: price, product, place, promotion. And during my project, I come to know about the 4 A's of marketing, especially in terms of rural market: affordability, accessibility, acceptability, and awareness. I had a project on a special their patented product, that is PCT 410, which is for the seed treatment, and I have got a location in Punjab. So I have used these techniques, and I would also like to introduce my colleagues. They are Tejas Dewane, Prince Patidar, Rahul, and Tejashri. Thank you.
A round of applause for these young guys. Thank you very much, Tushar, and we all look forward to hear more from you, more participation. I think probably you are the future of this initiative called Rural and RMAI as well.
Yeah, Puneet, before we go on to the question, I'd like you to ask a secret. Are you okay? Secrets in this.
Yeah, I guess you're not getting naughty.
No, I have known you for many years, and I find that, I don't know whether you guys know, all of you know, he's a drummer. He loves movies, his movie making and things like this. He does so many things, and yet he is one of the top-notch professionals. So how do you maintain your work-life balance? You are into JCB and now. Okay, so these are companies which are extremely high on work quotient. So how do you maintain your work-life balance?
I think, sir, it's very simple. If you love your work, the rest everything falls in place. And the best thing of what I love about my work is this role. I mean, rural and the work which we were able to do through rural initiatives is changing lives. I think that is what gives a kick when I see. We have, for example, I'll quote an example. So we have an operator training school near Indore where 100% education, residential, fooding, boarding, lodging, everything is on us. And we pick up 30 students a month, give them 240 hours of training, including the practical training. And when we go back, and we call the alumni of that and just to check how they are doing in their lives. And many of them come back, say, सर पहले हमारे घर में एक्चुअली खाने के पैसे नहीं थे, आज मैंने 2 लोगों को नौकरी दी हुई है. When someone says you like this, कि आज मैंने 2 लोगों को रोजगार दिया है और 1 साल पहले मेरे अपने खाने का, I think that sums up everything. I mean, वो जो एक feeling होती है, ठीक है, as you said, machine sales happens, but the process of achieving that sales, and if you can change a life of one person, I think that's what drives us.
Superb.
And sir, दिल में बसते हैं फिर. So
we can have some questions.
Should we have some questions? Yes.
Sure, sure. We are around.
Perfect. We are around. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
ma'am.
much. Can I invite Mr. Sanjay Panigre to please come forward and present the mementos? Ladies and gentlemen, moving quickly to our next session, which is a showcase of case studies on of how brands leverage various technology to engage and give immersive experience to their target audiences. And I would like to call our speaker from Tag Labs, Mr. Hariom Seth, who is the founder of Tag Labs. Also from Almonds AI, Mr. Arpit Agarwal. Mr. Hariom Seth and Mr. Arpit Agarwal.
Okay. Sure.
So our speaker is joining shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Is he here? Okay. All right. I would like to call from Tag Labs, Hariom Seth, who is the founder, and from Almonds AI, Mr. Arpit Agarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and hear them out.
Yeah, sure. Good evening, everyone. I hope many of us may be aware about what Tech Almond is all about. So just to give you a brief understanding. So Tech Almond is basically a company with the name Almond suggests. So सबको शायद आलमंड का नाम पता है कि बादाम खाना पसंद है और दिमाग बढ़ जाता है, तो हमने इसको थोड़ा सा और रीडिफाइन करा. So what Almond stands for is activating last mile on digital. So why we did this? Because so I'm working in this industry from last 12 and a half years. So I realized that last mile, or per se you can say the channel engagement, is something where the technology requires a lot of enhancement, lot of enablement, so that the stakeholders in this channel engagement part, be it like the retailers, be it like any stakeholders like painters from paint company, be it like electricians, so they should get an opportunity to interact with the brand through technology as a medium, right? And thanks to COVID, that things have made easy for us in terms of making it digital and connected with technology. So that's how the element activating last mile on digital started. So we as a company have a platform where we created the entire engagement through technology and how technology can be beneficial to these channel partners. I'll showcase you some of the case studies on that as well. Okay, so as we all know that for a brand, there are two ways how to drive the revenue. So one is obviously through the direct consumers like you and me, where the people are engaging and we are talking to them and we are promoting the brands through different promotional channels like television, like radio, newspaper, digital, everywhere. And then there's a huge chunk of business that drives through channel. Channel, I mean to say that through distributor, retailer, network, and also the last mile part of the channel is for a paint industry, it could be the painters. For any electrical industry, it could be electricians. For any sanitary industry, it could be plumbers, right? So 70% of this revenue drives from these channel partners only, right? So when these for us, these channel partners are very important. So right now we are talking about rural. So most of these channel partners to the last mile are residing in these rural India only. So for an example, if we talk about a mason, they are coming from this rural India. They are migrating to these cities, and they are working with the brands on different projects, and they are giving their blood and sweat to make things right. For them, it is very important that they should be a part of this ecosystem, and the brand should know about them, so that they should also get a benefit out of it. So for that, I think the most important and convenient way is technology. So Almond, we have also started working on AI as a platform. So what everybody knows about AI, and we have a lot of talk in the market about AI, what is happening in AI. So I don't want to get into that fancy words of artificial intelligence, but a simple thing, AI for me is if I am able to understand a user behavior. Let's suppose if a carpenter is there, I'm able to understand through my technology, through my mediums, that what this carpenter is doing and how he is reacting to one or a different kind of a programs, then probably I can offer something better to him for the next time when he's interacting with me. So in a very layman language, AI for me is to knowing my customer, to knowing my lifestyle, and post forward to that in the future, I can interact with them in a better, relevant way. So with Almond, we are already partnered with AWS, and on our platform, we hosted an event for one of the government, and where we backed for 5 Guinness Book of World Record. Okay, so this is a small gist about Almond, that how many people are interacted over the Almond platform, and how many clients we are catering to when we started. So it's a part of our A-Technos group. So A-Technos into multiple other things like content, gamification and all. Almond specifically working on channel engagement and enhancing the channel engagement part. So we are also working with some of our global partners where we work internationally as well. These are some of the, so more than 1 billion plus rewards has been distributed through our platform. So I mean to say that we are also working on loyalty programs, creating loyalties within the brands for their channel partners so that they have a convenient way to interact. Okay. Some of the clients, so I'd like to just give us gist of it. So Coca-Cola is one of our prestigious clients we are working with. Nestle we are working with. HUL we are working. Some of the case studies I'll also showcase you in the coming slides. We are working with FMC, Kia. So all these brands we are working with. Some we have worked in the past and they are not working, but most of them are working with us right now as I'm speaking. So these are some of the awards and recognitions that we have achieved in the last many years. So to name it, Tactors Award that we have received. We have also been recognized by Unicorn Pitches Online. So these are some of the awards. So the channel that I'm talking about is the name called Channel Wars. So Channel Wars is basically a B2B engagement channel that we have created. So be it like channel for a loyalty, that if we have to create any loyalty for any brand, so we have a channel ready and we can do a plug and place and can create those technological interface for any brand. So let's suppose if a brand already having any application or any system in place, we can also plug and play with different features. So we have more than 70 plus features on our platform. So yeah, so loyalty management is one part, customized rewarding is one part, educational training. So we have done many programs with brands where we are also providing trainings, learnings through digital as a medium, through technology as a medium, through our platform. Gamified engagements, lot of gamifications that we are working with on a on regular basis with the brands. Online events. So yes, we are, during the COVID time, we also started our platform called Almond Vertex, where we started doing the online events. So now it's a mix and match of online and on ground. So we can call it as a hybrid model right now. Then obviously the AI enablement, as I already told you, reporting analytics, which is a very important thing because in last many years, I have learned that many brands are doing a lot of consumer-based activities, a lot of channel-based activities. But the most important thing which was missing was data analytics, right? We generally don't analyze that what is actually happening with our customers on ground through our programs and how they are behaving towards our programs. So that then the data role is very important. And when we are talking about the data, so I'm sure everybody have experienced that when we are doing any sign up or any of the applications. So we talk a lot about the terms and conditions and all. And we talk about taking the personal informations like name, mobile number and all. But there are plenty of things that can be played around with the data, just basis on what exactly the user is interacting and how they are behaving towards our campaigns, right? Then end-to-end integration. So as I said that either we can also do the plugins of our features, and we can also maintain the end-to-end from right from scratch till the delivery. We can maintain end-to-end integration through our platform. Then app and web, WhatsApp, these are all the communication channels. So we also create the entire communication through SMS, app, web, WhatsApp, notifications, everything, so that we should not miss out on any touch points for any users. So like in the case of rural India, so majorly, so I fairly remember the thing that when we started this thing, initially we faced a lot of challenges regarding the smartphone users or a feature phone users. So most of the rural population, they have the feature phones, right? So during, I think it was like 5 to 6 years back, now the situation has completely changed. So I think more than 20 crore people are using the smartphones in rural India right now. So the things have really changed, and we have come up to that situation now. Whatever the things, so I have learned in one of my visit to Jaipur. So there was one person, he's a very old age person, like 80 or 85 years of age, and he was sitting on his charpai, जो खटिया जिसको बोलते हैं गांव के अंदर, वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, and he was asking the Google through Google Assistant कि Google मुझे आज की न्यूज़ सुनाओ. So he was talking in Hindi and Google was responding. So that's how I've seen the shift of people understanding from a feature phone to smartphone, and how the utilization of these smartphones could be very beneficial. And in the last few years, primarily after the COVID, we have seen that whatever the activities that we are doing, whatever the programs that we are doing, the last mile has tremendously responded through digital as a platform and through smartphones, right? So loyalty, rewards management, gamification. So these are some of the things that we do in loyalty program, and where we help brands to build these loyalty program basis on some engagement activities. When we are talking about gamification, so we also create the concept gamings related with the program or related with a brand requirement. It's not like standard gully cricket or standard kind of a program, but it could be related to any particular brand as well. So when we are talking about the interactions, education and engagement plays a very important role. So I remember we did one campaign with one of the brand during the COVID time. So their challenge was how to educate their last mile user through digital as a medium. So we created the entire application where the training and everything was happened through digital, right? And these people were very excited, and we have received a more than 70% of the participation from the users. So I'll show you that case study as well. So as I said, that gamification, a lot of things are happening in the market. A lot of companies are entering into the gamification as a zone. So lot many things can be done. And the beauty of this games are, is for an example, spin the wheel. Spin the wheel can be utilized in multiple ways. There could be multiple variants of using a spin the wheel. For me, the spin the wheel could be different. For you, the spin the wheel could be different. So it can be analyzed. And the best part is that basis on the data understanding, I can also give you a different kind of a view for different user on the same platform. So this was our Element Vertex. I was talking about the online event platform. So we have more than 40 features on that platform, and where we can host the events online. So we have done a lot of events from corporate industry, from government side in last 2 years. So this is about the online event. Some rewards. So rewards, our portfolio of rewards is very, you can say very rich. So we have more than 500 brands working with us, and more than 2000 plus products are in the catalog. So these could be the physical one, the vouchers, and also we have enabled the UPI payouts and everything. So now we are 360-degree covering the reward section. These are some of the categories that we are working in the rewards line. So end-to-end integration, I mean to say, so this is just a small understanding that how it can be done. So many brands have a different platforms they are using, ERP system, SAP. CRMs and all. So either we can integrate with them or we can create their own specific customized system in-house so that everything can be driven and the data can be reside into their vicinity, which is a very important thing. Right. So Web 3.0 is very interesting thing. We all have learned about metaverse and all. We discussed this thing last year, and a lot of things happened in the market. So we also started working on that, and we have achieved a significant understanding on that. So we are still continuing exploring a lot of things around it. So this is something I want to talk personally as an initiative that we are taking. So I'm sure many of the brands are doing a lot of CSR activities around it. So why not to make our loyalty program green in nature or eco-friendly in nature? So this is the initiative that we have started this year, and we want to create a green loyalty program for the brands where whatever the things that we are doing it through digital as a medium or through rewards. So these things should be very eco-friendly, and how we can reduce the burden on our environment so that we can, at least we can start contributing something from our side. Right. So CSRs and all, we already talk about a lot of things we do, but from a loyalty program, from a channel engagement program, from a last mile program, we never thought of contributing through our loyalty program. So this is something that we want to build this year, and we want to take it forward. And we will talk more about this thing once we started interacting with it. So these are some of the add-on solutions and services that we work on. Strategy, consultation, that I think it's a part of our any media company or any media agency. So we are nothing behind on that part. So yes, this is a small team. So our work. So let me just give you some understanding what we are doing with some brands, just a snippet of it. So with Coca-Cola, as I said, that we are working on their entire channel loyalty program. The best part about this entire program is that earlier Coca-Cola was using 4 different platforms to engage with their channel partners, be it like distributors, wholesalers, retailers, or their last mile consumers. So now what we did, that we created one single platform, and everybody is on that one platform with one single view. The only difference is basis on the customer who is actually entering into the program, their dashboard, their view is entirely different. So that is how you can reduce that clutterness which a brand has to go, or you can say the hustle the brand has to go in managing 4 or 5 different programs or 5 different basically the portals. So that's what we did, number one. Second, through this program, we have also integrated a feature called dynamic schemes. So what dynamic scheme is all about is, let's suppose for an example, if you are in Delhi and you want to run a scheme for your Delhi retailers, and at the same time, your Mumbai team wants to run a scheme for your Mumbai retailers. So possibly earlier the brands used to do some different schemes they used to run, and for that they have a different understanding to analyze those data. But from this particular platform, brand can create their own dynamic schemes for their different regions, and they can run those schemes at the same time, and they can analyze the data as well. So for a Delhi retailer, he will only see the scheme which is related to him into that market, and he can participate in that. For a Mumbai one, he will see his own scheme, and so on. So this is something that we have built upon. With Godfrey Flips, we are working with many years, and in channel engagement, we have done a lot of work with them. We have enhanced. So I have seen the growth of this brand from using a mobile or a feature phone mobile kind of technologies, and evolving to mobile apps, evolving to web pages and all. So earlier we used to run the campaign for the people like the retailers and all, panwalas and all, and they were not having any smartphones, right? So they were having only feature phones, and we used to run these programs through, I'm sure you might all have aware about it, SMS campaigns, through IVR campaigns and all, right? So we used to do that as well with them. But over the time, we learned that these people are evolving. These people are evolving with the technologies. These people are evolving with the kind of devices they are using. And basis on that, we started evolved them with our technologies, right? And we actually now the situation is that most of their campaigns are hybrid, a mix of both IVR, SMS, and also the app and web-based. So we have done more than 20 million plus. We have worked with 20 million plus customers onto our platform through Godfrey Philips India. So this is one of the campaign that we did for them in COVID, where the first of the concert digitally we handled for them, for their channel, for their retailers. So they interacted onto our platform. The campaign name was Yari Forever. So there were some artists who performed online, and on real time they were showcasing their interest regarding the program. They can also comment. So it was a live feed that we were doing. So FMC is one of the company who deals into pesticides and all, and they're very much aligned with our rural India concept of associated with the farmers, right? So from last few years, we are working with them, and we are enhancing the engagement level with our farmers, right? So farmers, very importantly, they are working day and night, but maybe they are not aware much about technology, digital. So what we have done in few years, we have engraved those programs. We have created those activities around them, so that on ground with online, everything, a mix of it. We created the program so that they can be more interacted through digital, through technology with us. And that's how the brand is also analyzing their behavior, that how these farmers and which area, which farmer, what crop they are growing, and what kind of a pesticides they need, and how much time they need to replace their pesticides. So all those informations we are getting now, and basis on that, the brand is interacting with them in a very relevant and more effective manner. So with Asian Paints, as I told you that with one of the company, we did a entire learning program that was with Asian Paint we did. So there was a challenge that they want to interact with their painters during the COVID time, and also give them some kind of a gratification, because that time was very difficult for these people, for the last mile people. So brand wants to cater to that problem, so that they can also interact with them, and also as a benefit they can get something out of it. So we did this entire video. We created the entire video where these videos were published through the digital as a medium, through technology, and they were having a simple portal with a link. They just click on it, they just land up, and they can learn those videos. There were simple questions around it, they can answer, and they can be gratified. So more than 70% of the people have actually participated in this program, and they have completed the entire modules. There were 7 different modules and in 8 different languages. So with L'Oreal, as we all know that with a fashion brand, so most of the saloon partners plays a very important role. I'm 100% sure most of us goes to Lux, Gitanjali and all. So we have a different tie-ups we have seen, right? Lux may be having a tie-up with L'Oreal, and Gitanjali would have a tie-up with some other brand. So all those things plays a very important role when a brand gives a proper training and understanding to these saloon partners, to these saloon franchisees, because that's how the people will also evolve to understand whether the person who is attending you in these saloons are actually very educated about the brand or not. So we did this campaign through our platform where we educated them, we give them incentivization, and they actually shown tremendous amount of result in terms of explaining their products to the last mile user. So this is another program that we did for one of their premium brand, where through digital, through SMS, through WhatsApp, we reached out to the audience, and we actually educated about the new product and how this product can be beneficial. So again, it was a small sampling activity that we did. So there was a sample that is being sent to these users once they opted their sampling option. So this was with Medimix. So this is one company I came across that was highly non-digital before we interacted them. So they were not doing anything related to technology or digital in that sense. And once we interacted them, we got to know and we understand their challenge. So eventually we built the ecosystem of digital ecosystem within their organization, and currently most of the programs are running on digital as a medium, right? So we empowered their retailers to participate in the program, to be a part of this ecosystem. Their sales team was also educated because they have a very different objective, because they've never done any digital program in the past. So they were not aware about how to use it, how to use technology. So we educated them. So I completely remember one day I went to Pune and 40 or 50 different salespeople were there. So I gave a training to each of them in the same day, and there were a hell lot of questions they asked. And I'm thankful that they asked that question, because now they are using this technology, I think, very, very, very beneficially, because nowadays they keep on coming to us and say कि sir क्या हम लोग इसके अंदर अब ये चीज कर सकते हैं क्या, हम ये add on कर सकते हैं क्या. So that becomes a very important thing, because once you start learning things, then you will come up with your own ideas, your own suggestions that how we can enhance these things, because practically they are the people who are on ground. They knows the reality, they knows what kind of a challenges the people are facing on ground. So that becomes a very important aspect. So Udaan, B2B. Udaan was a B2B marketplace. So we did entire engagement activity for Udaan, where these buyers, the partners were there, and basis on their sales, they were engaged through gamification, and through gamification, through gamification, they were incentivized, and that was the different or innovative thing that they have done, because before that they were only just selling and they were getting the items through Udaan. Racket, we worked with one of the project with Racket on ASHA workers. So this was in UP and Bihar, where we give the educational platform to these ASHA workers. And during the monsoon season, they are going on ground into the villages, and they're talking about diarrhea. They are talking about the monsoon season, what to do and what not to do. But at the same time, they also need a lot of information. These information was powered by Racket, and we created the entire portal, which was all video friendly portal. We have created multiple videos which was published onto the application, and these ASHA workers can come onto this platform. They learn about the videos, and then probably they give the right or the correct answer to these villagers through this program. So we also created the entire channel of referral for them. Entire channel of referral. So these ASHA workers are also referring to their peer ASHA workers who are not a part of this program. So that was a very interesting thing. With Nestle, with one of their brand, we did this activity where we are doing the online sampling through WhatsApp. This was the first campaign that we did on WhatsApp, where through the WhatsApp as a channel, the sampling activity was driven entirely, and the people were participating in this program, and they were asking for the samples, and the samples being delivered to their doorstep by Nestle. So this was the first, you can say, the project of Almond on chatbot that we did. So this is very interesting case study. So for HUL, so there are drivers they have in their production plants who take their trucks and go into the market. And generally, what happens that there were a lot of you can say the lack of knowledge in terms of the driving rules they have. So generally they goes into the onto the road taking a truck, and they somewhere if the accident has been done, so there is a damage to the driver also, and also the other party who has been met in that accident, but the liability goes onto that brand, because they are carrying that brand truck. So that becomes a challenge. So with HUL, we discussed this thing, and we launched the entire driver learning program and education program on web, on basically mobile as a medium, through technology, through web. What we did that we created multiple learning videos into, we created 40 different videos with 40 different ground rules in terms of driving. So basis on that, we got to know that many people are not educated or aware about what kind of a driving rules are there. So let me ask you one question. I'm sure we all do driving and all. So how many of you know that after giving an indicator, whether to the right or to the left, do you know that we have to wait for some time before we move to that lane after giving an indicator? Can somebody tell me how much time we have to wait to move? Sorry? 30 seconds. Okay. Anyone else? Huh? No idea? No, India there is a rule, but we don't use it. That's perfectly fine, but there is a rule for that. Okay. So generally in US or any other country, there is a provision and there is a fine on that if you don't follow that rule. But in India, unfortunately, there is no fine, but there is a rule. So rule is of 5 to 10 seconds you have to wait before you take a turn after giving an indicator. Unfortunately, before this program, I was also not aware about it. But after this program, I got to know that thing as well. So there are multiple such ground rules that maybe we think that we know everything, but there are things that we don't know, right? So with this program, we actually achieved those parameters. We educated these drivers through digital medium, taking a test online, giving them keys only after passing the test, only after getting the certifications. So this is very important for any project or any program, that how we evolve those program for the last mile users. And believe me, these drivers are very confident कि हमें तो सब कुछ आता है, हमारे को तो कोई रोक ही नहीं सकता, हमें तो सारे rules पता है. First test, everybody fails. Because nobody knows the small things that we have to follow. But when it comes to the last thing, हाँ इंडिकेटर देना है भाई, देना है, लेकिन कब देना है, कैसे देना है, कितने टाइम तक वेट करना है, किसी को नहीं पता. So these things plays a very important role. जैसे हम लोग कोविड में भी देखते थे कि everybody knows about the COVID rules कि 6 feet distance रखना है, but रखना तो है, लेकिन क्यों रखना है, कैसे रखना है, क्या करना है उसमें, we don't know. Till the time I think the government published a lot of videos around it, lot of awareness around it. किसी को नहीं समझ में. Same thing happens with these people, and it's not their mistake. They have never been told about this thing. So they are always into this competition कि पास वाली जो फैक्ट्री है उसके अंदर मुझे जो है इतने वेजेस मिल रहे हैं तो मैं तो वहां चले जाऊंगा, तुम रखो अपनी ट्रेनिंग अपने पास. तो ऐसी चीजें होती थी. But then soon they realized that this has become a very important role, and drastically these number of accidents has reduced, which is a very good thing. Secondly, we also come up with the idea of giving them trip insurance, because these people are going into the onto the roads. They deal with a lot of different circumstances on ground. Sometimes they sleep in between. So those kind of things do happen. So we started giving them trip insurance that makes them very aware about their life is very important, and at the same time the other life is also important, right? So those kind of an educations becomes a very important one, and we are working with them, and I think across the neighboring countries like Nepal and all, we have established this thing. So we have created the entire kiosk, entire digital ecosystem, everything is being maintained over here. So with Kia in last expo only, we did this campaign where basis on AI understanding, there was a gadget, we can call it as a watch, and then there was a tablet, the promoters were there. So whatever the people are thinking, the watch is analyzing those data onto their wrist, and basis on that, we were creating the art that they might look at it. So it could be the passion, it could be the adventure, it could be the anything. So those things were created, and beauty of this program that after that, after creation of these particular arts, it has been published to them through WhatsApp as a medium. So they were quite amazed at how whatever they are thinking, and that thing is being actually turned into the reality basis on this technology. So this is some of our game portfolio that I would like to showcase. For Club Mahindra, as we see that spin the wheel, I told you that there are a lot of variations that we can do, right? With Club Mahindra, we created the entire thing related with Club Mahindra. So that's how they can be interacted on this. With Tata, we created the gully cricket thing, which was entirely customized for Tata, that how we can do that. With Flipkart, Tambola is one of the game that runs on Flipkart, which is being powered by us. Airtel, we started this gamification on these platforms with Airtel many years back, and during the Diwali time they were having a challenge that they want to interact with people, because the people are just coming onto their Airtel Things app, they are just doing the transaction and just going. There is no stickiness on this platform. So to create this stickiness, we launched this Diwali Dhamaka long back, and with that we did a lot of activities around it, and after that a lot of games have been implemented in that. And earlier the stickiness was around like maximum to 10 seconds, 15 seconds just for the payment done and all. And after that, we have seen that the stickiness has moved from 10 seconds to 1 minute. So that is a major shift. So with ABP, we are working, and we have created the entire portal on ABP where these games are being hosted, and the people are playing it. There are a lot of engagement around it, and the viewership has also increased on the portal. So the impact, which is a very important thing, I'm sure आप सबको लग रहा होगा ज्ञान तो है, लेकिन इसका impact क्या हो रहा है? So impact is something which we can analyze only after the campaign. So we have seen a lot of things during these campaigns, like 15% increment in repeat sales, which we have seen. So like in the case of Godfrey Flares, I have seen that growth every year, that the people are being engaged. They have launched new brands, new variants. Every brand, every variant has been able to create that market because they have that kind of an analytics and understanding about the users into their market. Incremental store revenues. So we have also seen a growth in store revenue as per what the brand shares with us, that exactly how the people are coming into these stores and they are buying those products and they are asking for those products through these programs. 70% reduction in cost. Yes, because a lot of things are happening in a conventional manner, in a traditional manner, that becomes a very costly. When it comes to digital or technology, that reduces a lot of cost. So 70% is the cost that I can tell you that technology or digital as a medium can reduce in any of your marketing activities. Improved experience 100%. Why I'm saying this? Because yes, the people experience is the most important thing that you can give to your last mile, because without the experience they will not understand whether you are giving them a right platform to interact or you are giving a right opportunity or not. Because experience, like for in the case of driver, that was the experience that makes them a shift, because earlier they were only thinking that yes, they know everything, but till the time they don't experience that thing, they didn't understand that yes, this is something they have to adopt. So that's all from my side. So anybody wants to have any question on this, want to ask? Thank you, everyone.
Can I request Sunny Vora sir, please join us and hand over the memento to our speaker who gave a very interesting session. So once again, can I request everybody to please put your hands together? Can we have from Tag Labs Mr. Hariom Seth to come for his session? Okay, he's here. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Over to you.
So hi everyone, we'll just take 2 minutes to set up the presentation. Our presentation is on Canva, and yeah, we'll just connect the internet. So by the time these guys are setting this up, I'll set up the context, what I'm going to talk about and why I'm here. So I have three very clear agendas to be here. One is that I'm very new to the overall rural marketing space. So the agenda number one is to learn a lot, understand this space much better, and I think I've been progressing throughout the day. So I'm an outsider on the fringes, trying to be the insider to this space. Then the next agenda which I have is not to bombard you with our portfolio, but maybe plant a seed. Okay, plant a seed that how can we deploy technology and bring some sort of a mindset change. I think we consider like one of the core aspects of rural marketing, which everybody says. Even when I was at the lunch, Sanjay told me try to present ideas which are cost effective. Okay, so yeah, so there is this huge mindset that rural cannot afford expensive ideas, which is not true. I think they can afford expensive ideas, but the per transaction cost has to be low. Okay, you can invent something that might be slightly costly, but when you distribute it across millions of people, that cost can be justified. So per cost of delivery needs to be high. So yeah, three clear agendas: learning, and then planting some sort of a seed, and trying my effort if we can change the mindset about application of technology in rural marketing. Because there is a huge presumption that something that becomes very successful in the urban world, that comes to rural maybe in a year or two when it becomes more affordable. I think it's not true. Why it's happening this way is that, you know, maybe a lot of people who are developing cutting edge technology, they have not been enticed enough to focus on the rural marketing space. Okay, so if as a conclave, if as an organization, one more thing that we can take in our mission is excite more technology developers to work on this space and not ignore this space. Then, you know, that technology which reaches maybe rural marketing after 2 years of being used in the urban space, that can actually come in use on the very first early days. Yeah. 1 second, huh? बाबा गूगल साइन इन करना है ना, गूगल साइन इन नहीं कर रहे. One second, I have to get off the stage because this Canva is asking for some Google sign in and I have to give them a code, so I'll just be back. Converter needs CTAP to SDN converter. And Sunny, I also have a surprise at the end of the presentation for you. So yeah, so the last slide has something surprising featuring Sunny Ora. We'll see. And the person at the camera, आप सुन रहे हैं ना? मैं ना बीच में आपको 2 मिनट के लिए रिकॉर्डिंग बंद करने के लिए बोलूँगा, तब आप बंद कर देना, because I would like to show some unreleased work also, but that cannot be captured on camera, but I can maybe share it with you guys as a forum. Yeah. Cool, I think we can start. Okay. Cool, so, you know, one disclosure or disclaimer, this presentation is as fresh as it can get. Maybe the last slide is just 2-3 minutes old. You know, because I'm new to this space, so kind of what every marketeer done, like you learn on the job and then you deliver. So I learned throughout the day what should be the context of my talk, and whatever I could put together in 3-4 hours, I've tried my best. So this is our introduction. I've been working in the technology space for almost 13 years, and for 13 years I was trying to search for maybe a label. What should we call ourselves? And this year we figured we call ourselves creative engineers, because yeah, primarily we are an engineering company, but we apply a lot of creativity to solve MarTech problems. So that's who we are. That's me. My name is Hariom Seth. I'm the founder of Tag Labs. I started Tag Labs almost 13 years back, way back in 2011. And this is our current CEO. His name is Pankaj. And me and Pankaj, we have been running the business together for almost a decade now. Now I have a question for the audience, which is slightly off topic, but we will get back to the topic that we have. Does anybody have a clue that how afforestation happens? Yeah. Okay, anybody wants to take a guess at how afforestation happens in the world? Yeah. No. How do you make it happen? How do you make afforestation happen? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, yeah, that's the simple answer. Sorry? Yeah. So basically, the straight answer is that you plant seeds, okay, and those seeds become into these big plants and trees, and that's how afforestation happens. But before you plant the seed in the soil, you actually have to plant the seed in the brains of people, okay, because people actually make stuff happen. Okay, so that's also my attempt, that before we apply technology like that is like planting the seed in the real soil. That means, you know, adopting the technology for application on real problems. First we have to plant that seed in our heads and brains, and then basically comes the real action, which is on ground. And another context setting I would do, and then once we have the tone of this presentation right, we will quickly just discuss a couple of ideas and we'll wrap.
Well, even as the world hails India's historic feat to land Chandrayaan at the surface of the moon, two British media houses have targeted India and said that their priorities are misplaced. The BBC, on one hand, has said that India must focus on the poor and the downtrodden instead of spending on a space program. Meanwhile, another British media house, CBN, also toed BBC's line, demanding India to return the £2.3 billion foreign aid given between 2016 and 2021. Listen in.
So, you know, I'm going to have to ask you, because some people will be thinking about this. India, a country that lacks a lot of infrastructure, a country that has extreme poverty. I think more than 700 million Indians don't have access to a toilet. Really? Should they really be spending this sort of money on a space program?
I would like to congratulate India on landing on the...
Yeah, so did you guys see this clip, like where this BBC comment happened? Okay, so you know, so I was also slightly furious when I saw this, and I was also feeling slightly jiffy about it, that you know, that basically the league jump happens not in a linear way. Okay, if you just keep improving things, say just arithmetically, that's not how progress happens. And the way why developed countries are so developed is because they adopted technologies maybe 200 years back. We missed out on the industrial revolution, and that's how we are slightly behind. So my clear take was that, you know, that India should be spending more and more on these audacious technologies, because that's which actually is going to get us out of the poverty. Just making these incremental growths is not going to, you know, change the game. That's also what I think about rural marketing, you know, that rural marketing, we think that, you know, the rural India is not ready, their media habits are very different, which is not the, you know, maybe their purchasing power is different, but their aspirations, they are almost updated as the urban market. So the more technology infusion needs to happen, and more cutting edge technology needs to reach rural India faster. But the context in which it needs to be applied, that needs to be a little different, because definitely, you know, it's very different. Like the rural market, the sensibilities, their nuances, that's something different. But because their purchasing power is less, that does not mean that there should be any disparity in the technology infusion to that space. And because the time is less, I'll just be taking 10 to maybe 15 minutes of this conversation. So I would just be discussing the tip of the iceberg, and maybe just leave you with thought starters. Yeah, so there is a report that came out maybe few years back, and the second version came out few months back, which was the Indus Valley report. The Indus Valley report is created by a venture capitalist firm called Bloom Ventures, where they say, okay, there are these three different kind of Indias. Okay, India 1, 2, and 3. Okay, India 1 is actually the consumer class, and then India 2 is the class which supports this consumer class, be it our drivers, be it the staff who works at our office, and India 3 is primarily the daily wagers, and the people who are really marginalized. Okay, and when we are talking about rural marketing, we are specifically talking about mostly India 2 and some parts of India 3. Okay, so India 3 is even slightly harder to reach because these guys they just are like, you know, very hand to mouth, and thus they don't have too much income left for consumption. And some of you would recall this, you know, whenever these daily wagers back in the day, whenever they used to get some money, they used to, you know, buy a watch because it's an essential commodity, and a radio. Like, I'm talking somewhere 15-20 years back. Now even the person who earns 10 to 12,000 rupees a month, their first purchase is actually a smartphone. Okay, and that piece of technology is actually one of the most important pieces of technology which cannot be ignored. And you know, we had some discussion on the same topic during the day as well. Okay, so I'll give you the context of just one technology. We'll not deep dive into many technologies that can change rural marketing. I would focus on specifically the application of AI in rural marketing. Okay, and I have just 2 case studies which I'll share with you, and we'll try to set up a context. So in the morning, you know, many people from big FMCG companies, they discuss their rural marketing plan. They shared that how they have created this app which people can use. They can order FMCG products, they can be part of the community, but still a large population is not friendly with mobile app interfaces. Okay, either they are comfortable with WhatsApp or either they are comfortable with voice. So very latest advent in AI, which is large language models, what ChatGPT is doing, OpenAI is doing, the biggest opportunity there is that the kind of conversation intuitiveness which was not possible earlier is now possible. It was not even possible 6 months back. Just a very recent phenomena. Like, just thinking that, you know, you have a security guard जो आपकी बिल्डिंग में है और उसको जॉब ढूंढनी है ना, अब वो इतना भी केपेबल नहीं है कि वो naukri.com या कहीं पे जाके जॉब अपना जॉब्स पे भी जॉब नहीं सर्च कर पाएगा, you know, which is more a blue collar thing. But now it is possible कि वो वॉइस से सर्च कर सकता है कि मुझे चौकीदार की नौकरी चाहिए मेरे घर के पास. And you know, earlier these kind of conversational AIs, they were not so intuitive, but now it is possible. So one idea which I would like people who are already digitizing, you know, who already have apps, please onboard somebody who can help you with changing the interface. So basically the new interface of internet is going to be interfaceless. Okay, कि उसमें कोई इंटरफेस ही नहीं होगा, बस एक कॉन्वर्सेशन बटन होगा और जैसे हम लोग आपस में बात करते हैं. दैट इज एक्चुअली द फ्यूचर ऑफ UI UX विच इज कमिंग विद AI. कोई पेजेस नहीं होंगे, सब कुछ एक पेज पे हो सकता है, यू नो. सो पीपल हु आर वर्किंग विद लास्ट माइल consumers or already they have app, please, you know, engage with some experts who can help you develop this very intuitive way of consuming. Maybe we were talking कि HUL में वो app use करके we can order the out of stock things. Now that can actually happen through just voice messages, and that too in our native Indian language. Okay, it's not a technology which come later. It is something that you can do today. Another thing which is there is hyper personalization. Okay, at very low cost. So I'll give you an example of what hyper personalization really means. We have just 2-3 campaigns which we very recently did. So our advent into rural is, I would say, maybe 2 months old. Like we just been 2 months that we have been in the hearts of India and, you know, exploring possibilities with this kind of consumer. So I'll give you a framework that how to implement, like what I figured. Okay, of course you guys are experts, you would know better. So in any idea execution, there are 3 layers of expense. One is the idea expense, जो आपकी एजेंसी आइडिया जनरेशन के लिए रिटेनर लेगी या कुछ लेगी. Then there is a enabler expense कि आप कुछ एक toolkit बनाओगे, and then there is a execution expense. What I figured is that if you have to do rural marketing effectively, you cannot just try and optimize execution expense, because जो अगर कोई अर्बन एजेंसी रूरल मार्केटिंग को अप्रोच करेगी तो उनकी कॉस्ट एक्सपेंडिचर सिस्टम्स आर टोटली डिफरेंट. ओके, सो व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज यू नीड टू क्रिएट अ टूल किट कि आपकी एग्जीक्यूशन लेवल के ऊपर एक लेयर है. यू आर जस्ट एनेबलिंग द रूरल मार्केटिंग implementation companies with a toolkit. I'll give you an example. It's right now a little abstract. So this is something that we did very recently for government of Orissa, and we are continuously working with, this is like our debut with the rural market. So the brief was ki Naveen Patnaik ji, who's the face of current government and he has been CM for the longest year in Orissa. He usually does not like to maybe travel for many political rallies, okay, because of his personal preference and also because of health reasons. He cannot do 5 rallies in a day. So the brief was that approximately 150 rallies happen in a season, almost 5 rallies a day, and then there is a calendar. The CM is not traveling for these rallies. How can you digitize his presence? Okay, so the first pilot we did is that there is a renovation happening at the Puri Mandir. We created an app where you can actually click a picture with the CM and your name actually comes on that brick, and then you're donating that brick as a eat dan. Okay, so that was the first thing, and it was not a very cost effective solution because we were putting up these photo booths and it was extremely, you know, logistically heavy. Then there was another dialogue that happened with the government, and they said ki yaar, it is not possible. Our target is to do almost 2 to 3 million photos. That's our target, and if we keep on spending even $50 per photo, it is not going to be viable. How do we do it? That's where, you know, this toolkit approach came in. We said, okay, let us rethink. So now the execution layer, okay, the execution layer we shifted. Earlier we were executing this campaign end to end. We said, okay, we'll design a toolkit for you, which is just a technology enabler, and the execution you guys can do yourself. How did we do it? The political party and even the government, they have hundreds and thousands of party workers, volunteers who can work on ground. We said, okay, we'll just create a simple mobile app which uses the power of AI. So everything that was happening with some heavy equipment now was digitized and converted into a mobile app. Okay, and our role is just to give this mobile app to these volunteers, quickly train them how to click a beautiful picture, what are the 2, 3, 4 things you need to take care. Okay, and the campaign is going on, and every day we are generating 5,000 pictures every day. 5,000 pictures we are generating per rally, and that day, and we are adding these guys from Orissa to a community. Okay, so we have also created a WhatsApp bot, which is a grievance WhatsApp bot. So the government of Orissa already had this grievance meetings. So they would conduct a rally. All these people will come there and they would just give their grievances that this needs to be fixed. And then that we converted into a WhatsApp bot. So in a WhatsApp bot, each interaction is just less than 10 paisa. And this photo thing is almost one-time expense, maybe few lakh rupees they have spent on creating this toolkit. So we just gave them 2 tools. Okay. And now they have been able to scale up because they have the execution layer. So that's what I was talking about. So as a technology supplier, if we try to implement the end-to-end campaign in our own style, we can never match the cost. But if we enable and put our brains, what are the available resources which are indigenous and local to that market, and just enable them with a simple technology. The cost is like this photo, after adding all the overheads per photo and I can say it a customer acquisition cost, because we are acquiring a civilian to a community. So that cost is less than 5 rupees, and no internet service actually has a 5 rupees customer acquisition cost. It goes in 100. Okay, if you have to make somebody part of a new app or a new digital thing, it is very high. We have been able to bring it down to 5 rupees and less, just because we are using extremely indigenous resources and we are not over engineering the stuff. Now, can you stop recording from here for 2 minutes? Now, because you work with one government, you catch the eye of other one also. So this Rakhi, we are going to click across whole Madhya Pradesh digitally. These women from Madhya Pradesh are going to tie Rakhi to the Honorable Chief Minister, who's already also called Mama in Bhopal. Okay, and again, same, like we created this one and then we found an opportunity with another government in another context. And again, the idea is just, the Chief Minister cannot meet so many people, but if you let them create, and because this is happening through mobile app, simple background removal, detecting the position of the hand, and then generating a very, I would say, perfect image, but very simple idea, executed purely through party workers. Okay. So I think high-tech technology with some layer of simplicity in execution, that's what my understanding of rural marketing is so far. The technology behind this is very complex, but that is invisible. Like the person using the app, he does not know how to train this AI model. For him, it's just a simple camera app and it works. All the complexity of taking care of how to create a perfect image, how to retreat it, that is being taken care by us. But on the front end, it is very simple. Now, just the last one, where we have a surprise, and then I'll talk about it.
पापा कहते हैं कि 83 का कप उनका है,
भैया कहते हैं 2011 वाला उनका है,
तो फिर हमारा?
रिलैक्स, सब हमारा ही है।
हम है जनरेशन लार्ज, इसलिए दुनिया का सबसे लार्ज कप हमारा है। लार्ज हमारा है। This World Cup, get a chance to live large with exclusive fan experiences. It's our life. We'll live it large.
So have you been able to recognize who's featuring in that ad?
Of course.
Okay. So yeah, this is another campaign which is going live in next few days for the World Cup. And the unique thing is, I think this would be India's first hyper-personalized ad. Okay, that means there is an ad spot which is going to be there. Okay, and then you can go on a website, just submit your picture on that website, and on WhatsApp you are delivered a hyper-personalized app. That means you're featuring in that app. So again, AI, some complex AI at the back end. It even customizes your voice tone. You submit a voice note, it even customizes your voice tone, and then the idea is that we are hoping that millions of people will create it, and then they will become brand ambassadors. Okay, and from this activity we will select few hundred ad spots and we will actually feature you on the television. So that's the full circle of this. Simple idea, aspiration of rural India is also to do mainstream stuff. Okay, so even a FMCG brand can do something like this, and I'm sure rural India would also accept such interventions, and it does not cost much. Like, of course, anyways you're creating an ad spot. Okay, so that expense is anyways booked, so it is not part of the digital campaign. Okay, so your budgets are still alive, so you park that budget aside. Ad spot anyways, FMCG companies, be it Alcobev, be it tractors, everybody has to create it. But you at the time of planning the ad spot, if you just think that how can I integrate a layer of technology, okay, so that I can amplify this through various mediums, you can just add a marginal cost and amplify a lot. Okay, so that kind of things are possible, and they're very recent. I would say 6 to 7 months. The AI has progressed so much that we are able to do these things very cost effectively. Like personalizing this kind of ad would just cost maybe 1 or 2 rupees because it's happening on a server. Of course, the cost of TVC production is what it is. Yeah, so primarily, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. Of course, we can discuss, you can ask me questions.
I would recommend you note your number, you will get a lot of points.
Yeah, so
you're already scored.
my number is 97. Yeah, my number is 97170. I'll write it down now.
Write it down.
यार डाल दो वापस यार, ऐसे मत करो. हम नेक्स्ट एडिशन आई स्पॉन्सर
100%. Yeah. So I'll ask Shobna. Right, good. Very good.
Cool. ये मेरा नंबर डाल दो ना. हाँ डाल दिया.
I will tell Shobna to float your number.
Done. ठीक है. So if you have any questions, I'm here for a few more minutes. Then you can proceed with awards and the next agenda. But yeah, if there are any questions, sure.
By any chance, you guys have worked on hyperlocal module also?
So we would have, but yeah, if you have an objective in mind,
we have done it called Dr. Felicitated for our product line, and we realized that yes, this is a very incremental good.
Yeah.
When we moved to recall, we realized that it is not, yes, it was productive for us, but it has not given us very great numbers. Though the set of people remain same, the usage remains same.
Yeah.
See that, or do you have any?
Yeah, so I think I'll do a slightly abstract answer to this. So I think the choice of technology has to be derived from the problem first. Sometimes as marketeers, of course, we also need to have some interesting campaigns in our kitty. We pick up a technology and try to create a solution on top of a technology. That usually does not work. It looks very good in the case study. Even in these conferences, other people will clap for you, but we know the reality. They don't work. The way to do it is, define the clear problem you're trying to solve, and then it could be with technology, without technology, with old technology, with new technology. It doesn't matter. Though specifically for AI, I would say AI can actually reduce cost of anything that you're doing, and AI can make things faster, whatever you're doing with your business. So that's my clear observation. Doesn't matter what you're doing, whatever you're doing, even for starters, you can start adopting, just generate your images using Midjourney for your presentations. Just use a little bit AI in your daily life, and then you will be slightly more receptive to use of AI and stay updated. Cool. Thank you for having me. I just have to log out from here. Can you log this out?
Can I request Sunny Vora sir once again please join us to hand over the memento? Let's put our hands together. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the last session, which is Corporate Excellence Awards. And we have selected 10 best leading companies who have done path-breaking work in rural. So for the felicitation, can we have team RMAI, Mr. Sanjay Kaul, Biswa sir, Mr. Sanjay Panigrahi, Mr. Sandeep Bansal, and Rajkumar Jha to please come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I invite the awardee on stage, I'll request you all to please give it up. And the award goes to Wellinkar Institute of Management. They are leading management education institute that contributes socially responsible business leaders through management education. Many congratulations to Wellinkar Institute of Management. Meanwhile, I'll announce our next awardee. Congratulations, Anugrah Madison, leading rural marketing agency, which is working on the next fuel engine that is slated to drive future growth of rural India, that is building data science around consumer behavior, always developing new business avenues with help of building technology-based consumer engagement. Many, many congratulations. With this, I'll call our next awardee. Many congratulations to Dabur Limited.
Thank you, sir.
With Ayurveda, their muse in nature, they guide their toil ceaselessly. Their sole motive is to illuminate our journey towards vibrant well-being. Many, many congratulations to Dabur. I would like to call our next awardee. Many congratulations to Impact Communications. With humble beginnings as experts in promoting brands at congregational events at Melas, Hearts, Mandi and countryside fairs, they have a remarkable 24 years journey where they have mastered the art of crafting engagements and go-to-market strategies in rural. They are today positioned as the leaders in their domain. Some of their best rural and social development practices that have been replicated across Asia and African markets. Many congratulations. Our next award goes to Cantor. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have someone to, okay, we have sir. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen. For over 50 years in India, they have been pioneering in understanding India and its diversity, from consumer panel and media data to predicting long-term trends, from neuroscience to exit polls, from syndicated offerings and large-scale quantitative studies to qualitative research incorporating ethnography and semiotics. They have been at the forefront of building insights which are required to help clients succeed in the marketplace. Let's call our next awardee, Kotak Mahindra Bank Limited. They are committed to spread their wings across rural and semi-urban markets with an objective to create financial awareness, thereby encouraging rural community to avail the financial products and services that will empower them and help them in spreading their business. Many congratulations. With this, calling our next awardee, many congratulations to Mahadan Agritech Limited. Mahadan Agritech Limited. Let's call our next awardee. Many congratulations to Pidilite Industries Limited. Well, let's call our next awardee. SBI General Insurance. Next is the oldest organization which has safeguarded our money, which is committed to carry forward the legacy of trust and security and have a vision to become the most trusted general insurance for a transforming India. And our next awardee, ladies and gentlemen, keep clapping for Seedworks International Limited. They are their continuous mission to reinvent and redevelop strategies to end hunger and malnutrition while accelerating economic growth and thereby serving a noble cause of addressing the fundamental needs of human beings in the form of food security through smallholder farmers' empowerment, the sustainability initiatives, the innovation in the seed production space, the best practices and the right way. Many congratulations. And the last award for the day, congratulations to Tata Steel Limited. But now the company which is the oldest and strongest lifeline of our economy, which has provided security and is committed to improve the quality of lives of farmers through technology and innovation. Well, they are writing their story of innovation through the knotted fences, and ladies and gentlemen, they also make steel. Many congratulations to all our awardees. With this, we come to an end to the award felicitation, and I will request Biswa sir to please convey his vote of thanks.
Right, so thank you so much. It was a really a great session, especially from knowledge point of view. And as we always say that RMAI is a knowledge platform, and today it has been really very squarely proved that it was absolutely exchange of knowledge, exchange of experience. And so we come to the end of the session, and thank you very much all the delegates, panelists, and the award winners for making it happen. I also thank our sponsors, and also I thank India Habitat Center for this beautiful arrangement. I also thank our secretariat team, Shovana and Rahul. Thank you so much. And our host, your good name? Mehek. And our host Mehek, thank you so much. You really conducted well.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for gracing the event. Once again, many congratulations, Kotak. Let's put our hands together, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being part of the Rural Conclave. Thank you. This is your host, Mehek Dhawan, signing off.